everyone. Hi guys. So this is a final marathon for all of you, as you all know that you have your examination tomorrow. So in this complete video, I have actually covered all the module A, B, C and D, most important MCQs which is very relevant for your examination. I'm starting this marathon with all the numerical questions, which is very, very important for all of you. So the numerical portion, it is very important. All the important topics, all the PYPs, and those important topics which is very relevant for your examination, this is covered in this final marathon, followed by module C. I have given you the most important theory portion of module C because we have already finished module A and B in pretty detail in capsule batch. So because module C is a very tech based module, so I have added some theory portion in the end of this final marathon so that you can just have a simple module C theory revision. Okay, so this is the complete final marathon for all of you. Very, very important for your examination. All the important MCQs, all the relevant topic, everything is covered in this final marathon. So everyone kindly please watch the complete video and please share this final marathon as much as you can, and please subscribe to this channel if you haven't subscribed this channel yet. Thank you so much everyone. All the very best for your examination, all the very, very best for your tomorrow's examination. I hope that this marathon will find useful for all of you. Thank you so much. Take care everyone. Right. So let's start discussing with the very first question of the class. Okay. So there is a NBFC-MFI. Okay. Sorry. Non-banking financial company, microfinancial institution named as Micro 8. It has a portfolio size of rupees 150 crore. The current average base rate of the five largest commercial bank as advised by Reserve Bank of India is 8%. Micro aid cost of fund is 6%. Given this information, you have to calculate the maximum interest rate that micro aid can charge from its borrower. It is 16, it is 12, it is 23 or 18%. Now let's just start answering this question, everyone. Chalo, let's start answering this question. So there is a first numerical question which you need to check and answer the following, everyone. So the correct answer for this question is what? So what is the maximum interest rate that this non-banking financial company, microfinancial institution can charge from its borrower? So we have cost of fund given 6%. Okay. Now, because it is a portfolio, or it this company has a portfolio size of 150 crore. So if you all remember what I have told you in the class, everyone, if you all remember, this particular bank loan to NBFCs MFI. First, what is the marginal cap? So marginal cap is actually the difference between rate to the borrower and the cost of fund, right? Now, rate to the borrower and the cost of fund, the difference between that. Now, maximum 10% it is for the large MFI. If your portfolio exceeding 10%, and for 12% it is for others. Okay. So margin cap in this case, if we talk about the margin cap for this particular case, because the portfolio size is 150 crore, 100 crore and above, so the maximum marginal cap can be 10%. First of all, we need that margin cap. So the maximum allowed is 10%. Now, what is the cost of fund here is given? So the cost of fund is given like 6%, right? Now, then how the interest rate is calculated? So the interest rate is actually lower of these two. First, the cost of fund plus margin, or the average base rate multiplied by 2.75. Either this or this, whichever is lower, right? Now, cost of fund plus margin cap, for according to one, it is 16%. Now, second, average base rate is given like 8%. So, average base rate into what? Into 2.75, everyone. So 8 into 2.75 is actually 22%. So it is either 16 or 22, whichever is lower. So lower is 16%. So the correct answer for this question is 16%. Clear? So this is the first question for all of you. So if you all remember this, how can we calculate the maximum? The maximum interest rate which is charged by non-banking financial company. So it is either the cost of fund plus margin or the average base rate multiplied by 2.75. Lower of these two is the maximum thing. Now, how we can just calculate the margin cap? So, if it is a large MFI, means 100 crores and above, the maximum it can be 10%. For other, if you have the portfolio size of 100 crore below, then it is 12% for you. So, margin cap plus cost of fund, here it is 16%, right? Now, the average base rate determined by RBI, it is given in the question 8%. So, 8 into 2.75, it is 22%. So either 22 or 16, whichever is lower. So 16 is the correct answer. Clear, everyone? Any doubt in this question? Yes or no? Any doubt in this question? Guys, sorry. If you have any doubt, kindly please ask your doubt. Good evening, Double X. Good evening, Arun. Good evening. Perfectly clear. No doubt in this question. Good. So, very important question. So, this was actually explained to you in the chapter Bank Loan to NBFCs, MFIs, right? This was the chapter in which I have explained this in detail. Okay. Now, next question. A bank report the following data. We have net advances 19,000. Provision held against the NPAs 1,000 crore. Gross NPA ratio is 20% of the gross advances. Based on this, you have to find the standard assets, everyone. Now, just please start answering this question. Everyone, please start answering this question. Everyone, you guys. So we have given the net advances 19,000 crore. Provision held against the non-performing asset is 1,000 crore. Then we have gross NPA ratio 20% of the gross advances. Now just we have to calculate. Everyone, please start answering this question, you guys. Everyone. So this is a very important question, everyone. You just have to answer this. What is a standard asset? What is a standard asset? Everyone. So, answer this question, guys. Everyone start answering this question. You have to answer this question. So, the correct answer is what? It's very simple. It's very easy. You just have to take care and answer this question. First of all, what is the formula of a standard asset? Okay, how we have to calculate the standard assets? Okay, so standard asset is equals to, if we talk about the formula, gross advance is equal to standard asset plus gross NPA. So if gross advance is equal to standard asset plus gross NPA, so if we have to calculate the standard asset, it means that gross advance minus the gross non-performing asset. This is the formula. Standard asset is equals to gross advance minus gross NPA. Now let's just calculate here. Okay, so net advance is given 19,000 and provision held against net performing asset is 1,000 crore. So if we talk about the gross advances, so the gross advance is equals to 19,000, which is net advance, plus the provision, which is 1,000 crore. It is 20,000 crore, right? Now, if we talk about the gross NPA, how the gross NPA is calculated, it is 20% of the gross advance. Okay, so 20% of the gross advance is what? 20% of 20,000. It is like, okay, 2,000 to 4,000, right? Now, if we talk about the standard asset, very simple. It is gross advance minus gross NPA. As simple as that. So 20,000 minus 4,000. So it is what? 16,000. So the correct answer for this question is C. Not 15. It is 16,000. Sneha, it is 16,000. Okay, done? Any doubt in this question? If you have, kindly ask your doubt. So the formula I have already given to you. Yes, 16,000. Just a little mistake, but it will actually spoil the whole question for you. So it is 16,000. It is very basic calculation. It is not 15. It is 16,000. Everyone, any doubt in this question? If you have, kindly ask. If you no doubt, please give me a thumbs up. Everyone. No doubt. Perfect. Arun, Anu, Sneha, Kiran, everyone who are watching this session. If you have any doubt, please ask. No doubt? Good. Now, next. Now see, what is the next question? A bank has an advance of rupees 200 lakh classified as a doubtful asset. Here, the realizable value of the security is 80 lakh. The asset has remained doubtful for 2 years. Now you have to calculate the provision. What is the total provision a bank should make? It is 120 lakh, it is 128 lakh, it is 152 lakh or 160 lakh. Everyone start answering this question. Everyone, you guys. Everyone start answering this question. So the correct answer is what? Okay, provision a bank should make. Now I'm just giving you time to answer this question. It's very easy. Again, it's very easy. So tell me the correct answer. How much total provision a bank should make in this case? So the correct answer is what? Okay, now Anu is saying A, 120 lakh. Okay. Sneha is saying 152 lakh. And everyone else? Everyone else? Everyone else, kindly please answer this question. Kiran, I want answer. Okay. And there are a lot of bankers watching this session. I want to answer. Okay. So simply, you know that, first of all, for a doubtful asset, 100% of the provisioning is done for the unsecured portion. So whatever is the unsecured portion, 100% provisioning for the unsecured portion is done. Okay. First. Now, second. Now it is remain the other secured portion, it is remain doubtful for 2 years. Now here you have to see, for the secured portion the provision can range from 25% to 100%. Yes or no? So here you can see this. Up to 1 year the provision is 25%. 1 to 3 years the provision is 40%, and more than 3 years the provision is 100%, and it remained doubtful for 2 years. Very good, Sneha. Very good. So obviously, for the secured portion, the provisioning is 40%. Okay. So here, first of all, how we have to calculate. So the total is 200 lakh. Okay. And 80 lakh is the realizable value of the security. Means if we talk about the unsecured portion, it is 200 minus 80 means 120. Okay, so 100% of 120 means 120. 100% of 120. It means 120 of the unsecured. Okay. Now, what is the secured portion? Obviously, the secured portion is 200 minus 120. It is 80. 80 is the secured portion. Now, we have to take care that it is doubtful for 2 years. It means that 40% of the provisioning is done of 80 lakh, right? So I think it is 32 lakhs. It is 32 lakh. So the total provisioning is what? 120 plus 32. It is 152. So the correct answer is C. Very good. Very good, everyone. So the correct answer is what? C. Done. Any doubt in this question? See, if you have any doubt, kindly ask. So there may be this type of question that can be asked in your examination, right? What is the total provisioning a bank need to take? Very good question. Very simple to calculate. All you have to remember is this portion, that if you have a doubtful asset in the non-performing asset, 100% of the unsecured portion is for the provisioning, first of all. Now, for the secured portion, the provisioning can range from 25 to 100%. Now, it depends upon, up to 1 year, it is only 25%. Between 1 to 3 year, it is 40%. And for more than 3 year, it is 100%. Clear? Okay, good. Okay, next. There is a term loan account in the XYZ bank. Has the following payment history. There is a term loan, okay, and this has the following payment history. Borrower was due to pay 10 lakh rupees on 1st January 2025. He has no payment till 25th of February 2025, and on 5th March 2025 he paid 3 lakh only. Now, on 15th March 2025, how should the bank classify this account? Special mention account 0, special mention account 1, special mention account 2, or it is a non-performing asset. Tell me the correct answer, everyone. It's very simple again. You have to remember the concept. If the concepts are clear, the question is very, very easy for all of you. Tell me the correct answer. Okay, Sneha is saying SMA, special mention account 1. Okay, and everyone else? Answer this question, guys. So Krishna is saying SMA2, right? And everyone else? So the correct answer is what, guys? Okay, due date 1st January 2025. It is the due date, right? Now, overdue, it should be counted from 2nd January 2025, right? Because first tak to we have to pay. If you are not paying on first, then overdue is counted from 2nd. Now, from 2nd to 15th of March 2025, from 2nd January to 15th of March 2025, it is approximately 73 days. It is approximately 73 days. More than 61 days plus less than 90 days. If it is more than 61 days and less than 90 days, it is a special mention account 2nd. So yes, Krishna is correct here. Anu is correct here. It is a special mention account 2. Very good, everyone. So see this. A lender has to recognize the stress in the loan account. So if it is overdue for a period which range between 1 to 30 days, it is a special mention account 0. If it is overdue between 31 to 60 days, it is a special mention account 1. If it is overdue between 61 to 90 days, it is a special mention account 2. Here it is overdue for a total of 73 days. 73 days means it is a special mention account 2. After 90 days, it is considered as what? After 90 days, it is considered as non-performing asset. After 92 days, it is considered as what? Non-performing asset. Clear, everyone? Any doubt if you have, please ask. If you don't have any doubt, give me a thumbs up, each and every one of you. Any doubt, you guys? No doubt? Everyone give me a thumbs up, and everyone kindly like and share the video to the maximum you can. These are the all numerical questions which are very important for your examination. Either the numerical or the straight away, the simple questions can be asked in your examination. Clear? Okay? Done? Good. Now next question. The bank has a total advance of 100 crore, investment in the statutory liquidity ratio worth rupees 250 crore, bill rediscounted worth rupees 150 crore. Calculate the adjusted net bank credit. Everyone, we have to calculate the adjusted net bank credit. Everyone, please answer. We have to calculate the adjusted net bank credit. So it is very easy. Now it is already, we have done a lot of time. Adjusted net bank credit. But he paid partial amount? No, he haven't paid any partial amount. He had paid no payment, na? 3rd March he paid 3 lakh, but it is not enough to cover the complete amount. Still it is overdue, right? Still it is overdue. Okay. So 3 lakh, but he didn't clear any debt now. That's why. Okay. Done. Now next. Next. The bank has a total advance of 1000 crore. Investment is the statutory liquidity ratio. Worth rupees 250 crore. Now simple thing is how you have to calculate the adjusted net bank credit. It is 1000 crore, means the investment in the statutory liquidity ratio, okay, the total advance, okay, minus the investment in the statutory liquidity ratio is 250 plus the bill rate discounted is 150. Okay, so total advance minus investment in the SLR plus bill rate discounted. Okay, so the correct answer is what? Yes, 600 is the correct answer. Perfectly correct statement. Yes, done. Any doubt? This is so simple. This is so easy. Nothing very special in this. Now let's talk about this. A company has the following balance sheet. There is a current asset 1200 lakh. Then there is a current liability which is excluding the bank borrowing 500 lakh. Now bank stimulates the borrower's margin which is 25% of working capital gap. What is the maximum permissible bank finance under the first method of lending? First method of lending, everyone. The formula which I have told you in the first method of lending, you have to calculate that according to that. Everyone, just please answer this question, guys. Aruna, Sneha, Kiran, and everyone who are watching this session, guys. So current assets, current liabilities, you have to calculate the maximum permissible limit as per the bank finance. Everyone start answering this question. Everyone, you guys, so the correct answer is what? Everyone. It's simple, it's easy. All you have to do is to answer this question, guys. Working capital gap. First of all, bank stipulates borrower margin 25% of the working capital gap. Okay. Working capital gap is current assets minus current liability excluding the bank borrowing. First, you have to calculate the working capital gap. Okay. Then we have to calculate the borrower's margin. It is 25% of that working capital gap. Okay. So maximum permissible bank finance is whatever the working capital gap is minus the margin. Very simple. Yes, Sneha, very good. It is 525 because in the first method of lending, it is given here that bank stipulates 25% of the working capital gap as the borrower margin. It means that the borrower has to bring 25% of total working capital gap. It is given in this question, but actually it will directly be asked in the examination. You just have to calculate the MPPF. So, under the first method of lending, the borrower has to bring 25% by its own, and the rest 75% the bank has to provide the finance. The bank is providing the finance, it is 75%, obviously. So, if it is first of all, we have to calculate the margin here. Okay, margin. First of all, we have to calculate the working capital gap. It is 1200 minus 500, which is 700, right? Now, in this, what is the borrower's margin? It is 25% of the working capital gap. We have to calculate only the bank finance. So obviously the bank finances 75% of 700. It is 525 lakh. Very good. So the correct answer is what? Correct answer is D. Done. Any doubt in this question? If you have, please ask. If you don't have any doubt, just give me a thumbs up. Everyone. Any doubt if you have, ask. If you don't have any doubt, but just give me a thumbs up, each and every one of you. Kiran, Sneha, Anu, Aruna, done? Okay, good, very good. Very good, you guys. Next question. Micro and small enterprises has a projected annual turnover of 40 crore. Okay. As per Reserve Bank of India guideline, working capital is to be assessed under the turnover method. Turnover method, okay? You have to calculate the working capital finance that can be sanctioned by the bank. Now, in this, we have to calculate the turnover method. What is the working capital finance that can be sanctioned by the bank in this case? Everyone, please answer this question. In this, please answer this question. What is the correct answer for this question? Everyone, start answering this question. Everyone. So, chalo, come on, let's answer this question. It is what? Okay. So Akash is saying C is the correct answer. 10 crore. Again, just please look out in this question. It's a very important question, very good question. Just need a little bit understanding, everyone. Please, Arun, need a little bit understanding. Chalo, chalo, come on. Let's answer this question. It's a very good question. Very, very good question. In fact, a little tricky question. Turnover method. Okay, 25% of the PAT, projected annual turnover, is the total working capital required. Okay, in this 20% of the PAT, this is provided by the bank. 5% of the PAT, it is the borrower has to bring by themselves, right? Right, everyone? This is the turnover method, okay? But if you all remember, I have told you, if you are a micro and small enterprise, the maximum working capital finance which can be sanctioned by the bank is 5 crore, not more than that. It was the very first line. In case you are a micro and small enterprises, the maximum working capital finance which you received as a finance from the bank is 5 crore, not more than that. Okay. First, we have to calculate according to this. Let's see how much the number is coming. So, PAT is 40. It is bank finance. It is 20% of 40 lakh, 40 crore. It is 8 crore, right? So here from the turnover method, it is coming 8 crore. But because you are a micro and small enterprises, the maximum limit that is sanctioned by the bank as a working capital finance is 5 crore, not than that. So the correct answer is 5 crore, not more than that. According to the turnover method, it is coming 8 crore, but the limit is only 5 crore, not more than that. For example, according to the turnover method, if it is coming below 5 crore, like for example, 5 crore or 4 crore or 3 crore, then you can take the answer like 4 crore, 3 crore, 2 crore, 1 crore, even in lakhs, that is all allowed, but not more than 5 crore. So in this, we have to take the answer B, not 8 crore, not A. Okay, right? Yes. So it was written in the turnover method, MSC, micro, small, and medium enterprises, with up to 5 crore working capital limit receives from the bank. From the bank, if you are a micro and small enterprises, only 5 crore is the maximum limit you can receive as a finance from the bank. Now, you have to calculate according to the turnover method. 25% of the PAT is a total working capital requirement. 20% of the PAT is the bank finance. And the borrower has to bring 5% of that particular PAT. Clear? Done? Good, you guys? Done? Any doubt in this question? If you have, please ask. No doubt, give me a thumbs up, each and every one of you. Yes, it is a nice question. No doubt. Can we move to the next question then? Okay. Now, we have to calculate the letter of credit limit here. Okay. All the things are given in the question. Read out the question and then answer. We have to calculate the letter of credit limit. Now, it's easy. Just calculate. Everyone, please answer this question. Done? Very good. Now, we have to just calculate here the letter of credit limit. Everyone. Yes, Sneha, it is correct. It is 400 lakh. How we have to calculate the letter of credit limit? First of all, we have to see the time taken in the complete period of credit in one cycle. Okay, we have to calculate the time period in one cycle. Now, the time period in one cycle is 10 lakh plus 20 lakh plus 30, sorry, days, not lakhs, days. Okay, it is what? 60 days, right? Now, in one period of credit, total time period taken is 60 days. Okay. Now, if we talk about in a year, considering we have 360 days in a year, so the total credit cycle in a year is 6, obviously, right? Now, here we have to calculate the letter of credit, and letter of credit is calculated whatever we have to purchase on credit, not on the consumption, whatever we have taken on credit. So we have taken 2400 lakhs in a credit for 1 year, right? In 1 year, the complete cycles are 6. So if we talk about the per credit limit, it is what? It is 400 lakh. Yes, so the correct answer is 400 lakh. So correct answer is what? 400 lakh. Very good, guys. Everyone, any doubt in this question? If you have any doubt in this question, you are allowed to ask your doubt. Everyone. Any doubt? Kiran, Sneha, Arun? No doubt. Very simple. Okay, I have given you how you have to calculate the letter of credit limit. Okay, done? Now, very good. Next question. Now it is the question. Please just understand the question and then you have to answer. A bank sanctioned the housing loan to the following customer. Mr. A purchased a house valued 32 lakh. He availed a housing loan of 27 lakh. Mr. B purchased a house valued at 70 lakh, availed a housing loan of 52 lakh. Mr. C purchased a bungalow valued at 90 lakh, availed a housing loan of 65 lakh. Now, based on Reserve Bank of India guidelines, what will be the applicable risk weights for A, B, and C? Everyone. Now, chalo, tell me the correct answer here. Now, you have to calculate, everyone. You have to calculate this, everyone. Kiran, Anu, Akash, Sneha, everyone start answering this question. Okay, so first of all, to make you easy and revise the concept, see this the quantum of the loans. So, home loan, first of all, in deciding the value, the house property stamp duty, registration, and other documentation charges need to be excluded, first of all. Okay, so here, the excluding stamp duty and registration, these are all excluded, which are given. Okay. Now we have to calculate, first of all, if the loan to value ratio is less than 80, then the risk weight is 35. Okay. For a category of loan for the house loan of up to 30 lakhs. If it is more than 80 and less than 90, then it is risk weight 50. Okay. Now here 30 lakh between 75 lakh, if you are taking the house loan of 30 to 75 lakh, then if the loan to value ratio is less than 80, then the risk weight is 35, and over and above 75 lakh, loan to value ratio is always 75. Maximum, as maximum is 75, so it is 50. Clear? Now here you can see, first of all, we have to calculate the loan to value ratio. This is the extra step here you have to calculate. Now how you can calculate the loan to value ratio? In this, the housing loan is 27 lakh. For A, the housing loan is 27 lakh. Divided by the house value is 32 into 100. First of all, for Mr. A, what is the loan to value ratio? It is 84.38% approximately, right? Now for Mr. B, what is the loan to value ratio? He has availed a housing loan of 52 lakh divided by the original cost of the house into 100. Means here the loan to value ratio is approximately 74.29%, right? And for C, what is the loan to value ratio? 65 divided by 90 into 100. Now here the loan to value ratio is approximately 72.2%. Clear? First of all. Okay. Now let's see. He availed a housing loan of 27 lakh. 27 lakh means it is either falling in this category. Mr. A falling in this category, right? The loan to value ratio is 84.38, means this is the loan to value ratio. 84.38. It is the loan to value ratio. So the risk weight is 50%. So for Mr. A, the risk weight is 50%. Okay. Now, second, Mr. B has the loan of 52 lakh. 52 lakhs means B falling in this category. The loan to value ratio is 74 approx. So it is this complete. So risk weight is 35. So for B, it is 35%. Now C has availed a housing loan of 65 lakh. 65 lakh. C also falls in this category. Okay, 65 lakh. Now here the loan to value ratio is 72, means it is less than 80% good. Again, it is 35. So it is also 35. 50, 35, 35. So the correct answer is what? Sorry. So I think the answer is what? Answer is 50, 35, 35. So you can say this is the answer. Okay. 50, 35, 35. Okay. For third, it is 50%. See, for see how it is 50%. Let's see. Loan is about 65 lakh. Okay. First of all, the house value is 90 lakh. Okay. House value is 90 lakh. No, 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 no. Individual housing loan, loan to value ratio. Okay, house value is above 90 lakh. It is 50, right? For third, it is 50. Yes, everyone. For third, it is 50. Okay, so the correct answer is 50, 35, 50. 50, 35, 50. B is the correct answer, right? Right? Okay. Done, everyone? Yes or no? Everyone, you guys. Okay. So 90 lakh means it is falling in this category, not this. It is falling in this category, 90 lakh. The category of loan, if your house is over and above 90 lakh, then the loan to value ratio is 75. So C is falling in this category, right? C in this category, 72%. For C, the loan to value ratio is 72%, which is well within this category. And so the risk weight is 35-50, 35-50. Clear? Done? Okay, my mistake. 50, 35-50. B is the correct answer. Done, guys? Yes? Any doubt in this question? Any doubt in this question, you guys? Everyone. Thank you, Sneha. Thank you. Done? Good. Good, everyone. Good, guys. Now, the last practice question, okay? Then we have to start the MCQs, okay? So, Priya operates a micro enterprise focused on food processing, plans to upgrade her machinery to improve efficiency. He intend to apply for a loan of rupees 90 lakh, purchase new equipment that cost 70 lakh. After finalizing her loan application, she discovered the credit link capital subsidy scheme. Okay, how much subsidy will Priya be eligible to receive under the credit link capital subsidy scheme? Everyone, please answer. Okay, CLSS. How much subsidy Priya is eligible to receive under CLSS? Everyone. Everyone, please answer this question. So the correct answer is what? Everyone, please answer this question. Okay, let me calculate also. Okay, right. Okay, if we talk about the correct answer, what is the correct answer, everyone? Okay, credit linked capital subsidy scheme. If you all remember, first of all, in the credit linked capital subsidy scheme, loan is given for the upgradation of technology. First important thing, right? Now, second thing, the loan amount under CLS is maximum of rupees 1 crore. Okay, so if she intended to apply a loan of rupees 90 lakh, that is well within the limit of CLSS because the maximum loan sanctioned is 1 crore. Okay, now second, what is the subsidy? Subsidy is always 15% of the purchase price of plant and machinery, not the amount of loan. It is 15% of the purchase price of the plant and machinery, not on the loan. If you are calculating 15% subsidy on 90 lakh, that is wrong because the subsidy is always calculated 15% of the purchase price of plant and machinery. So purchase price is 70 lakh. 15% of 70 lakh. It is what? It is approximately 10.5 lakh subsidy. Okay. 10.5 lakh, it is very close to A. So A is the correct answer. Okay. Done. Done. Everyone. A is the correct answer. Only Anu is correct here. A is the correct answer. Done. Any doubt in this question? No doubt. So these are the all important MCQs which I need to tell you. It is very important for your examination. Now in this is very important, the margin gap, which is not so usual question. Okay. Now non-performing assets, this one is easy, right? Now we have a term loan. Now in this, SMA 102, this is also very easy. Okay, now here we have to calculate this. Now, very important question is like these type of question. This can be very theoretical also. Once again, yes, it is enough. Okay, all the types of numericals I have covered, right? So it is enough. Okay, Akash, see, credit link capital subsidy scheme, always remember it is given for the technology upgradation. Second, the maximum loan amount which can be sanctioned under the credit link capital subsidy scheme is 1 crore. Second, in this subsidy is also given. Now, subsidy is always 15% of the purchasing price of the plant and machinery, not on the loan amount. So here the loan amount is 90 lakh, the purchasing price is 70 lakh. So 15% of the 70 lakh is the subsidy, which is approximately 10.5. Okay, done? Good. Now let's just start doing the questions, all the modules question. Okay, so let's start doing all the questions. First of all, under the second method of lending, now this is the very first question for all the theory based questions. Okay, now under the second method of lending recommended by Tendon Committee, which of the following is correct? The borrower must contribute a minimum of 75% of the total current asset from long term funds. The current ratio under this method should be 1.33 is to 1. Total liability, including bank finance, should not exceed 25% of the current asset or none of the above. Second method of lending. Okay, maximal permissible bank finance. We have three methods, first, second, and third. So it is recommended by Tandon Committee. You know that. Now, second method of lending. Which of the following statement is correct here? Everyone answer this question. Which of the following statement is correct here? Everyone. Please answer this question. Chalo, let's start doing and answer this question. See, Anu, that depends. See, in the last examination cycle, there was a lot of numerical based question. In the last to last means November 2024 examination cycle, there was a very few numerical based questions, right? So for this cycle I am expecting that the numerical questions will be less, okay, because already we have IEIFS, the tough paper. So from IEIFS and PPB, one paper is tough, okay. So in this cycle IEIFS is already tough, so in this cycle PPB paper will be easy for all of you. That is my I think, I hope so your PPT paper will be easy, and if the paper is easy, numerical question will be less. Okay. Now, Sneha is saying B is the correct answer, and everyone else. Okay. So the borrower must contribute a minimum of 75% of the total current asset. No, minimum of 25% of the total current asset is the borrower's contribution, and the bank finance shouldn't be exceeding 75% of the current asset. So first is wrong, C is wrong. Yes, B is correct because the current ratio under this method should be 1.33 is to 1. So only B is the correct answer, rest all are wrong. Clear? Done? Yes. No, none of the above. No, B is the correct one. First and C is incorrect. Okay. Now next question. In a working capital assessment under the cash budget method, the cash budget statement is generally prepared for which following time period? For more precise assessment. Okay, now you have to read the complete question. For more precise assessment, it is 12-month period only, weekly basis only, quarterly basis only, or half yearly basis. Everyone start answering this question. Start answering this question. Cash budget. Everyone, for more precise assessment, bank preferred the cash budget statement for on which basis? It is 12-month period, weekly, quarterly, or half year basis. Everyone. So now Sneha is saying 12-month. Kiran is also saying 12-month, and everyone else, please answer this question. Everyone else, please answer this question. Okay. See, a cash budget statement, this is calculated for 12 month also, means 1 year, for 6 month half yearly basis also, and for 3 months also. Okay, that is quarterly basis. But if we talk about the precise, for more accurate assessment, okay, the cash budget statement is calculated on a quarterly basis, 3 monthly basis. Okay, because it actually captured the what short term liquidity fluctuation, it can capture the seasonal variations. Okay, it is calculated for 12 monthly basis, it is calculated for 6 monthly, it is calculated for 3 monthly also. But if we talk about the precise assessment, for more accurate assessment, bank always prefer the quarterly basis, means for every 3 months. So C is the correct answer. Every one of you are wrong. So C is the correct answer. Done, everyone? Any doubt in this question? Any doubt? Okay. Okay. Done. Next. A bank is assessing a borrower's life insurance policies offered as security. Okay. Which of the following cannot be accepted as a valid security considering their legal and beneficiary restriction? Okay. First, a children deferred policy where benefit accrue after the child attains maturity. A whole life policy assigned in favor of the bank. A policy taken especially to meet estate duty obligations. A policy with nomination under 6 of the Married Women Property Act MVP. You have to select the correct combination, everyone. Just select the correct combination, everyone. So the correct answer for this question is what, everyone? Start answering this question. Everyone, you guys, start answering this question. Which of the following policies is not accepted? Not accepted, everyone. Okay. So now Sneha is saying C. First and second, these are not accepted. And everyone else? Please answer this question. Everyone else, start answering this question. Sorry, 1, 3, and 4. Final answer. Don't tell me the correct answer. Krishna, Kiran, Arun, everyone. Please start answering this question. I want an answer from each and every one of you. So you are all saying A. First of all, see, the children deferred policy, it is not acceptable as a life insurance security. No, a whole life policy assigned in favor of bank, that is allowed. A policy taken especially to meet the state duty obligation, not allowed. A policy with nomination under Section 6 of the Married Women Property Act, that is also not allowed. So if we talk about the not allowed one, 1, 3, and 4, these are not allowed one. Second is allowed one. Okay, yes. So A is the correct answer. Every one of you is correct here. Very good. Every one of you is correct here, mostly. Okay. Done, you guys? Everyone. Done? Can we move to the next question? Okay, next question. Bank may extend finance to employees for purchasing shares of their own companies under ESOPs or employees quota in an IPO up to 90% of the purchase price of the share or 10 lakh, whichever is lower. 75% of the purchase price of shares or 15 lakh, whichever is lower. 90% of the purchase price of the share or 20 lakh, whichever is lower, or full value of the shares without any limit. Bank may extend finance to employees for purchasing shares of its own companies under ESOPs. So you have to tell me what is the limit here. Everyone, start answering this question. I have framed some very good questions for all of you in today's class. Everyone, very good questions. Okay. For in fact, both the marathon for today also and for tomorrow also. For both marathon, I have framed some very good questions, very precise to the point for examination point of view questions, right? You have to answer, everyone. So Krishna is saying C is the correct answer. Sneha is saying B is the correct answer. And everyone else? Okay. So if we talk about the correct answer for this, the bank which can extend the finance to the employees for the purchasing of their own company shares under the ESOP, it is either 90% of the purchase price of the share or 20 lakh, whichever is lower. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes, C is the correct answer. Only Krishna is correct here. Very good, Krishna. Very good. Okay. So C is the correct answer. Done. Can we move forward to the next question? So these are all the question which is one word also, which is very important for all of you, which you need to remember also. Okay. Everyone kindly please like and share the video to the maximum you can. You have to like the video. You have to share the video. Everyone. Done? Good. Next question. As per Section 58D of Transfer of Property Act 1882, which of the following statement correctly defined a usurpatory mortgage? I have explained it to you. Okay. The mortgagor delivers or bind himself to deliver the possession of the property to the mortgagee. The mortgagee is entitled to retain the possession and enjoy rent and profit until the repayment of the loan. The mortgagee can sell the property without court intervention if the borrower default. The rents and the profit received by the mortgagee may be appropriated in lieu of interest or towards the mortgage money. Which of the following is correct statement regarding the usurpatory mortgage? Everyone. Correct statement. Everyone. We have to just take the correct answer here. Usurpatory mortgage. Everyone. So the correct answer is what? Anu, Sneha, Krishna, Akash. Everyone start answering this question. Okay. Aruna, everyone, whoever are watching this session. Okay, usurpatory mortgage. For example, I have given you the example in the class also. I have an apple garden. Okay, I have secured a loan for that apple garden, right? So I have to deliver the possession of this apple garden to the bank. Bank has all the right to collect the rent and profits from the selling of that apple unless my principal and interest account interest is recovered. And once my complete loan is covered, the bank has to return the possession of that particular immovable property to me. That is called as usurpatory mortgage. So in this complete example, did I say or do I say anything that you have to sell it? No, I have delivered the possession. You have the right to receive the rent profit of that immovable property until my principal and interest account is recovered. So if you are saying that mortgagee can sell the property without the intervention of the court, no, this is not allowed in usurpatory mortgage. You have to deliver the possession. Yes, you are entitled as a mortgagee. You have entitled to retain the possession and enjoy rent and profit. Yes, the rent and profit received may be appropriated towards the interest or the mortgage money. Yes. C, incorrect. The right to sell is not allowed in this usurpatory mortgage. So if we talk about the correct answer, first, second, and fourth, so A is the correct answer. Clear? Done? Any doubt, everyone? Any doubt, you guys? No doubt? Clear? Very good. Now, next question. See, as per Reserve Bank of India guidelines, for a non-performing asset with a balance of rupees 5 crore and above, bank must get the stock audited at least once in every 6 months, every year, every 2 year, or every 3 year. Krishna, usurpatory mortgage is the mortgage where I have to deliver my immovable property possession to the bank. The bank has the right to enjoy the rent and profits coming from that immovable property until the loan and interest amount is recovered. And once the loan and interest amount is recovered, the bank has to return the possession of that particular immovable property again to the mortgager. Okay, so in the usurpatory mortgage, you don't have any right to sell the property. Okay, okay, now if you have a balance of a non-performing asset, for a non-performing asset, as a bank, you have a balance of over and above 5 crore. Now, bank need to audit or get the stock audit at least in every, sorry, Anu is saying every 6 months, every 2 year. And everyone else, please answer this question. So if we talk about the correct answer, if a bank has a NPA balance of 5 crore and above, then bank must get the stock audited every year. B is the correct answer. None of you is correct here. B is the correct answer. Okay. Done. Done, you guys. Any doubt? See, if you have any doubt, you are allowed to ask your doubt. If you don't have any doubt, just give me a thumbs up. Done. Very good. Good. Next question. As per Reserve Bank of India guidelines, okay, but it is a high risk, ma'am. Yes, it is a high risk. But 5 crores and above balance, it need to be audited every year. That is mandatory. Okay, not before that. Okay, now here, as per Reserve Bank of India guideline, lenders are required to report credit information, including classification of an account as a special mention account, to the CRILIC for borrowers having aggregate exposure of over and above what? Aggregate exposure of over and above what? Everyone, please answer this question. CRILIC. So, Krelek, I have explained. You have to tell me over and above what. Everyone start answering this question again. Kiran is saying, again, please read out. Kiran, understand the question. Please read out and then answer. Okay, don't answer in hurry. Just read out the question and then answer. Okay, everyone. As per Reserve Bank of India guidelines, lenders are required to report credit information including the classification of SMA special mention account to the CRILIC for borrowers having aggregate exposure of what? 1 crore and above, 2 crore and above, 5 crore and above, or 10 crore and above. So the correct answer is 5 crore and above. So if you have a aggregate exposure of 5 crore and above, you are considered as a large borrower and the information need to be sent to CRELIC. And if you have an aggregate exposure of 50 crores and above, remember, then it is considered as a red flagged account under the CRELIC, right? Then it is considered as a red flagged account under the CRELIC. Okay, done. Okay, so this need everyone. These are very important questions. See, limits I have taken intentionally in this class. Why? Because I know that you will all confuse yourself in these limits question. Okay, next question. Now again a limit question, please. As per Reserve Bank of India, March 2025 guidelines, loan up to what amount to startups qualifies as micro, small, and medium enterprises are eligible for the classification under the priority sector lending. 25 crore, 40 crore, 50 crore, or 75 crore. Very important. It is priority sector lending. Again, very important question. Please answer this question. Everyone, quickly answer this question. So this is very important question. Priority sector lending, March 2025 update. Loan up to what amount to startup qualifies as micro, small and medium enterprises eligible for the classification under the priority sector lending. So if we talk about the correct answer, Anu is saying A, Kiran is saying A, and everyone else. So if we talk about the correct answer, it is March 2025 update. It is 50 crore. Only Vamsi is correct here. Vamsi Krishna is correct here. Very important. Priority sector lending, all the updates, March 2025 updates, very, very important. There was at least three questions in the IEFS examination from the priority sector lending. And because it is a common chapter in IEFS and PPB, in PPB you will find more questions on the priority sector lending. Okay, need to revise that priority sector lending updated target, everyone. Okay, done. Next question. Under the PSL norms, what is the maximum loan limit for renewable energy projects to qualify for PSL classification? Again, you have to answer it for the March 2025 updates. Okay, now tell me the correct answer. Under the priority sector lending norm, what is the maximum loan limit for renewable energy projects to classify or qualify for the PSL classification? Everyone, start answering. So the correct answer is what? Krishna is saying B, 35 crore per borrower and 10 lakh for individual household. And everyone else? Krishna is saying B. And everyone else? Please answer this question. See, I want the answer from each and every one of you. Please don't miss out. I want the answer from each and every one of you. Please don't miss out. Answer this question. Everyone. Yes. Correct answer is B. Yes. 35 crores per borrower and 10 lakh for individual household. Okay. Now next question. Please answer this question. Okay. And give me 2 minutes. Let the Azan complete and then we will continue. Okay. Give me 2 minutes, everyone. Let the Asan complete. Meanwhile, answer this question, everyone. Okay. So National Asset Reconstruction Company NARCL have been established with the objective of resolving a stress asset having an exposure of 100 crore and above, 250 crores and above, 500 crores and above, and 1000 crores and above. So the correct answer is C. Very good, Krishna. Krishna, you are going very good. Yes. So 500 crores and above is the correct answer. Very good. Now, next question. Now, this is the question with reference to Tarapur and Company, Madras versus VO Tractor Export and Moscow. This was the case. Consider the following statement. The Supreme Court held that obligations of a bank to pay under a letter of credit is secondary and depends upon the performance of the underlying contract between the buyer and the seller. The court emphasized that a letter of credit is independent upon the underlying assets of the sale and enjoy autonomy in international trade. The court allowed injection against payment under LC because the Indian firm alleged that the machinery supplied was defective. 4. The court observed that the interference with the operation of an irrevocable letter of credit should be done only exceptional circumstances to avoid adverse effect on the international trade. We need to choose the correct answer here, everyone. Now start answering this question. This is the case. Now let me explain first of all the case to all of you. Okay, what was the case for this? Okay, so the case summary, I'm just giving you the case summary. Okay, so Tarapur and Company case summary was, so there was a party, one party who is the Indian buyer, which is Tarapur. Then there was a Russian seller, which is VO Tractor Export. And then there is a Bank of India who issued the letter of credit. Okay. Now, the fact the Indian buyer imported the machinery from this Russian seller, okay, and opened an irrevocable letter of credit. So, in this case, irrevocable letter of credit was issued. Irrevocable letter of credit. Okay, first of all. Second thing, the Russian firm supplied the machinery, okay, and received the part payment. Now, Indian firm later complained that the machine was defected and instructed the bank to stop the payment under the letter of credit. Now, issue was in this case, can a buyer stop the bank from making the payment if it is a irrevocable letter of credit? I always told you irrevocable letter of credit is something else. Okay. Now, here Supreme Court decision in this case. Supreme Court says that the court actually rejected the buyer's application, and it is held that the bank obligation to pay the letter of credit is independent of the underlying contract between the buyer and seller, because it is an irrevocable letter of credit. So here the bank needs to make the payment irrespective of what was the underlying contract between the buyer and seller. This was the complete case. Okay. So Tarapur committee, Tarapur, this Indian buyer or importer received the defected machinery, and in this case he just called the Bank of India to just stop the payment of the irrevocable letter of credit, which the Supreme Court rejected, because the Supreme Court says that irrevocable letter of credit are irrevocable and unconditional, and it is independent of any underlying contract between the buyer and seller. This was the complete case of Tarapur and company. Clear? Now, Supreme Court held the obligation that the banks pay under a letter of credit is secondary. No, the bank's liability to pay under the letter of credit is primary. It is not a secondary. The bank has to make the payment. It is primary payment. Okay. The court emphasized that the letter of credit is independent. Yes. The court allowed injection against the payment. No, the court actually disallowed the injection against the payment. Okay, the court refused to grant the injection. Okay, and fourth, the court observed that interference with the operation of an irrevocable credit should be done only in exceptional circumstances. That is true. So if we talk about the correct answer, second and fourth statement is correct, and first and third are wrong. So D is the correct answer, everyone. D is the correct answer. Okay, done. Any doubt? If you have any doubt in this, please ask. This is Tarapur and Company. Then there was the Moscow Russian seller, which is VO Tractor Export and Bank of India. Done. Any doubt in this question? If you have, please ask. No doubt, everyone kindly give me a thumbs up. Everyone, you guys. Anu, Kiran, Arun, Akash, Sneha. Done? Can we move to the next question? Can we move to the next question, everyone? Tomorrow, Krishna, I will share the committees, important committees tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow, initial 10 to 15 minutes, I have given to the all the important committees, and then we will discuss the question. Okay. Done. Okay. Next question. When a bank processes a check for clearing on behalf of a client, which of the following relationship is established, considering the role and responsibilities allowed? The bank becomes the holder for the value of the check, granting ownership of the fund. The bank acts as an agent, facilitating the collection of the fund from the paying bank. The relationship formed is that of clearing member and principal, where the bank assumes all the risk. The bank and the check holder enter into a partnership. None of the above is the correct statement. Everyone, simple question. It's very simple question. Now tell me the correct answer here. It's a very simple question. Anu, yes, I will be sharing this particular PDF after the live class. Don't worry. Okay. Please answer this question, guys. So, if the bank processes the check for clearing on the behalf of the client, which of the following relationship is established? Considering the rules and responsibility, bank processes the check on the behalf of the client. So, client is the principal and bank is an agent. Very simple. So, bank as an agent for the collection or for the check holder. So, obviously, B is the correct answer. Good. Good. Okay, next question. Amar Tools Private Limited approached its bank to issue a guarantee in favor of a machinery supplier. Okay, as per the agreement, the company will pay for the machinery in three equal installment over 9 months. The supplier wanted assurance from the bank in case Amar Tool fails to make the payment. The bank will pay the remaining dues. What type of guarantee is the bank being asked to issue in this case? Financial guarantee, performance guarantee, deferred payment guarantee, or composite guarantee? Very simple. Very simple question. Please just answer this question and please like and share the video to the maximum you can, guys. Everyone, like and share the video to the maximum you can. So the correct answer is what? Everyone start answering this question. Yes, very simple. It is a deferred payment guarantee. Nothing complicated in this question. It is a deferred payment guarantee. Obviously, C is the correct answer. Good. Next question. A sleeping partner of a firm issues a stop payment instruction. Now, in this case, we cannot comply with his request as he is not wanting to issue stop payment of the check. We must comply his order. We can act upon his instruction provided one of the operating partners join him. We should not allow any further operation till the matter is sorted. We have to check the correct answer, everyone. Everyone start answering this question. Sleeping partner. This is actually a P by P previous year paper question. Everyone. This is actually a P by P previous year paper question. Everyone. Start answering this question. I have told you whether he is a sleeping partner or an active partner. If he has given the stop payment instruction, you have to follow the instruction. B is the correct answer. Very good. Next question. What is the best definition of ethical dilemma? A situation where you must choose between two options, both which have ethical implications. A scenario where laws are broken but no moral conflict exists, a choice made that solely benefit oneself without considering other, an easy decision that require no moral consideration. Everyone, best definition of ethical dilemma. Very simple, very easy. What is the best definition of ethical dilemma? Best definition of ethical dilemma. Ben Har, Kiran, Arun, Krishna. So the correct answer is what? Best definition of ethical dilemma: a situation where you must choose between two options, both which have ethical implication. We have two rights in front of us, and we have to choose which is more right over the other. That is the ethical dilemma. So obviously A is the correct answer. Very good. Next question. You are a compliance officer at ABC Bank. For the March month, you are reviewing the transaction ensured to Financial Intelligence Unit India reporting. Review the case. A customer made three separate cash withdrawals: 3 lakh, 4 lakh, and 3.5 lakh, all within March. One of the branch reported a cross border transfer of 5.2 lakh. A registered charitable trust NPO received the following donations: 6 lakh from a domestic individual donor, 3 lakh from a corporate donor, and 1.8 lakh from a foreign donor. Two counterfeit notes were detected in a bulk cash deposit by a cooperative society. Which of the following need to be reported to Financial Intelligence Unit India? Everyone. Now please tell me the correct answer. Which need to be reported to Financial Intelligence Unit India? Everyone. Please answer. Anu is saying B. Okay. So Anu is saying that the cash withdrawal, then cross border wire transfer report, and then there is a counterfeit currency note. Okay. And everyone else? Please answer this question. Okay. Kiran, Anu, B. Okay. So if we talk about this question in detail, first of all, what information need to send to Financial Intelligence Unit India on every 15th of month? Okay. So if there is any CTR, cash transaction report, 10 lakh or more, okay, or series of transaction which aggregate 10 lakh or more in a month, integrated. Cross border wire transfer report 5 lakh or more. NTR, non-profit organization received of more than rupees 10 lakh from any one donor, and counterfeit currency note. All. Okay. Now here you can see here. In this, the very first thing is the customer has withdrawn 3 lakh plus 4 lakh. It is 10.5 lakh. Yes, they need to be reported. Okay. One of the branch received cross-border wire transfer of more than 5 lakh. Yes, it need to be reported. Okay. Not withdraw as not exceed 5 crore. No, one of the branch reported a cross-border transfer of rupees 5.2 lakh. Okay, so cross-border wire transfer of rupees 5 lakh or equivalent. Yes, either the origin or destined the fund in India. It need to be reported. Then the NPO received the donation 6 plus 3 plus 9. Okay, so 10.8, but all from different donor, domestic, corporate, and foreign donor. None of the donor exceed the 10 lakh limit. So these don't need to be reported. Two counterfeit currency note, this need to be reported. So case one need to be reported. Then second need to be reported. Fourth need to be reported. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes. Gross, oh sorry, cash, then cross-border wire transfer, and then counterfeit currency note. Okay, done? Yes, B is the correct answer. No, B is the correct answer. Done? Clear? Done, you guys, Sneha. Done? Good. Next question. Now, Ravi wanted to secure a loan of rupees $50,000 to expand his small business. He has two options for collateral: his house, which is fully paid off, and his inventory worth rupees $50,000. Now, if Ravi choose to hypothecate his inventory instead of mortgaging his house, which of the following statement is true regarding the implication of this choice? He retained the ownership of the inventory but risk if he default on the loan. He loses the ownership of the house immediately upon obtaining the loan. He can only hypothecate the inventory if he has other collateral. The bank will take the possession of his home house until the loan is paid off. Very simple. Just tell me the correct answer, everyone. Just tell me the correct answer. Everyone, kindly please like and share the video. Whoever are watching this session, please like and share the video, guys. Everyone. The correct answer is what? The correct answer is what, everyone? Very simple, very easy question, nothing complicated. Please just look out this question. If Ravi choose to hypothecate his inventory, hypothecation means it is related to the movable asset, first of all. Okay, mortgaging means it is related to the immovable property. Okay, now in mortgaging, there can be the transfer of possession, there cannot be the transfer of possession. Okay, in hypothecation, you don't need to transfer the possession. Okay, you retain the ownership of the inventory but risk losing if it defaults on the loan. So yes, A is the correct answer. Very simple, very easy. Not B. Why he lose the ownership of the house? Even if he mortgage his house, he will not lose the ownership, right? So A is the correct answer. Done. Done, everyone. Next question. In the bank, employees' working hours should commence 15 minutes before the business hour. It was recommended by which committee? Talwar Committee, YV Reddy Committee. Then we have Jilani Committee, Bria Committee, or none of the above. Yes, talking about the hypothecation. Yes, In hypothecation, you don't need to transfer the possession of the car or of that movable asset. In hypothecation, you retain the ownership also, you retain the possession also. Okay, both the ownership and the possession you are retaining, but you will lose it if you default on loan. Okay. Yes, so the correct answer is Gopuria committee sees the correct answer. Next question. Choose out the correct statement. Very simple. The bank is a bailee, customer is a bailer, bank is a bailer, customer is a bailee. We have to choose the correct statement here. We have to choose the correct statement here, guys. Everyone, please answer this question. We have to choose the correct statement here. Everyone, start answering this question. Very simple, very easy. Very simple, very easy. So we have to choose the correct answer, guys. Okay. So in the Baylor Bailey concept, Baylor and Bailey, customer is always a bailer and bank is always a bailee. So only statement one is correct, second is wrong. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes, B is the correct answer. Very good. Next question. During a routine audit at a bank, the auditor uncovered several situations that could lead to the conflict of interest. Okay, if a bank manager frequently dines with a particular client who has significant loans, which of the following additional scenario could also indicate potential conflict of interest with the bank? The manager grants the client favorable loans terms without the proper documentation. An employee secretly borrows money from a client and fail to report it. Two employee collude to manipulate sales figures for personal bonus. All of the above could indicate a conflict of interest. Everyone, we have to choose the conflict of interest. Everyone. Conflict of interest. What is the conflict of interest? Conflict of interest is actually a situation where you derive your personal benefit from your official capacity. If you are in some position of the power and your position actually giving you are just deriving some personal benefit from your official capacity or power, then that is considered as the conflict of interest. So which of the following could indicate a conflict of interest in this case? A manager grant the client favorable loan terms without proper documentation, conflict of interest. An employee secretly borrows money from a client, fails to report it, conflict of interest. Two employees collude to manipulate sales figure for personal bonus. Yes, it is all conflict of interest. So D is the correct answer. All are considered as conflict of interest where the person is deriving personal benefits from their official capacity. So D is the correct answer. Good. Done. Yes. Next question. We have to choose the correct answer. Okay. Now, a check dishonored after the bank set off customer balance against overdue loan. Payment refused because balance was under attachment from income tax department. Bank refused to honor the check although no stop payment, no death, no earmarking and clear balance available. Bank dishonored the check because the funds were uncleared credit, not realized yet. In which of the following is the correct one? In which the bank is liable, in which the bank is not liable? Everyone, please answer this question. The bank is liable, bank is not liable. Everyone, start answering this question. Everyone, start answering this question. Everyone, start answering this question. So the correct answer is what? Correct answer is what? Everyone. Kiran is saying A is the correct answer. Okay. So first of all, let's see. Check dishonored after the bank set off customer balance against the overdue loan. Bank not liable for any dishonor. Right. Payment refused because the balance was under attachment from income tax department because of the statutory priority. Okay, bank is not liable. Good. Bank refused to honor the check, although no stop payment, no death, no earmarking, clear balance available. Bank is liable for the dishonor. Okay, because the bank just wrongfully dishonored the check. Now, bank dishonored the check because the funds was unclear credits. Bank is not liable because the fund is not properly applicable. Obviously, A1, B2, C3, and D4. So the correct answer is B. Yes, B is the correct answer. Maximum of you are correct. B is the correct answer. Very good, you guys. Done? Done? Can we move to the next question, everyone? Yes or no? Can we move to the next question? Okay, next question. ABC Bank sanctioned an 8 lakh term loan to XYZ trader, a small enterprise eligible under the credit guarantee fund trust for micro and small medium enterprises. Micro and small enterprises. After 16 months of regular payment, the borrower default. The clause account classified as NPA on 15th March 2024 and a loan recall notice was issued in April. Okay. ABC initiative recovery proceeding in May but invoked the guarantee with CGT MSC only in September 2027. The claim was found complete and in order. Now, as per CGT MSc guideline, how will the trust likely to respond this claim? The trust will reject the claim as it was invoked beyond the permissible limit. The trust will pay 100% of the guaranteed amount immediately. The trust will pay 75% now and 25% after recovery is completed. The trust will consider the claim valid if recovery proceeding have not yet concluded. Now tell me the correct answer. Very good question. Now just read it out the question carefully and then answer. Ev- Everyone, read it out, question and then answer. So the correct answer is Anu, Krishna, Arun, Sneha, Junaid. Everyone, please answer this question. Benha, everyone, start answering this question, you guys. Give me 1 minute and just please answer this question. Give me 1 minute, everyone. Read out the question and then answer. Give me 1 minute. Okay, tell me the correct answer. Now, Sneha is saying A, Kiran is saying D, Junaid is saying C, and everyone else, please answer this question. Okay, first of all, if we talk about this particular question, very good question. Okay, first of all, let's talk about the lock in period and the period of limitation in the CGT MSc. So, the lock in period, the guarantee should be invoked within 3 years from the non performing asset date. Okay, so it is within 3 years you have to invoke the guarantee. If you are invoking the guarantee after 3 years, it means that you have just crossed the period of limitation, and in this you are not allowed to have anything from the CGT MSc, right? Now the bank, they have declared the 8 lakh rupees as a non-performing asset on 15th March 2024. So 15th March 2024. Now from March 2024, we have 3 year. The period is locking period is March 2027. Okay. We have to invoke the guarantee within 3 years. Okay. Within 3 years, we have to invoke the guarantee. Okay, but here in this case, the CGT MSC has invoked the guarantee in September 2027. Till March 2027, you have to invoke the guarantee, but you are invoking the guarantee in September 2027. Now, in this case, the trust will reject the claim as it is invoked beyond the permissible period of 3 years. So, the correct answer is A. Only Sneha is correct here. Okay, so A is the correct answer. Done. Yes or no, everyone? If you have any doubt, please ask. If you don't have any doubt, give me a thumbs up. Done. Simple question, easy question, but it is very important for all of you. Okay. Only it is regarding the period of limitation. Only it is regarding the period of limitation. Okay. So we have to calculate the 3 year time period, the claims under the CGT MSC, all the important points I have written here. Please go out three points. These are very, very important for your understanding. Okay. Now, next question. Which of the following is correctly matched? Endorsement in blank, transfer right to a specific purpose with attestation of previous endorsement. Endorsement in full, mere signature without naming any endorsee make the instrument period. Restrictive endorsement, endorsement that limits further negotiation paid to X only. Facultative endorsement, condition is attached, payment only if a certain event happen. We have to choose the correct option here. Correct option, very simple. Now we have to choose the correct option here, everyone. Correct option. Correct answer, everyone. Just please choose the correct answer. Okay. Sneha is saying C, Anu is saying B, Junaid is saying C. Endorsement in blank, transfer the right to a specific purpose with attestation of the previous endorsement. Endorsement in black, no. Okay, it is actually considered as endorsement in full. This is the definition of endorsement in full. Now, mere signature without naming any endorsee, this is called as endorsement in blank. Restrictive endorsement, yes, it further limits the negotiation, true. Facultative endorsement, it is also true. Only third and fourth means C and D are correct. C is the correct answer. Yes. Very good, you guys. C is the correct answer. Done. Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt, guys? No doubt? Okay. Next question. See this next question, everyone. Okay. Neo FinTech, a digital platform, help the customer get small loans instantly through a mobile app. It uses AI algorithms to evaluate the credit worthiness and connect borrower to the various lending institution. Neo FinTech does not use its own fund to lend and does not carry any loan on its balance sheet. Instead, once a loan is approved, it is passed on to a partner, NBFC or bank, which disperses the amount and bear the credit risk. Meanwhile, there is a safe bank. Okay. Now, Safe Bank, it is a traditional lender, offers personal loan via its mobile app using its own capital and maintain those loan in its own balance sheet. Based on the following, which of the following classification is more accurate? Facultative endorsement. In simple endorsement, what is the scenario? See, if I have endorsed anything on you, it means that if the default happens, I am responsible for making you the payment. But facultative endorsement means that if I have endorsed anything on you, it means that I excluded myself from any liability. It means that if default happens, now I am not responsible for making any payment. That is called as facultative endorsement. Okay. Done. Now tell me the correct answer. Very simple question. Very simple question. We have to choose the correct answer here, everyone. Please answer this question, everyone. Okay. Now let's talk about the correct answer. Now you are all saying C is the correct answer. So yes, obviously, new fintechs, new fintech, they are just acting as a aggregate or the marketplace lender, perfectly correct. Whereas Safe Bank, this is the balance sheet lender. Yes, C is the correct answer. Very good, you guys. Done. Done, everyone. Good. Next question. Now, this is regarding the digital lending ecosystem. I have given you the full screenshot so that if you want to revise, you can just easily revise the complete terms. Okay. Okay. Done. Next question. In the context of cybersecurity, which of the following scenarios best exemplifies the role of threat actor in a cyberspace? A hacker breaking into a corporate network to steal sensitive data for personal gain, an IT administrator implementing security measure to protect against potential breach. Third, a company conducting a routine software update to patch known vulnerability, a user clicking on phishing link without realizing the potential risk involved. Cyber actor in a cyberspace. Everyone, very easy question. Very easy question. Everyone, everyone, please answer this question, guys. So the correct answer is what? Which of the following best exemplifies the role of threat actor in a cyberspace? A role of threat actor in a cyberspace. Everyone. Kiran is saying A, and everyone else, please answer this question. Everyone else, start answering this question. Okay, so yes, see, threat actor means anyone who which can harm to your assets, which can provide harm. It can be any your corporate employee, your competitor, your present or former employee. Okay, so there is a hacker breaking into a corporate network to steal a sensitive data for personal gain. That is obviously a threat actor. Okay, so threat actor is A. Okay, rest of the all are not the threat actor. Clear? Next question. Which of the following statement is true about the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana? The scheme provides for a life insurance cover of rupees 30,000 of the account holder with a rupee debit card. The scheme provides for an accidental insurance cover of rupees 1 lakh to account opened after 28 2018 available with a rupee card. We have to choose the correct answer. Ma'am, your screen is freezing. Let me check. Okay, just a second, huh? Give me 1 minute. Just a second, you guys. Hmm. I don't know. I think it is freezing. So I just switch off the camera. Now everyone, everything is clear. I just switched off the camera. Okay, the camera. There was some issue in the camera. So now everything is clear. Yes or no? Tell me. Now everything is clear. Okay, so I just switched off the camera. Okay. Okay, so if we talk about the correct answer for this question, okay, so there is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana account. So it covered the life insurance cover of rupees 30,000 of the account holder with RuPay debit card. So yes, that is correct. Now this scheme provides an accidental insurance cover of rupees 1 lakh to the account opened after 28/8. No, 1 lakh for normal means the account which is opened before this date, and if the account is opened after this a date, this is actually 2 lakhs. So if we talk about the correct answer, only one is the correct statement, means A is the correct answer. Done? Clear? Okay, next question. See, choose the correct statement. TREDS is an electronic platform for facilitating the financing discounting of trade receivable of micro and small enterprises through multiple financer. These receivable may be due from corporates and other buyer, including government departments and public sector undertaking. Sellers, buyers, and financiers are the participants on the trade platform, and only micro and small enterprises can participate as a seller. Everyone, please answer this question. So, the correct answer is what? Everyone, start answering this question. Trades. So, the correct answer is what? Everyone, start answering this question. All of the above statements are correct. Read out the question carefully and then you need to answer. We have to choose the correct statement here. We have to choose the correct statement here. Sorry, we have to choose the incorrect statement, guys. Just choose the incorrect statement here. A little correction in this. You have to choose the incorrect statement here. Everyone, incorrect. Just a second. Okay, now everything is clear, guys. Okay, now tell me the correct answer, everyone. So, REDS is an electronic platform. We have to choose the incorrect statement here. Incorrect, incorrect. C, C, D. REDS is an electronic platform for facilitating financing discounting. Everything is correct here, but here only micro and small enterprises is written. Actually, TREDS is a platform which is covering all micro, small, and medium enterprises. Okay, that's why first is wrong. Sellers, buyer, financiers, these are the participant. Only micro and small enterprises can participate in seller. Micro, small, and medium enterprises, they can all participate as a seller. Okay, MSME. We have to choose the incorrect statement. First and third means A is the correct answer. We have to choose the incorrect statement. A is the incorrect statement. First and third. Okay, done, you guys? Yes or no? Done. Next question. See. Now, Michelle issue a check to his contractor Lisa for renovation work on his home. Okay, let's just a second. Give me 1 minute. Okay, now it's easy to read everyone. Okay, now the question is, Michelle issue a check to his contractor Lisa for renovation work on his home. Lisa endorsed this check to her friend Tom, who present it at his bank for deposit. However, the check was post dated and the date on the check is 2 weeks in the future. Despite this, Tom banks process the check and pay out the amount immediately. Now here, see this. Later, Michelle realized that he has intended to stop payment on that check due to dissatisfaction with the work done. When he informed the bank, they will tell him that they cannot reverse the payment because the Tom's bank claimed that they acted in good faith. Now, which of the following statement is true regarding the payment in due course? Very simple question. Tom's bank is fully protected because it processed the check regardless of the post dated. The Tom banks is not protected because the check was post dated, meaning the payment was not paid in due course. Michelle Bank is liable to Tom Banks because it failed to communicate the stop payment effectively. Lisa can claim compensation from Tom for the amount since she was the original payee for the check was not honored correctly. Very simple question. You have to just choose the correct statement. Very simple question. Very easy question. Just need to answer this question. Everyone, you guys, please start answering this question. So the correct answer is what? Obviously, the check was post dated. In all this case study, there are something just to pick it out. In all the things, the check is the post dated check, and when the post dated check is paid out, okay, before the date, obviously that is the fault of the bank. So obviously Tom Banks is not protected because the check was post dated and the payment was not made in due course. So yes, B is the correct answer. Very good, you guys. Next question. Your branch maintain a saving bank account of Mr. Mohit, an illiterate person who want to go abroad for some time. He want to authorize his wife to operate the account. Which of the following will be the most convenient and easy way to achieve this objective? Power of attorney duly registered with the registrar of assurance, adding the name of the wife to the account and making the operations either or survivor, authorizing the bank through a simple letter called mandate, making his wife the nominee, or any of the above. You have to choose the correct answer, everyone. Simple, easy question. We have to choose the correct answer here. Everyone, start answering this question, you guys. Everyone, please answer this question. So, the correct answer is what? It's simple, it's easy. Yes. So you can authorize the bank through a simple letter. It is called as mandate. Mandate is actually an unstamped agreement. Remember, so these type of thing, it can be done through the unstamped agreement. Why not the power of attorney? Because power of attorney is a authorized or stamped agreement. So obviously, C is the correct answer. Next question. ABC Bank was riding high on profits and believed all systems were functioning smoothly. However, an internal whistleblower alerted senior management about unethical dealings involve fake loan approval. Simultaneously, a major corporate borrower default triggering financial instability. In the day that followed, the CEO communicated the transparently with the stakeholder and an investigation was launched. The board was even considered replacing some senior leaders to restore the public trust. Which of the following statement best map the scenario to relevant crisis management state? The bank skipped the crisis prevention stage, faced a crisis situation, and is now in the post crisis stage. The whistleblower report was the part of the post crisis stage, followed by a crisis situation. ABC Bank effectively identified and prevented the crisis in the prevention stage. The CEO's communication indicate that the organizational is still the pre-crisis stage. We need to answer this question, everyone. Very simple, yes. Before even I have completed the question, all of you have answered this question. Yes, we have the three stages. Okay, so first stage is the pre-crisis stage. Okay, in this we should have a proper whistleblower policy. Then we have the crisis situation, means when the event trigger, and finally there is a post-crisis stage. Then we have to take the corrective measure to recover from the losses of that post-crisis stage. Okay, intellectual property rights allow the creator or innovator to use the IP for his own benefit and allows the government only to use, prohibit any third party use of such work. Anyone else only for non prohibited use dilutes the credibility and confidence in the business space. We need to answer this question. Easy question. Everyone, please answer this question. Simple, easy question. You can all answer this question. So the correct answer is what? Everyone. Okay. Very simple question now. This is intellectual property right. It prohibits any third party use of such work. So B is the correct answer. Next question. Emily entrusts her rare collection of book to her friend Jake for safekeeping while she travels. Okay. Now this is actually the bailment contract. If you just read out the first line, just to notice that it is a bailment contract. Now, Jake, while storing that book, decided to lend them to his sister without telling Emily. Unfortunately, some books are damaged while in his sister's possession. Some of which of the following statement is true regarding Jake liability in this bailment situation? Jake is not liable for any damage because he was acting in good faith. Emily can only claim damage from the Jake if she proved that he intentionally allowed the book to be damaged. Jake is liable for the damage since he exceeded the authority of the bailment by lending the books to someone else. Since the book were damaged while with his sister, Emily cannot hold Jake responsible under any circumstances. Very simple question. Very simple question. Read out the question, and everyone kindly please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Whoever are watching this session, kindly please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Okay. At 8 p.m., we will take a break of 5 minutes and then we will continue the rest of the questions. Okay. So the correct answer for this question is what? Yes. Jake is liable for the damage because since he exceeded the authority of the bailment by lending the books to someone else, obviously C is the correct answer. Very good, you guys. Good. Next question. Which of the following statement regarding the global financial crisis of 2007 and 8 are incorrect? The crisis was purely a result of external economic shock and not related to a financial sector's internal practice. Mortgage prioritize responsible lending practice over loan volume. Credit rating agencies maintain strict impartiality in rating mortgage-backed security. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac followed conservative lending policies with prudent risk control throughout the period. Incorrect statement we have to choose. Everyone. Global financial crisis of 2007 and 8, we have to choose the incorrect statement here. We have to choose the incorrect statement here. Everyone, please answer this question. We have to choose the incorrect statement here. Everyone start answering the question. So the correct answer for this question is what? Okay. So Benhar is saying D, Krishna is saying D, Kiran is also saying D. Yes. So if we talk about the correct answer, obviously the crisis was purely the result of economic shock, obviously not. Mortgage broker prioritize a responsible lending practice over loan volume. No, irresponsible lending was done. Credit rating agencies maintain strict impartiality in rating mortgage-backed security. No. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac followed conservative lending policies, not at all. So, if we talk about the correct answer, all the statements are incorrect. Good. Next, which of the following describe the money lending process? PYP. It was a PYP, everyone. Money lending process, placement, layering, integration, everyone. Very simple question. It's actually PYP. Previous year paper question. Everyone start answering this question. Guys, everyone start answering this question. Yes, it is placement, it is layering and integration. Good. Next. Correct, or we have to choose the correct statement regarding the credit policies to micro, small, and medium enterprises. Okay. Credit to MSME is a part of priority sector lending with a sub-target of 10% of ANBC or COBE, whichever is higher. Commercial bank are the important channels and they provide the term loan only. NABARD is the principal development financial institution for the promotion, financing and development of MSME sector. Everyone start answering this question. Simple and easy question. You have to just answer this question. Very simple, guys. Please answer this question. Everyone start answering this question. Okay, Junaid is saying D, Anu is saying C, Benhad is saying D, Kiran is saying D. Everyone else, please answer this question. Okay. So, credit to micro, small, and medium enterprises is a part of priority sector lending with a sub target of 10% of ANBC or COB, whichever is higher. No, it is actually 7.5% of ANBC or COB, whichever is higher. Commercial bank are important channels and they provide term loan only? No, they provide term loan as well as working capital loan. Both loans are provided. Okay. NABARD is the principal development financial institution. No, it is SIDBI, Small Industrial Development Bank of India, which is the principal development financial institution. None of the above is the correct answer. Good. Next question. Under the third method of lending suggested by the Tandon Committee, which of the following statement is correct? Long-term funds must cover the entire core current asset and at least 25% of the remaining current asset. Bank finance will be available for all the current asset after detecting current liabilities. The method provide working capital support mainly for temporary fluctuations in current assets level. Please tell me the correct answer, everyone. Please tell me the correct answer. Easy, very easy question. Third method of lending. So we have MPPS. First method of lending, I have framed the numerical question. Second method of lending, the one word question statement question I have already given to you. And this is the third method of lending. Now choose the correct answer here, everyone. Please answer this question. So the correct answer is what? So the correct answer is what? Please answer this question. This is actually what? This is actually under the third method of lending. Everyone, please answer this question. Under the third method of lending, please answer this question, guys. So the correct answer is what, everyone? Okay. No one is answering, right? First of all, under the third method of lending, 100% of the core current asset plus at least 25% of the remaining current asset, it should be the borrower's contribution. Okay. So, yes, first is the correct one. Bank finance will be available for all the current asset after deducting the current liability. No, it is not for all the current asset, it is for the remaining current asset because 25% is contributed by the borrower. Remaining, the bank has to provide the finance. So second is correct. Incorrect. Now third, this method provides working capital support mainly for the temporary fluctuations. Yes, that is perfectly correct. So if we talk about the correct answer, first and third are the correct answer. Clear, everyone? Done. Okay, done. So everyone, before proceeding to the next question, let's take a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we will continue the class. Okay? Done, you guys? Let's take a 5-minute break and then we will continue the class. Okay, everyone? Done? Okay. Okay, everyone. So, am I audible to everyone, you guys? Everything is clear? Am I audible to everyone? Okay, done. Now, let's start discussing the next question. Okay, so what is the next question? Sorry. Next question. Most bank now assess the working capital need of a borrower having fund-based limit in excess of rupees 10 crore using which of the following method? Turnover, operating cycle, cash budget, or projected balance sheet method? Everyone now start answering this question. One word, easy question. Most bank now access the working capital need of a borrower having fund based limit in excess of rupees 10 crore using which of the following method? Now tell me the correct answer, everyone. So the correct answer for this question is what, everyone? So Junaid is saying D, projected balance sheet method, and everyone else kindly answer this question. So the correct answer for this question is what? Junaid is saying D. Double X, Kiran, Benhar, and everyone start answering this question. If you have the large borrower, see, for large borrower means 10 crores and above, bank always use the cash budget system. Remember this. For the big borrowers, large borrower, and who are the large borrower? 10 crores and above. For them, 10 crores and above, cash budget systems are used. And for other smaller limits, turnover or operating cycle methods are the best method. So these are for the smaller limits. And this is actually 10 crores and above, cash budget system is the correct answer. Okay. Important question. Okay. Next question. Now consider the following statement regarding the vehicle loan sanctioned by the bank. For vehicle loan up to rupees 10 lakh, the maximum permissible loan to value ratio is 80% of the on-road price. For the loan over and above 10 lakh, the bank can finance up to 85% of the on-road price of the car. The maximum permissible tenure for the vehicle loan is 84 months. Individual above 65 years are not eligible for availing the vehicle loan. You have to choose the correct statement here. Everyone, please answer this question. Simple and easy. Everyone kindly please like and share the video. Whoever are watching this session, kindly please like and share the video. We have to choose the correct answer here. Everyone, choose the correct answer here. So Dharani is saying D is the correct answer, third and fourth. Kiran is saying B is the correct answer. Okay, B and D, they are the same option. Sorry, everyone. B and D are the same option. So I am just changing one. Okay. So, okay, now tell me. Okay, now tell me. B and D actually was the same option. I didn't realize. Okay, tell me the correct answer. Okay, everyone. It's very easy. It's very simple. Regarding the vehicle loan, you have to answer the question. It is regarding the vehicle loan, you need to answer the question, everyone. Okay. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes. First of all, for loan up to 10 lakh, the maximum permissible loan to value ratio is not 80%, it is 85%. Wrong. For the loan over and above 10 lakh, bank can finance 85%, no, 80% of the on-road prices. This is also wrong. The maximum permissible tenure for the vehicle loan is 84 months. 65 years above, they are not eligible for availing the vehicle loan, correct. So third and fourth are correct. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes, third and fourth are the correct. D is the correct statement. Very good. Okay. Next question. Bank may grant the loan to individual for subscribing the initial public offerings. The maximum permissible limit for such loan and advances from banking system against the security of shares, convertible bonds, or units of equity oriented mutual fund is, the maximum loan limit is what, everyone? The maximum loan limit is what? Everyone, please answer this question. The maximum loan limit is what? Bank may grant loans to the individual for subscribing to the initial public offering. Okay, the maximum permissible limit for such loan and advances from the banking system against the securities of the shares, convertible bonds, unit of the equity oriented mutual fund is what? Everyone, please answer. So, if we talk about the correct answer, the maximum loan limit is what? Okay. So Krishna is saying C. So the correct answer is actually 10 lakh. The maximum limit is B. So the correct answer is B, 10 lakh. Okay. It is the maximum loan limit, 10 lakh. Not C. Yes, Benher, correct. B is the correct one. Okay, next question. Consider the following statement regarding the right to set off available to the bank. Right to set off. A customer become insolvent and the bank hold his deposit, both his deposit and loan account. A company goes involuntary winding up. A customer assign his credit balance to the third party and the bank receive notice of such assignment. A customer issues a check and a garnishee order NISI is received by the bank thereafter. In which of the following situation automatically give rise to the bank right to set off? Automatic right to set off. Everyone. Automatic right to set off. In which of the following condition the automatic right to set off can take place? Everyone, please answer this question. Automatic right to set off. Everyone, start answering the question, guys. Kiran is saying A. And everyone else, please answer this question. Kiran is saying A is the correct answer, and everyone else start answering this question. So the correct answer is what? Automatic right to set off. Everyone. Krishna is saying B. Automatic right to set off. In the case of insolvency, yes, it is allowed. In the case the company goes voluntary winding up, yes, automatic right to set off is allowed. A customer assigns its credit balance to the third party. Okay, yes, in this case also the automatic right to set off is allowed. If you receive the notice of assignment of the credit balance, okay, then in this case, yes, right to set off is allowed. A customer issues a check and a garnishee order is received, yes, automatic right to set off is allowed for the banker. So if we talk about the correct answer in all the four situation, automatic right to set off is the correct answer. Yes, in all the above situation, yes, automatic right to set off is allowed to the banker. Clear, everyone? Kindly please like and share the video, everyone. Good. Next question. Which of the following statement classification of the loan account is considered as NPA as per Reserve Bank of India guideline? A working capital account becomes NPA if irregular drawings continue for more than 60 days, even if the unit is functioning well. An account where credit limit are not renewed within 180 days from the due date will be treated as NPA. Loan should be classified as NPA merely due to the non-submission of the latest stock statement. If interest arrears are cleared but principal remain unpaid, the account can still be upgraded to the standard. So we have to choose the correct guidelines of non-performing asset. Correct guidelines of non-performing asset. Everyone start answering this question. So the correct answer is what? Which of the following is the correct guideline for the non-performing asset? Please answer this question, guys. Everyone. Benhar, Krishna, Dharani, everyone's Kiran, Junaid. So the correct answer for this is was a working capital account become a non-performing asset if the irregular drawing continues for more than 60 days. No, it is for more than 90 days, obviously. Now, an account where credit limit are not renewed within 180 days from the due date will be treated as NPA. Yes, B is the correct one. Loan should be classified as NPA merely due to the non-submission of the latest stock statement. This is the temporary deficiencies. And in the case of temporary deficiencies, no account can be listed as a non-performing asset. If the interest area are cleared but the principal remain unpaid, the account can still be upgraded to standard. No, no. If both principal and interest area must be cleared, then it is considered to be upgraded in the standard, not only with one. So obviously, if we talk about the correct answer, P is the correct answer. Good. Next question. Consider the following statement regarding the provisioning on the least uh, asset classified as doubtful asset. Important. Least asset. If the least asset is classified as the doubtful asset, we have to consider the following provisioning norms. Only 50% of the provision is required for the portion of finance not secured by the realizable value of the least asset. For the secured portion, bank must provide a provision of 10% up to 1 year, 20% up to 3 years, and 50% beyond 3 years. Which of the following statement is correct here? Everyone, choose the correct statement here. We have to choose the correct statement here. Everyone, start answering this question. And everyone, kindly please like and share the video to the maximum you can. So the correct answer for this is very easy question. We have to choose the correct answer here. Everyone, please, we have to choose the correct answer here. Okay? Okay. Now the answer is coming like B is the correct one. For secured portion, the max must provide the provision of 10% up to 1 year. If you all remember, up to 1 year it is 25%. Between 1 to 3 year, 40%. And more than 3 years, it is 100%. It is 25% here. 40%. And beyond 3 years is up to 100%. It is wrong. Now, second, only 50% provisioning for the ocean which is not secured by the realizable value of the leased asset. So unsecured portion, if it is talking about the unsecured portion, 100% of the provisioning is done for the unsecured portion, obviously. So if we talk about the correct answer, both the statements are incorrect. Both the statements are incorrect, guys. If we talk about the correct answer, both the statements are incorrect. Clear? Done? Everyone, can we move to the next question? Yes. Next question. Under the priority sector lending loan, to which of the following are classified as the lending to the weaker section? Again, according to March 2025, everyone, again, I am saying, according to the March 2025 updated value, you have to answer this question. According to the March updated value, you have to answer this question. Everyone, start answering this question. Priority sector lending norm. Loan to which of the following are considered as the lending to the priority sector lending? Yes, it is up to 2 lakh. Women beneficiary up to 2 lakh per borrower. Previous one up to 1 lakh per borrower. It is current. Okay. Important. Okay, everyone. Good. Next question. Consider the following statement regarding the asset reconstruction companies ARC. An ARC must obtain a certificate of registration from RBI and a minimum net owned fund of rupees 50 crore on an ongoing basis. An asset reconstruction company can raise funds from acquiring the financial asset through the issue of security receipts under the scheme formulated by them. Which of the following statement is or are correct here? Asset reconstruction company. We have to choose the correct statement. Now we have to choose the correct statement. Asset reconstruction company, guys. Choose the correct statement regarding the asset reconstruction company. Very important, okay? So Arun is saying B, Krishna is saying B, Junaid is also saying B. Okay, so what is wrong in the first statement? Now tell me, what is wrong in the first statement then? What is wrong in the first statement then? Everyone, just tell me the correct answer. What is wrong in the first statement then? Okay, first is wrong. Now, an asset reconstruction company must obtain a certificate of registration from RBI and maintain a net owned fund of rupees 50 crore on an ongoing basis. Obviously, if we talk about the correct answer, it is not the 50 crore. It is you have to maintain, an asset reconstruction company has to maintain the net owned fund of rupees 100 crore on an ongoing basis. So if we talk about the first statement, yes, it is wrong. Now the second statement says that it can raise the fund from acquiring the financial asset through the issue of the security receipts. Yes, that is correct. So only the second statement is correct. First is wrong. Good, everyone. Yes, good, you guys, everyone. Yes, good. Done. Okay. Next question is what? With reference to the contract of indemnity and guarantee, consider the following statement. Okay. In a contract of indemnity, there are three distinct contracts, one between the debtor and creditor, and one between the creditor and indemnifier, and one between the indemnifier and debtor. Okay. In contract of guarantee, the surety liability arises only when the principal debtor defaults in the payment of the performance. In both indemnity and guarantee, the liability of the promisor is primary and independent. The contract of indemnity cannot be implied, it always must be expressed. Which of the following is the correct statement, everyone? Now tell me the correct answer. Yeah. Everyone, Arun, Junaid, Benha, Kiran, and everyone start answering this question. Contract of indemnity and the guarantee, we have to choose the correct statement here. It's very easy. You can all answer this question. It's very easy. It's very simple. You have to answer this question. It's very easy, very simple. We have to choose the correct statement. B. Okay. In contract of guarantee, indemnity, there are three distinct contract. No. In contract of indemnity, there is only one contract between the indemnifier and indemnified, whereas in contract of guarantee, we have three. One between the debtor and creditor, one between the creditor and the surety, and one between the surety and the debtor. That is the case of contract of guarantee. Okay. Now, in contract of guarantee, the surety's liability arises only when the principal debtor default. Yes, that is perfectly correct statement. In both indemnity and guarantee, the liability of the promisor is primary and independent. No, not at all. In indemnity, the indemnifier's liability is primary. Whereas in guarantees, the surety liability is secondary. In guarantee, the liability of the surety is secondary, not primary. In indemnifier's liability, it is primary, right? So it is wrong. The contract of indemnity cannot be implied. No, it can be expressed, it can be implied. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes, second only is the correct answer. Good, everyone. Okay. Next question. Consider the following statement regarding the bill facilities offered by the bank. In purchase bill, the bank negotiate the demand bill and become the holder in due course. In bill discounting, the bank pays the face value of the bill without any deduction. In advance against bill of exchange, the bank lends against bill in the process of collection after keeping a particular margin. Which of the following statement is correct? Now you have to choose the correct statement. Look out the question very carefully and then it you need to answer. Okay, everyone, then you need to answer. Very simple question, just you need some understanding and then you have to answer this question. You can all answer this question, you guys. Everyone start answering this question. Okay. So the correct answer is what? Everyone kindly please like and share the video. Whoever are watching this session, please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Every one of you. Please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Everyone. Okay. Right. Now, in bill purchase, the bank negotiate the demand bill and become the holder in due course. Perfectly correct statement. In bill discounting, the bank pays the face value of the bill without deduction, without any deduction. No. In bill discounting, the bank always deduct the discount. Okay. So that is wrong. In advance against the bill for collection, the bank lend against bill in the process of collection after keeping a margin. Correct. So if we talk about the correct answer, first and third is correct and second is wrong. Yes, C is the correct answer. Good, everyone. Now let me give you the difference between bill purchase and bill discounting. Very important for all of you. Always remember, bill purchased is actually for the demand bill. Bill purchase is actually for what? It is for the demand bill. Whereas bill discount was for the usance bill. Usance bill means which have any future date. Demand bill which don't have any maturity. Whenever the seller demands, you need to have give the payment, right? So bank always purchase the demand bill, bank always discount the usance bill. Very important. Okay, now this is the main thing which you need to learn between the bill purchase and bill discount. Okay, advance against the bill of exchange, it is like receiving the collateral. The bill of exchange is used as a collateral for giving you the loan in advances. Okay, done. Good. Next question is what? Bank operates 3,500 ATMs across the country. In the month of March, 120 of ATMs remained out of cash for more than 10 hours due to the delay in cash replenishment. Additionally, Bank X is also a sponsor of 200 white label ATM operated by Company Y. Out of this, 15 ATM remained out of cash for more than 10 hours. We have to calculate the penalty and who will bear the penalty. Calculate the penalty and who will bear the penalty. Everyone. Calculate and who will bear the penalty. Just tell me the correct answer. First of all, you have to calculate and tell who have to bear this penalty. Everyone, please answer this question. Okay. Yes, first of all, there is 3,500 ATM out of which 120 ATM remains out of cash. So it is for like 10,000 per ATM to 1,20,000. Okay. Then 215 remains out of cash. 15 means okay, 15,000. So total liability is 1,35,000 and it will be charged on Bank X. Later, Bank X can recover it from the company Y. It is up to the Bank X. But complete penalty, the RBI will be imposing on the Bank X. For the white label ATM also, the one bank who is responsible for the replenishment of the money, that bank is liable for the penalty. Later, it can just recover it from the companies or the vendors. Okay, so if we talk about the correct answer, C is the correct answer. Good, everyone. Next question. Now, this is written. Okay, consider the following scenarios related to the farm mechanization and financing. Okay, determine which statement correctly reflects the viability and financing condition mentioned. Rajesh owned a small of farm of 3 acres that is not perennially irrigated. He decided to purchase a tractor to enhance his productivity. Sita has 6 acres of perennially irrigated land and plans to use a combination of tractor and a power tiller. He approaches the bank for financing and is interested in both new and second-hand equipment. Whereas Anil, they have been using bank finance combined harvester for 2 years. He want to apply for a loan to repair the machinery and purchase a sprayer. Which of the following statement is true? Because 15 ATMs are out of cash. 15 remained out of cash for more than 10 hours. That's why 15,000. Okay. Okay, 1,50,000. Sorry. 15 is out of cash. It is 1,50,000. Sorry, guys. अरे बताना था ना आपको. Something is wrong. देखो मैं यहाँ पर ना खुद ही कंफ्यूज हो गई. 1,000. ओके, नो नो नो, एक्चुअली आप अगर We have to just check out the correct answer. 120 into 10,000. You guys, 120 into 10,000 is what? 120 in 10,000, 120. फिर we have 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 12 lakh. Okay. And 15 means it is 1,50,000. Okay. So the correct answer is right. 13 lakh 50,000. Okay. 13 lakh 50,000. 13 lakh 50,000 is the total penalty, and bank X can cover it from Y. Okay. So options are wrong. Okay. 13 lakh 50,000. Okay. 12 lakh for 120 ATMs out of cash, and for 15 ATM out of cash 10,000, it is 1 lakh 15,000 50,000. So the correct is 13 lakh 50,000. Okay. Done. Yes. Next question. Good. Good, Krishna. Good. Okay. Now, tell me the correct answer here. We have to choose the correct statement regarding the farm mechanization. We have to choose the correct statement regarding the farm mechanization, everyone. Farm mechanization, we have to choose the correct statement regarding the farm mechanization. Okay. So first statement, Rajesh own a small farm of 3 acres that is not perennially irrigated. She decided to purchase a tractor to enhance its productivity. So if you all remember the farm mechanization, farmer should have a minimum 5 acre of land that should be perennially irrigated for the viable use of tractor. So for A, Rajesh can viably use a tractor in his 3 acre farm. Not at all, because you should have a minimum 5 acre of land that should be perennially irrigated. Okay. Now second, Sita has 6 acre of perennially irrigated land and want to have a combination of tractor and power tiller. Okay. So Sita can receive financing for both. Yes, that is correct statement. Now Anil want to upgrade or want a loan under farm mechanization for repair of the machinery. Anil can apply for financing for repair, but for not for additional equipments for. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes, B is the correct answer. Good, everyone. Yes, good is yes, B is the correct answer. Done, everyone. Any doubt in this question? No. Next question. A patent provides patent owner with a protection for limited period, unlimited period, 4 year only, or none. Everyone, easy. So tell me the correct answer. It's easy. Tell me the correct answer. Everyone, please answer this question. Hmm. Yes, it is. No, Benhar. Patent provide the protection for a limited period of time, approximately for 20 years. Okay, is the correct answer. Yes, it is approximately for 20 years. Okay, next. Consider the following statement regarding the bailment as per Indian Contract Act 1872. Bailment involves transfer of ownership of goods from the bailer to the bailee for a specific purpose. The bailee must return the goods as dispose of them as per the direction of the bailer once the purpose is accomplished. Pledge of a jewelry is an example of bailment. We have to choose the correct statement here, everyone. Simple question, we have to choose the correct statement, everyone. We have to choose the correct statement here, everyone. Please answer this question. Everyone, kindly please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Whoever are watching this session, please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Everyone, start answering. Okay. So first, bailment involves transfer of ownership of the goods From bailer to bailee, transfer of ownership. What? Bailment doesn't involve transfer of ownership, it only involves the transfer of possession. You are just transferring the possession, not the ownership, please. Okay? The bailee must return the good or dispose of them as per the direction of the bailer, correct? Pledge of a jewelry, yes, it is a special kind of bailment. So if we talk about the correct answer, second and third is the correct statement, first is wrong. Second and third are correct statement, first is wrong, everyone. Okay? Done? Clear? Now, next question. Choose the correct statement here. Okay. Jurisdiction of District Consumer Dispute Readdressal Commission shall entertain the complaint of value doesn't exceeding 60 lakh. State Consumer Dispute Readdressal Commission value exceeding 60 lakh but not exceeding 5 crore. Jurisdiction of National Consumer Dispute Readdressal Commission value doesn't exceed 20 crore. Which of the following statement is correct or none of the above? Everyone, please answer this question. So it is an important question, everyone. In one question, I have framed the complete information about the values. In one question, I have just framed the complete information about the values. Please answer this question, everyone. So the correct answer is what? Kiran, Junaid, Krishna, Benhar, and everyone start answering the question. So the correct answer for this question is, it's simple. District Consumer Dispute Readdressal Commission. They should not exceeding 60 lakh. No, it should not exceeding 50 lakh. 50 lakh for the District Consumer Readdressal Commission. State Consumer Dispute Readdressal Commission doesn't be exceeding 60 lakh, but sorry, exceeding 60 lakh, but doesn't exceeding 5 crore. It is doesn't exceeding 50 lakh, 50 lakh, exceed 50 lakh, but doesn't exceed 2 crore. Okay. Now, third, national, the value of the goods and services doesn't exceed 10 crore. Okay. So these are the values which are very important. So if we talk about the correct answer, none of the above is the correct statement. This is the very important question about the Consumer Dispute Readdressal Commission. Okay. All the values are important. Maybe the question can be asked in your examination. Okay. Done. Next question. In the context of the check truncation, which of the following statement is accurate? The electronic image of the check completely replaced the physical check from the point of the truncation. The truncation can occur at any time, not just during the clearing cycle. After a check is being truncated, the physical check is kept with the account holder for their record. The inclusion of the digital signature for the truncating system on the electronic image is mandatory. We have to choose the correct statement here. Now, please answer this question. Choose out the correct statement, answer it. Everyone, in the context of check truncation, which of the following statement is correct? Everyone, choose out the correct statement here. You have to answer the correct statement. Everyone start answering the question, guys. In the context of check truncation, which of the following statement is accurate? The electronic image of the check completely replaced the physical check from the point of truncation onward. True. Truncation can occur anytime. No. After the check is truncated, the physical check remain with the clearing house, not with the account holder. Inclusion of digital signature is not mandatory, it is optional. Inclusion is optional. If we talk about the correct statement, yes, only the statement one is accurate or correct. Done? Clear? Good. Next question. Mr. Khanna appoint Mr. Verma as his agent to manage a property sale. Without Mr. Khanna's knowledge, Mr. Verma appoint Mr. Raghav as a sub-agent to handle negotiation. Raghav, while acting in his capacity, intentionally misrepresent the property features to the buyer, causing a financial loss to Mr. Khanna. Okay. Who is liable to Mr. Khanna for the misrepresentation of the sub-agent Raghav? Okay, only Mr. Raghav, the sub-agent, only Mr. Verma, the original agent, Mr. Verma and Mr. Raghav, none as sub-agent are not liable to the principal. Please answer this question. Now tell me the correct answer. Everyone, please answer this question. So who is liable here? So you are all saying B. Again, read out the question. Again, read out the question. Again, read out the question and then answer. Just read out the question again. Right. So here, see, sub-agent doesn't directly liable to the principal, but in this case, see, without the consent of Mr. Khanna, Ms. Verma appointed a agent, sub-agent to handle the negotiation. So first of all, Mr. Verma is liable to Mr. Khanna. Why? Because without his information, you have delegated the authority to the sub-agent. That is completely wrong. Now Raghav misrepresented and then it result to the financial loss. So in this case, yes, Mr. Raghav is liable to Mr. Khanna also. So if we talk about the correct answer, both are liable. Both are liable. Why both are liable? First, sub agent generally doesn't have the direct liability, but in case of fraud, the sub agent has the direct liability to the principal. Okay, in case of fraud, in this feature, two things are there. First of all, without the information, Mr. Verma has appointed a sub agent. That is wrong, and that's why Mr. Verma is accountable to Mr. Khanna. And second, it is the case of fraud, and in case of fraud, a sub agent is directly liable to the principal. So in this case, C, both are liable to the principal. Clear? Done. Very important. Read out this no delegation thing. All the important point is written. I have just given the screenshot so that you can just revise the concept before going to the exam. Okay, you can just revise the concept. Everyone done? Can we move to the next question? Good. Okay, now next question is what? RBI's Committee on Mechanization in the Banking Industry on Computerization was headed by which committee? Now tell me the correct answer. It is headed by which committee? Everyone. It is headed by which committee? Which committee is responsible for the banking computerization? It is Rangarajan committee which is responsible for the banking computerization. So B is the correct answer. Yes, it is Rangarajan committee which is responsible for the banking computerization. Okay, next question. Rajesh grant a power of attorney to his friend Priya. The document states that the Priya is authorized to handle all Rajesh financial transaction, manage his investment, even make the decision regarding to the sale of property. However, the power of attorney specially notes that Priya can only act on Rajesh behalf for the sale of his car. Based on the scenario, which of the following statement is true? The power of attorney is a general power of attorney because it covers all the financial transaction. The power of attorney is a specific limited to the sale of the car. The power of attorney is invalid because it cannot be both general and specific. The power of attorney is a general power of attorney limited to the specific transaction. Everyone, please answer. So K is saying B is the correct answer, and everyone else answer this question. Kindly please like and share the video to the maximum you can, everyone. Whoever are watching this session, please like and share the video to the maximum you can, everyone. Huh. Okay, either A or B. Read out the question carefully and then answer. Just read out the question carefully. If you are reading out the question carefully, you can all answer this question. It's so simple, it's so easy. If you just read out the question carefully, you can all answer this question. Rajesh grant a power of attorney to his friend Priya. The documents state that the Priya is authorized to handle all transactions. So in this first point, there is a general power of attorney which is sanctioned. Now in the same second point, there is a specific power of attorney which is appointed. In the first, it is general also. In the second, it is specific. The power of attorney become invalid because it cannot be both general and specific. It can be either general or specific. It cannot be both general or specific. Okay, so C is the correct answer. No one is correct here, although this is a very easy question. So C is the correct answer. Done. Any doubt in this question? If you have, please ask. No doubt, give me a thumbs up. Everyone. Any doubt? Yes or no? Okay, next question. Moral judgment is based on the concept of objectivity, understanding, justice, fairness, profit. We have to choose the correct answer. Moral judgment. Moral judgment is based on what? Moral judgment is based on what, everyone? Moral judgment. And who has given the moral judgment? Everyone. Who has given it? This also you need to answer. Lawrence Kohlberg, if you all remember the moral judgment, Lawrence Kohlberg, and it is based on the concept of objectivity, justice, and fairness. Okay, C is the correct answer. And who has given this? It is given by Lawrence Kohlberg. It is given by whom? Lawrence Kohlberg. Okay, done. Next question. Which of the following best reflect the ethical principle of treating others as you wish to be treated? Best reflect the ethical principle of treating others as you wish to be treated. You should always prioritize your interest over the other. You should act in a way that you would be comfortable having others act toward you. You should retaliate against those who wrong you. You should ignore the feelings of other in your decision making. Simple question. Very simple question. Tell me the correct answer. Very simple question. So tell me the correct answer, everyone. Yes, you should act in a way that you would be comfortable having others act towards you. B is the correct one. Okay. Which of the following is not true about the immediate payment services, IMPS? Immediate payment services allows electronic fund transfer only through mobile bankings or mobile phones. The facility is provided by NPCI. IMPS allows instant money transfer. IMPS allows transferring of money to an account with another bank. IMPS transactions can be done only through bank branch. We have to check which of the following is not true about IMPS. Immediate payment services. Please answer this question. It's very simple. You can all answer this question. It's so simple question. You can all answer this question. Everyone start answering this question. Electronic transfer only IMPS. E Not true. IMPS transaction you cannot initiate through bank branch. Immediate payment services you can do from bank branch. What? Yes, you can do through bank branch. If you want to have a IMPS branch, you request your branch to have the IMPS transaction. Okay. It allows electronic fund transfer only through mobile phone. That is incorrect. We have to choose. This is so simple question. Okay. This is so simple question. We have to choose the incorrect statement. If you are saying that IMPS only can be done through mobile phone, no, you can initiate the transaction by requesting the bank branch also. Okay. So yes, A is the wrong one. Patching operating system is done to remediate against what? Patching operating system. Now tell me the correct answer. Tell me the correct answer, everyone. Okay, so if we talk about the correct answer, yes, it is to remediate against the known vulnerabilities. Good. Now, the last question, I think, yes, last question. Period of limitation for the sale of mortgage property through court when it is payable on demand is dash year from the date of mortgage. Everyone, you can all answer this question. Period of limitation for the mortgage property. Period of limitation for the mortgage property. It is what? It is the last question, everyone. Now, tell me the correct answer. Period of limitation for the mortgage property. Everyone, start answering this question. Period of limitation for the mortgage property. Yes, it is 12 years. Yes, B is the correct answer. Done. So, yes, guys, this is it for today. So, we have done some very, very good questions today, everyone. Okay. So this is it. The part second of this final marathon, I will be starting from 6 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, part second, I will be taking 6 p.m. tomorrow. Everyone, kindly please join that session. Don't miss out that session. Thank you so much for attending the session. Please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Thank you so much. Take care, everyone. Bye bye, guys. Have a very good night. Bye. Bye, guys. Take care, everyone. Bye. Chalo, let's start with the very first question, everyone. So, very first question is a simple question. Module D, I'm starting. Which of the following statement about values is or are correct? Values are external norms imposed by society to regulate an individual behavior. Values are situation specific, can change frequently depending upon the context and company. Values are derived only from religious teaching and have no relation to societal or familial influence. Values are permanent and cannot evolve over time in any circumstances. Which of the following situation or statement is correct regarding the values? Chalo, start answering the question. So the correct answer is what? Everyone, please answer this question. Everyone, you guys, and everyone, kindly start liking and sharing the video to the maximum you can. Okay, so this is the very first question. Now I need answer. Okay, so this is regarding ethics. This is regarding module D, and I know ethics are easy, but still it is very confusing for all of you. Chalo, tell me the correct answer. Ranveer is saying B. Statement first, second, and third are correct. Okay, and everyone else? Manasi, Arjun, Kiran, everyone start answering the question. Where is Krishna? Vamsi Krishna. Everyone, I need answer, guys. So the correct answer for this question is what? The correct answer for this question is what? Okay. Now Anu is saying C, Kiran is saying D, and Mansi is saying D. See. First, values are external norms. No. First of all, values are not external norm. These are the internal, these are the core of human being. So first is wrong. Values are situation specific, of course not. These are universal. This cannot be situation specific. If you need to be honest, okay, you need to be honest in each and every situation. This is no situation specific values. This is universal, constant in each and every situation. Okay, values are derived from the religious teaching, of course not. If we talk about the values, the sources of the values are from different sources. Yes, religion is one of the aspect. Values come from family, values come from society, values come from religion, values come from culture. But if you are saying that it only derived from the religion, that is wrong. Fourth, values are permanent and cannot evolve over time. No, values are resilient to change. That is true, but the change happens over a very long period of time. Okay, so it evolves over a very long period of time. So if you are saying that it is permanent, no. So if we talk about the correct answer, all the four statements are incorrect. Very good. Yes, all the four statements are incorrect. Good, everyone. Okay. Now, next question. Customer identification procedure is mandatory when customer open a saving account only, any transaction above 10,000 is carried out, selling any product including third party product, or loading and reloading of travel card for value over and above 50,000, or customer changes the contact detail. Customer identification procedure is mandatory in which of the following circumstances? Now please answer this question, everyone, and please like and share the video. Like and share the video, guys, everyone. So customer identification procedure is mandatory. Everyone start answering the question. Devendra is saying C, Anu is saying C, Kiran is saying C, Benhar is saying A. So yes, if we talk about the customer identification procedure, it is mandatory if you are selling any product with or any travel or prepaid payment instrument for a value of over and above 50,000, then CIP is mandatory. So I have actually asked about the mandatory value. It is 50,000 and above. Okay. Now, next question. See, consider the following statement regarding the bank finance to factoring companies. Bank finance to factoring companies. Bank can extend finance only to those factoring companies which derive at least 50% of their income from factoring activity. Receivable purchased finance should form at least 50% of the total asset of the company. Factoring companies can include bill discounting under their factoring assets and income. The financial assistance extended by factoring company must be secured by hypothecation or assignment of receivable. We have to choose the incorrect statement now, everyone. Read out the question carefully and then only you need to answer this question, everyone. We have to choose the incorrect statement here, everyone, you guys, everyone. Everyone, please answer this question. Okay, Ranveer, Manasi, Benhar, Anu, Devendra, and anyone. Please answer this question. It's very easy, simple. Just understand what is asking in the question and then you need to answer. Everyone. Then you need to answer. Everyone. So the correct answer is what? So Anu is saying A. Okay, Manasi. Okay, Manasi is saying A. Okay, and everyone else? Start answering this question, guys. Devendra is saying D. Bank finance to factoring company. No, read out the question carefully. You can easily answer this question. So, bank can extend finance to only those factoring company which derive at least 50% of their income for the factoring from the factoring activity. That is perfectly correct statement. Nothing wrong. Receivable purchase finance should be from at least 50% of the total asset of the company. That is also correct. Third, factoring company can include bill discounting under their factoring assets and income. No, factoring company actually cannot include the bill discounting. So bill discounting is actually kept separate from the factoring assets and income, right? So C is wrong. D. The financial assistance extended by the companies must be secured by hypothecation or assignment of receivables. That is perfectly correct. So if we have to choose the correct answer, first and second and fourth, these are the correct statement. Third is the incorrect statement. So of course, yes, A is the incorrect answer. Good, everyone. Yes, good. So A is the incorrect statement. Done, everyone? Done, Krishna, Arun, Devendra. Any doubt in this question? Ask. If no doubt, give me a thumbs up, everyone. No doubt? Good. Next question now. With reference to Atal Pension Yojana, consider the following statement. The scheme provides a guaranteed minimum pension of 1,000, 5,000, between 1,000 to 5,000, which is funded entirely by the central government. Individual who are income taxpayer as on or after 1st October 2022 are not eligible to join the scheme. Subscriber joining age as 40 can receive the pension benefit only after contributing for at least 20 years. The pension corpus is written to the nominee after the death of both the subscriber and the spouse. So we have to choose the correct statement. Everyone, everyone, please answer this question. It is simple, easy. Atal Pension Yojana. You need to answer this question. Okay. Atal Pension Yojana. You need to answer this question, guys. Everyone start answering this question. Guys, so the correct answer for this question is what? Everyone start answering this question. Simple question, easy question. You can all answer this question effectively, everyone. Okay. Okay. CAC. Okay. A. Okay. First, the scheme provide the guaranteed minimum pension of 1,000 to 5,000. That is correct, which is funded entirely by the central government. Now, this is wrong. Subscriber need to contribute to the corpus amount. So there is a corpus amount where the contribution is coming from the subscriber also, and the government also is contributing, which you reap the benefit once you have achieved the age of 60 years, because it is the Atal Pension Yojana, right? Now, individual who are income taxpayer are not eligible to join the scheme. That is correct. So this is wrong. This is correct. A subscriber joining at the age of 40 can receive the pension benefit only after contributing at least 20 years. That is correct. Because in Atal Pension Yojana, you will reap the benefit once you have achieved the age of 60 years. Okay. And if you died, sorry, if the subscriber died, right, then the spouse of the subscriber can contribute till the original subscriber reached to the age of 60 years. Okay. So, and then they can just reap the benefit. And finally, the pension corpus is written to the nominee after the death of both subscriber and the spouse. So if we talk about the correct statement, yes, second, third, and fourth, these are the correct statement, and first is the incorrect. So the correct answer is A. Krishna, Kiran, and Krishnakant. These are all correct, everyone. Yes. So A is the correct answer. Any doubt in this question? If you have, please ask. If you don't have any doubt, give me a thumbs up. Please like and share the video to the maximum you can, guys. Everyone. It's a request that you need to like and share the video to the maximum you can. Okay? Good. Now next question. Consider the following statement regarding the qualifying assets of non-banking financial companies, micro financial institution. Okay. A household with an annual income of not exceeding 1,25,000 in rural area and 2 lakh in the urban and semi-urban areas is eligible for the microfinance institution loans. The maximum loan amount shall not exceed 75,000 in the first cycle and 1,25,000 in the subsequent cycle. The total indebtedness of the borrower, including education and medical loans, shall not exceed 1,25,000. Loan above 30,000 must have a minimum time period or tenure of 24 months and that can be repaid without penalty. Which of the following statement is correct? We need to choose the correct statement in the case of qualifying asset. Non-banking financial companies qualifying asset. Everyone start answering this question. Non-banking financial companies qualifying asset. We need to answer this question. So the correct answer is what? Okay. Anu, Ranveer, Krishnakant, Kiranbala, Krishna, Ramesh, Anu, and everyone. Start answering this question. I want all of you to clear your examination for tomorrow. Everyone, you guys, I am waiting that you all should call me and tell me what is actually the exam. Everyone. Kindly tell me, everyone. So the correct answer is what? Guys, everyone start answering this question. Okay. So Manasi is saying B, 1, 3, and 4 is correct. Okay. Anu is saying B, 1, 3, and 4. Ramesh is saying D, all of the 4. Okay. Ranveer is C. So either B or D is coming. Okay. And everyone else, you need to answer each and every one of you. It is regarding the non-banking financial companies, microfinance institutions. So first of all, NBFCs-MFI, I have told you that you are a non-banking financial company, right? Now, if you are a non-banking financial company and you are lending at least 75% of your total asset as a microfinance loan, then you are considered as NBFCs MFI. And so for all other NBFCs, it is restriction that you are allowed to lend not more than 25% of your total asset as a microfinance loan. Okay, so this is first of all the basic definition. Second important thing, an NBFC MFI is the only NBFC which are regulated by Reserve Bank of India. So this is the only NBFC MFI which are actually regulated by Reserve Bank of India, and it is also called as for profit microfinance institution. Okay, now a household where annual income doesn't exceed this in rural areas and this in urban areas, perfect. Okay, very important point. Remember these figures and limits. There can be question from these limits. Okay, remember these limits, very important. The maximum loan shall not exceed 75,000 in the first cycle and 1,25,000 in the subsequent cycle. Very important. Read and learn these limits. Okay, don't miss out this limit because the question can be asked from these limit. Okay, the total indebtedness of the borrower, including education and medical loan, shall not exceed 1,25,000. This is wrong. It is actually excluding. In this total indebtedness, we have to exclude the education and medical loan. Excluding these two loan, the total indebtedness of a borrower doesn't exceed 1,25,000, and that's why it is wrong. But learn this 1,25,000 because this is correct. Limit is correct. But you have to exclude the education and medical loan. Loan above 30,000 must have a minimum tenure of 24 months and can be prepaid without any penalty. That is also correct. So if we talk about the correct answer, first, second, and fourth are correct. Third is wrong. So A is the correct answer. None of you is correct here. None of you are correct. Everyone. A is the correct answer. Done. Done, guys. Any doubt in this question? If you have, please ask. And everyone, kindly please like and share the video to the maximum you can. At least just like the video. Whoever are watching this session, you have to like the video. Okay? Good. Please learn these limits. Very, very important. Okay, that's why I'm taking time in this question. These limits are exclusively important for your examination. Okay, now next. In the context of digital lending in India, which of the following statement is correct? Balance sheet lenders act as an intermediary between the borrower and lender without carrying any credit risk. Marketplace lenders provide lending capital and retain credit risk on their balance sheets. Peer to peer platforms are a clear example of marketplace lending as they match lender and borrowers without holding loans. Lending service providers include only banks and non-banking financial companies regulated by Reserve Bank of India. So you need to check the correct statement regarding the balance sheet or regarding the digital lending. We have two type of lenders, balance sheet lenders and marketplace lenders. Okay. Now tell me the correct answer, everyone. Tell me the correct answer. We need to check out the correct statement here, everyone. We need to check out the correct statement here. So the correct answer is what? Okay, Krishna is saying C, Benhar is saying C, Kiran is saying C, Anu is saying C. Yes, C is the correct answer. Peer-to-peer platform, these are the clear example of marketplace lending as they match lenders and borrower. So see, there are two types of lender. Okay, so when marketplace lenders are concerned, they only act as a intermediaries whose work is to just bring lenders and borrowers together. Okay, whereas balance sheet lenders like the banks, which actually lend from their own balance sheet and carry the risk of non-payment in their own balance sheet. So if we talk about the correct answer, C is the correct answer here. Everyone done? Very good. All of you are correct. Okay. So this is no very not very difficult. Now this I have given you the digital ecosystem, lending ecosystem just for your preparation, just for reading out once again because this is an important topic. There can be the question that can be asked that what is the difference between BSL and MPL? So you need to revise this concept again. Okay, everyone? Done? Krishnikant, Anu, good. Now next, see, read out the question and then answer. As per the Bank of India guideline, bank shall put in place an escrow mechanism where the exposure of the banking system to the borrower is 10 crores or more, 25 crores or more, 50 crores or more, or 100 crore and more. Now it is again important because the limit is asked. Okay, escrow account mechanism. It is required in which of the following cases where the exposure of the banking system to a particular borrower is what amount and above? Everyone start answering this question. So the correct answer is what? Okay, Krishnakant, Benhar, Kiran, Anu, everyone. Yes, very good. So if the bank is giving any loan to the borrower and that exposure is 50 crores and above, so there is an escrow mechanism system. An escrow account is an account which is managed by both the parties in a certain condition, right? So they are both actually managing the fund. So that is the correct one. So 50 crores and more is the correct answer. Very good. Very good, everyone. So the correct answer is C. Nice. Good. Next question. Consider the following statement regarding the legal entity identifier system in India. LEI, legal entity identifier system in India. LEI is a 10-digit alphanumeric code that uniquely identifies parties to financial transactions worldwide. Legal entity identifier is a subsidiary of CISL and it is a local operating unit which is accelerated by GLEIF. Corporate borrowers having aggregate exposure of 10 crores and above are required to obtain the LEI and report it to the CRILEC. All the payment transaction value of 100 crores and above using RTGS and NEFT for non-individual entities must have a legal entity identifier code. We have to choose the correct statement here, guys. We have to choose the correct statement, guys. Correct statement. You have to just answer the correct question, everyone. So the correct answer is what? Very simple, easy question. You can all answer this question. Everyone. So Devendra is saying D is the correct answer. D. D means second only is the correct answer. Okay. And everyone else? And everyone else, please answer this question. Krishna is saying B is the correct answer, means second and fourth is the correct answer. And everyone else, answer this question. Okay. Okay. Now, again, it is a very, very important question. Again, legal entity identifier. First of all, it is a 10-digit alphanumeric code, first of all. No, it is not a 10-digit alphanumeric code. Everyone, we know that it is a 20-digit alphanumeric code. Very important thing. Don't miss out, please. Very important thing. Second, it is a subsidiary of CISL, okay, which is a local operating unit accelerated by whom? Accelerated by Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation. Okay, so that is correct statement. So it is perfectly correct statement. Acha, corporate, moreover, if you have the aggregate exposure of 10 crore and above, must have a LEI registration. No, for a corporate borrower, if you have aggregate exposure of 5 crore and above, then you must obtain a legal entity identifier registration and report it to the CRILEC. Fourth, all the payment transactions of values 50 crores and above, if you are using and doing it from RTGS or NEFT, you must have a legal entity identifier code. That is also incorrect. So if we talk about the correct answer, first is incorrect, second is correct, third is incorrect, fourth is incorrect. D is the correct answer. Anu is correct, Krishna wrong, Kiran wrong. Very, very important, everyone. Legal entity identifier. The whole question is very important. The topic itself is very important. Any doubt in this question? The topic itself is very important. If you have any doubt in this question, you are free to ask your doubt. No doubt, everyone? Yes. Now, next question. At XYZ Bank, the branch manager noticed that the beginning of the day process should be initiated on Monday morning. Okay, couldn't be initiated on a Monday morning. On investigation, it was found that on Saturday evening, the end of the process was not successfully completed due to a system error. The branch also has remained open on Sunday for a special drive to open a new account. Based on the situation, which of the following statement is most accurate? The BOD for Monday can still initiated since Sunday was a non-business day. The BOD for Monday can be initiated only after completing Saturday's pending EOD. The BOD on Monday can proceed as long as all the transactions are manually reconciled. The BOD and EOD process can run independently for different branches. So the correct answer is now. It's very easy question. It's so easy question. You can all answer this question. It's simple. It's easy. You can all answer this question, you guys. Everyone start answering this question. So the correct answer is what? Everyone answer. The correct answer is what? It's very simple question, guys. Very simple question. It is regarding the end of the day and the beginning of the day transaction. End of the day and beginning of the day transaction. Krishnakant is saying D is the correct answer. Okay. Pavitran is saying D is the correct answer. Kiran is saying B is the correct answer. And everyone else, I want answer, everyone. Kindly, everyone, just please share this video to the maximum you can. And whoever are watching this session, at least you have to like the session. At least you have to like the session, everyone. At least. Done. Okay, D. The BOT and EOT process can run independently for different branches. No, everyone, you guys. First of all, if we talk about the beginning of the day and end of the day operation, in a core banking system, the beginning of the day process depends on the successful completion of the previous day end of the day operation. Okay, even if one branch operates, okay, BOD, beginning of the day, must run for that day only after completing the EOT. Okay, this is all connected to the core banking system. So, if you are saying that it is independent or it is for different branches, not at all. So, the beginning of the day for Monday can be initiated only after you have completed the Saturday's pending end of the day operation. That is the correct answer, everyone. So the correct answer for this question is B, not D. Okay. So it is a core banking system, BOT and EOT. Again, it is an important concept for all of you to revise. What are the different beginning of the day transactions and what are the different end of the day transactions? Clear? Done? Okay. Next question. Temporary overdraft can be granted to the customers only when it is approved verbally by the branch manager. The customer provided a written request and a demand promissory note. The account has sufficient credit balance. Reserve Bank of India grant prior permission to for each temporary overdraft. We have to choose temporary overdraft can be granted to the customer only in which of the following cases. Everyone, please answer this question. Please answer this question. So the correct answer is what? Very simple. Very simple. Temporary overdraft. Temporary overdraft. Very good, you guys. Okay, and that is actually a power of PPP. Bankers knows every important aspects of their banking knowledge. Okay, and that's what you are applying in this exam, and that is very good. Very good. Okay, so temporary overdraft it can be granted to the customer only when the customer provide a written request or a demand promissory note. So yes, B is the correct answer. Very good, you guys. The concept is given here, the temporary overdraft. Okay, if you are giving a written request or a demand promissory note, then in this case temporary overdraft can be issued. Okay, so the correct answer for this question is B. Very good. Okay, done. Any doubt in this question? Any doubt? Okay, next question is what? Say, non-banking financial companies, microfinance institution are required to be a member of at least one credit information company of their choice, submit data to Reserve Bank of India directly instead of CIC, be a member of all credit information company and provide accurate data timely, shares borrower data only with the bank, not CIC, non-banking financial companies, microfinance institution. Everyone, please answer. Read out the question carefully, huh? Non-banking financial companies, microfinance institution. Everyone. Benhar, Krishna, Devendra, Kiran, Manasi. Okay, so Krishna is saying B, submit data to RBI directly instead of CIC. No, NBFCs, MFIs, they should become a member of all the credit information companies and provide accurate data timely. That is correct. So C is the correct answer. Very good. Now, NBFCs, MFIs, these are regulated by whom? NBFCs, MFI, these are regulated by whom? Everyone, please answer. These are regulated by whom, everyone? I want to have an answer from all of you. I have told you now. NBFCs, MFI, non-banking financial companies, microfinance institution. Yes, it is regulated by Reserve Bank of India. Good. Next question. Now see this question. First of all, let's just short it. Okay, I'm just shorting it. Okay. Hmm. Okay, now you need to answer this question, you guys. Everyone. Okay. Read out. Consider the following statement regarding the opening of the bank account of individual entities from Pakistan and Bangladesh under the FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act regulation. An entity incorporated in Bangladesh can open a current account in India after submitting valid business registration document without RBI's approval. A Pakistani national residing in India only on a valid visa and FRRO permit may open an NRO account provided prior approval from Reserve Bank of India. A citizens of Bangladesh belonging to the minority committee and holding a long-term visa may open an NRO account renewable every 6 months subject to a quarterly reporting to Ministry of Home Affairs. A Bangladeshi national visiting India on a tourist visa may open a saving bank account without RBI approval. We need to check the correct statement. Again, an important question for all of you, everyone. In this question, there are a lot of informations which are hidden. Now you need to answer this question correctly, everyone. We need to answer this question correctly, guys. Everyone, please answer this question. So the correct answer is what? Now Krishna is saying B, Anu is saying B, Manasi is also saying B, and everyone else. Pavitran is also saying B. Second and third is the correct one. Okay, what is wrong in first and what is wrong in fourth? What is wrong in the first and what is wrong in the fourth? Okay, first, an entity incorporated in Bangladesh can open a current account after submitting a valid business registration document without RBI's approval. No, RBI approval is necessary. So if you are an entity from a Bangladesh want to open a current account, you need to submit a valid business registration document. That is correct, but you need RBI's approval. Pakistani national residing in India on a valid visa and FRO permit can open NRO. Yes. Citizens of the Bangladesh belongs to the minority committee can open an NRO account. Perfectly correct. Bangladeshi national visiting India on a tourist visa can open a saving bank account here without RBI's approval. No, you need to have RBI's approval for in both the cases. Okay, so first and fourth, these are the wrong one, and second and third is the correct one. So yes, B is the correct answer. Yes, RBI's approval is must. RBI approvals is necessary. Good, everyone. RBI approval is necessary. Yes, everyone. Good. Okay, next question. Consider the following statement about the joint account operation mandates. In an any one or survivor account, any one of the account holder can operate it, and after the death of the one account holder or one holder, the survivor can operate the account singly without any fresh mandate. In a former or survivor, the first holder operates the account during their complete lifetime, and upon the death, the balance becomes payable to the survivor. Correct statement. We have to choose the correct statement, everyone. We have to choose the correct statement, everyone. We have to choose the correct statement, you guys. Everyone answer the following. And whoever are watching this session, at least just like the video, guys. At least just like the video, guys. Everyone who are watching this session, just at least like the video. Okay. Second only is the correct statement. Devendra is saying, Anu is saying C, Krishna is saying C. Both are correct. And everyone else. See, acha, Devendra, what is wrong in first then? Benhard is also saying C is the correct one. Pavitran is saying B. Okay. Kiran is saying D. Now, Kiran, tell me what is wrong in both the statement. Tell me, Acha, what is wrong then? First of all, just tell me what is wrong in both the statement. Consider the following statement about the joint account operation mandates. Okay, in an anyone or survivor account, any one of the account holder can operate it, and after the death of that one account holder, the survivor can operate the account singly without any fresh mandate. No, you need to have a fresh mandate. A fresh mandate should be issued only then, only after then the survivor can operate the account singly without. Okay. Second, a former or survivor, the first account holder, operates the account during their lifetime, and upon their death, the balance payable to the survivor. That is correct. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes, B is the correct answer. Pavitran is correct here. B. B is the correct answer, you guys, everyone. Okay. Done. There is very simple twist in the first, else the core is correct, anyone or survivor. But when the survivor is left, so they have to issue a fresh mandate, okay, before just operating the account singly. Okay, done everyone? Any doubt in this question? Okay, cool. Next question. In the context of delegation of power, mandate, or power of attorney, which of the following statement is correct? Fiduciaries such as executors and guardians can appoint agent to operate account on their behalf. Partnership firm, any one partner can independently issue a mandate to the third party. In a joint account, all the joint account holder must sign the mandate or the power of attorney for a third party to operate it. An attorney can freely delegate power even if not mentioned in the power of attorney. We have to choose the correct answer here. Very simple question. Delegation of power. We have to choose the correct answer. So the correct answer is what? Correct answer is what? Everyone. Okay. Yes. See, in the delegation of power, mandate or power of attorney, which of the following statement is correct here? Yes. In a joint account, all the joint account holder must sign the mandate or the power of attorney for a third party to operate it. Yes, C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer, everyone, right? So, fiduciaries such as executors and guardian can appoint the agent to operate on the account of their behalf. They cannot appoint the agents. No, in a partnership, anyone, no, all partners have to issue a mandate and sign it. A attorney can freely delegate. No, they cannot delegate the power. Okay, they cannot delegate the power unless it is mentioned in the power of attorney. So obviously, in this question, C is the correct answer. Next question. The case of Muhammad Hussain Sahab versus Chartered Bank Madras 1965. It is related to which of the following banking principle? Banker lien, right to set off, gardishi order, or banker customer confidentiality. This case is related to what? Muhammad Hussain Sahab versus Chartered Bank Madras case. This is related to which of the following principle? Everyone, please answer this question. Everyone start answering this question. Everyone, please answer this question, guys. So the correct answer is what? Okay, you are saying banker customer confidentiality. Muhammad Hussain Sahab versus Chartered Bank. This is related to what? This case is related to what? This is a very new question for all of you, na? This is very new question for all of you. Yes, Arun, very good. It is related to right to set off. It is related to right to set off. Now, I'm just telling you what is the case all about. Listen carefully. So, the customer, Mohammed Hussain Sahab, they have two accounts in the same bank. Listen carefully. They have two accounts they has two account, or he has two account with the same bank. Okay, now, one it is at Madras branch and another one it has Karachi branch. Okay, so the overdraft account was at Madras branch, whereas the Karachi branch they have the deposit account. They both are the same bank, but there was a different account. Okay, different branches. Now he issued a check from his overdraft account, which is in Madras branch, but those checks were returned unpaid because his drawing exceed the overdraft limit. Now, the customer argued that since he had the sufficient balance in his Karachi account, the bank should have considered that balance and honored the check. Now, in this, the issue was, can a customer demand the balance in one branch be used to set off the overdraft at another branch, which is at Madras? Now, the judgment was no. The Madras High Court says that the customer cannot insist the bank to use the fund of one branch to cover the liabilities in another branch. These are separate legal units. So if you have the account in the same branch of the bank, then automatically right to set off that can be considered. But if you have two different branch and two different account at the same bank, and you are insisting the bank to set off the balance because there is one balance which is there in that account, so you cannot reject the check, that is completely wrong. So this was actually the case, and it is related to the right to set off. Everyone clear? Done? Yes or no? Remember this. Okay, so this case is related to right to set off. Done? Can we move forward? Next question. Can we move to the next question, guys? Everyone? Yes. Next question. A person of Indian origin refers to a person residing outside India. A. Was a citizen of India or belonged to a territory that became a part of India after 15 August 1947. Is a child, grandchild, or great grandchild of such person, or is a spouse of foreign origin of such person, but does not include citizen of which of the following country? Sri Lanka or Nepal, Bangladesh or Pakistan, Myanmar or Bhutan, Maldives or Afghanistan? Everyone. Now, in case there is a loan demand, whether the other branch account can be debited. No, no, no. See, set off can take place only at the same branch. That what I need to explain to all of you with this case. Set off can take place if you have a account of same type in the same branch of the bank. Okay, if you have two different, one is overdraft and one is loan account, or you can say one it is a loan account and another one is a saving account, but this is in the two different branches, you cannot automatically set off these. Okay, because these are considered as a separate legal entity. Okay, so the correct answer is P. Person of Indian origin, they does not include which of the following. So yes, Bangladesh or Pakistan, obviously Bangladesh or Pakistan, because we know that India before independence, then it was actually same, everything was same. 1947, then India and Pakistan, then Pakistan was divided into Bangladesh and Pakistan, right? So actually before 1947, all three were the same land, right? And that's why they cannot include a citizen of Bangladesh and Pakistan. So the correct answer is B. Done? Clear? Good. Next question. A traveler bringing foreign exchange in India must declare it to the custom in a currency declaration form, except when the total value of the foreign exchange exceeds $2,000. Only traveler check exceed $15,000. Only foreign currency note exceeds $7,500. Currency note or traveler check that not exceeding 10,000 or equivalent, or a foreign currency note not exceeding 5,000 or equivalent. We have to choose the correct answer. Everyone, again, it is very easy. You need to tell me the correct answer, you guys. Everyone. Currency declaration form. A traveler bringing in any foreign exchange into India must declare it to the custom in currency declaration form, except in which of the following condition? Except. I am saying except in which of the following condition? Yes. So Devendra, Tanya, Anu, Kiran, Krishna, Swarna, very good, you guys. Everyone, it is D, which is the correct answer. Pavitran, it is D, which is the correct answer. Swarna, so currency note or the traveler check, if it is does not exceeding $10,000 or equivalent, or if there is a foreign currency note which doesn't exceed $5,000, then if you are bringing in within this limit, you don't need to declare it in the currency declaration form. But if you are exceeding this authority or this limit, then you need to declare it into the currency declaration form. Important, the limits are important. So everyone remember, limits are very important. Okay, done? Good. Now, consider the following statement under the liberalized remittance scheme. LRS, liberalized remittance scheme. Any individual can remit up to $2 lakh per financial year for purposes such as private visit abroad, except Nepal and Bhutan, gift, employment, or immigration. Second, any remittance exceeding this limit can be freely made without requiring period approval from Reserve Bank of India. We need to check which of the following is the correct statement regarding the liberalized remittance scheme. We need to check which of the following is the correct statement regarding the liberalized remittance scheme. Everyone, please answer this question. Hmm. Only one is correct. Any individual can remit up to $2 lakh per financial year for the purpose such as private visit, except for Nepal and Bhutan. Okay. Gift, employment, or immigration. Pakka it is $2 lakh. Pakka it is $2 lakh. No, it is actually $2,50,000, guys. I just change a little bit the limit. Okay. So if an individual, it can remit to $2,50,000 per financial year for the purpose such as the private visit abroad, employment, or immigration. Then, so this any remittance exceeding this limit can freely made without requiring prior approval from Reserve Bank of India. Now see this first of all. So, as per the original question, I have given the 2 lakh limit, and the continuation. In continuation, I have given the second statement, any remittance exceeding this limit. This limit, now I need to clarify it. For example, if I have written here $2,50,000 limit, right? Now, if I have written this, then it is the correct statement. If I was taking the 2 lakh per financial year limit and in continuation to second statement, then second statement should also be considered wrong. So I should a little bit more clarify this question. I think $2,50,000 limit, any remittance exceeding this dollar limit can be freely made without prior approval from Reserve Bank of India. So that is perfectly, if we talk about the incorrect statement, that is also incorrect statement. You need to have Reserve Bank of India's approval. Sorry, यहाँ without लिखा है. We need to have the permission. Reserve Bank of India's approvals is necessary. So if an individual is remitting $2,50,000 per financial year, that is allowed. Okay. Second, if you are exceeding this limit, then you have to take Reserve Bank of India's approval. So both the statements are wrong actually. So if we talk about the correct answer B, both the statements are wrong. Yes, yes, yes. Exceeding RBI's approval is necessary. Oh, I am missing out the word without. I am missing out the word without. Okay. Yes, perfectly correct statement. Both are the wrong statement. Done? Any doubt in this question, guys? Kindly just please everyone like the video. Whoever are watching this session, at least just like the video to the maximum you can, everyone. Like the video, guys, everyone. Okay, done. Don't worry, Krishna, it will be coming in the questions. Okay, don't worry. Now, next, a teller at ABC Bank enters a cash deposit in the core banking system, CBS. Before the officer authorized it, a system message appeared. Transaction not committed, pending checker approval. At the same time, the customer's mobile transfer of rupees 10,000 reflected instantly in his account. Which of the following best explain this situation? Branch transaction in CBS follows maker checker authorization, while alternate channel transaction use multi factor authentication. Branch transactions are processed offline, while mobile transactions are online. Cash transaction doesn't require authorization. Mobile transactions are not validated by central database. Everyone start answering this question. Krishna is saying A, and everyone else. Hmm. Tell me the correct answer. Tell me the correct answer, everyone. Yes, it's very simple. I have told you this similar type of question I have asked you in the previous, means the last final marathon session. The branch transaction in the CBS core banking system, they use the maker checker authentication, while the alternate channel transaction use multi-factor authentication. Perfectly correct statement. Good. Next question. Which of the following is not a part of BOT process in core banking system? Simple, not a part of BOT. Standing instruction execution, value date, processing of the check, accruals, and account balancing for the previous day, or salary processing. Not a part of BOT. Everyone. Which of the following is not a part of BOT? Everyone. Not a part of BOT. Everyone. It's very easy. Not a part of BOT. Yes, see, it is standing instruction execution, BOT, beginning of the day. Value date processing of the check, beginning of the day. Right. Interest accruals and account balancing for the previous day, it is end of the day transaction. Now, salary processing, BOT. Right. So if we talk about the correct answer, C. Yes. C is the correct. No, 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 no. Salary processing is beginning of the day. Okay. C is the correct answer. Okay. Done. These are three BOTs. C is EOD. Done. Good. Next, which of the following is not recommended measure for safeguarding bank asset, computer system, and maintaining data integrity? Which of the following is not a recommended measure for safeguarding bank assets, computer system, and maintaining data integrity? Granting all users full access to ensure work continuity, restricting users access to only application and file needed to their role, encrypting password files and changing modern passwords periodically, reviewing access level periodically through internal audit. Not a recommended measure. I have told you, not a recommended measure. We have to check which of the following is not a recommended measure. Easy question, not a recommended measure. Benhar Devendra. Not a recommended measure. I know that you can all answer this question. Everyone start answering this question. Which of the following is not a recommended measure for safeguarding bank assets, computer system, and maintaining data integrity? So the correct answer is what? Yes. Rest all are the measures. These are all are the measures. Okay. Granting all users full access to ensure work continuity. This is not. So if we talk about the correct answer, yes, A is the correct answer, everyone. Done. A is the correct answer, everyone. Done. Then everyone. Good. Next question. Consider the following statements about the core banking system, CBS. Consider the following statement. CBS allow all the branches of a bank to be interconnected through a central database, enabling customer to operate their accounts from any branch. CBS operates on a decentralized model where each branch maintain its own database linked only through periodic synchronization. CBS integrates multiple delivery channels such as ATM, internet banking, and mobile banking under one centralized system. We have to choose the incorrect statement here. We have to choose the incorrect statement. Meanwhile, answer this question. Give me a 2 minute break. Let the azan complete and then we will answer. Okay, give me a 2 minute break. Let the azan complete and then we will answer. Okay. Okay. So CBS allow all the branches of a bank to be interconnected to a central database. Perfectly correct statement. CBS operate on a decentralized model. No, it is actually connected to a central database. So it is actually a centralized model. So this is wrong. CBS integrates multiple delivery channel. Yes, that is correct one. So if we talk about correct answer, second only, because we have to choose the incorrect statement, right? Second only, we have to choose the incorrect statement. Every one of you are correct. Okay. What is green pin in context of a debit card? A permanent pin issued physically by the bank along with the debit card. A paperless instant pin generation, regeneration facility using OTP through various channels. A pin used for international ATM transaction, a pin that remain valid only for one transaction. What is green pin? Easy. What is green pin, everyone? Very simple. What is green pen? Everyone. Krishna, Arun. Yes, green pen is what? A paperless instant pen generation regeneration facility. Of course, B is the correct answer. Next question. Consider the following statement regarding the NRO, non-resident ordinary account under Foreign Exchange Management Act. NRO account can be jointly held by NRI and a resident on a former or survivor basis. Interest on NRO term deposit can be higher than comparable domestic term rate. Remittance abroad from NRO is not permitted at all. You have to choose the correct statement. Very simple question. We have to choose the correct statement, everyone. It's very simple. Answer the question, everyone, you guys. Very simple. And everyone, kindly please like the video and share the video to the maximum you can. Whoever was watching this session, please share the video and like the video. Everyone. It's very easy. It's very simple. You need to answer this question, guys. Yes, NRO can be jointly held by NRI and a resident on a former or survivor basis. Interest on NRO can be higher than the comparable domestic term deposit. Not at all. It cannot be higher, cannot be higher. Remittance abroad is permitted, is allowed under the NRO, because NRO is an account which is offered to the NRIs or PIOs who want to remit their foreign income to India, foreign remittances to India. So obviously, if you are remitting that foreign income to India, this is also allowed to remit outside India. Okay. So if we talk about the correct answer, only one statement is correct, second and third are wrong. Okay. Very good. Next question. As per Reserve Bank of India guideline, a non-resident can transfer immovable property in India to a resident only if the transaction is settled in the foreign currency in the seller's country. The transaction, ma'am, it is interest is allowed for the NRO or not. Interest is also allowed under the limit, but yes, interest can never exceed that much amount. So interest is also allowed to remit. Okay. Remittances is allowed in the NRO. All the remittances are allowed in the NRO, everyone. Okay? Done. Now tell me the correct answer. A non-resident can transfer immovable property in India to a resident only if, guys. Tell me the correct answer. Only if B, Kiran is saying B, the transaction take place through a banking channel and the resident are eligible to acquire the property. And everyone else, I want an answer from each and every one of you. I want an answer from each and every one of you. Sorry. I want an answer from each and every one of you. Very simple question. All you can answer this question. Kiran, Devendra, Anu. So, a non-resident can transfer immovable property in India to a resident only if the transaction take place through a banking channel and the resident is able to acquire the property. Perfectly correct. Is the correct answer. Good. Next question. An Indian company receiving foreign investment under the foreign direct investment route may hold a foreign currency account with an authorized dealer in India, but such account must be closed within 6 months or when the need is over, whichever is earlier, 3 months or when the needs is over, whichever is earlier, 12 months from the date of opening, no specific time period, subject to RBI's intimation. Everyone, please answer this question now. Everyone, please answer this question. So the correct answer is what? Everyone, start answering this question, guys. You can all answer this question, everyone. Okay, Kiran is saying 12. And everyone else? And everyone else start answering this question. An Indian company receive foreign investment under the FDI route may hold a foreign currency account with an authorized dealer in India, but such account must be closed within. Important question, huh? This is important. This is very simple, okay? Or you have to remember the month, the time period. Important, okay? So it is either 6 month or when the need is over, whichever is earlier. So A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer for this question, everyone. Done. A is the correct answer. Done, you guys? Done? Can we move to the next question, everyone? Okay, next question. A retail company discovered a sudden dip in a profit due to the rising logistic cost. Instead of immediately slashing jobs or shutting down low performing stores, the management decided to investigate supply chain inefficiencies, renegotiate vendor contract. The goal is to stabilize operation without worsening the employees' morale or customer service. Which principle of business ethics is best illustrated by this decision? Integrity, accountability, prudence, or fairness? Everyone, please answer this question now. Please answer this question, everyone. So, the correct answer is what? Kiran, Krishna, Anu, Devendra, Pavitran, everyone answer this question. A retail company discovered a sudden dip. We have to choose which of the following best illustrate business ethics best illustrate in this decision. Which of the following business ethics best illustrate in this decision? Everyone start answering the question. So the correct answer is what? Okay. So yes, if we talk about the correct answer, not accountability, not integrity. Acha, tell me, what is integrity? Integrity means acting in a honest or transparent manner. Integrity is not aligned with this situation. Accountability means taking the ownership, not illustrating in this case study. Prudence, making informed and cautious decision. Whereas fairness means equal treatment, right? So this case study is all about the prudence. Okay, so C is the correct answer. This case study is all about the prudence. So C is the correct answer. Done? Clear? Everyone, clear? Good. Next question. Which type of network topology does magnet follow? Star, bus, ring, or mesh? Very simple. Which type of network topology bank net follow? Very simple. Which type of network topology does bank net follow? Star, bus, ring, or mesh topology? Everyone. So yes, mesh topology is the correct answer. Simple question. Next question. Plastic money refers to coins and currency note, credit card, debit card for making payments, mobile wallets only, checks or demand draft. Plastic money, very simple. Plastic money, everyone. Krishna, Swarna, Arun, Kiran. What is plastic money? Yes. Plastic money is what? Debit cards and credit cards for making the payment. Easy question. Next. Mr. Ravi deposited 2 lakh rupees in a new FD account through a bank business correspondent. Okay. The BC issued a handwritten slip instead of a system generated receipt. Later, Ravi found that the amount was not credited even after several days. When he approached the bank, they stated that the BC hadn't deposited the fund yet. Which of the following best describe the situation under the Consumer Protection Act 2019? There is no deficiency in the service since the transaction was done through a BC, not directly by the bank. The customer must take up the issue with the BC personally. The bank is liable for the deficiency in service as the business correspondent act its agent. The issue fall outside the purview of the Consumer Protection Act 2019. Simple question. Tell me the correct answer to this simple question. Everyone start answering the question, guys. So the correct answer is what? Okay, Banhar is saying C. The bank is liable for the deficiency in service as the business correspondent acts as its agent and everyone else. Yes. Yes, perfectly correct. The bank is liable for the deficiency in service as the business correspondent act its agent. So yes, C is the correct answer. Good guys. C is the correct answer, everyone. Done? Yes, yes, done. C, C, C. Next, what is true about USDT 2.0 based on UPI? This is a P by P, okay? It allows mobile banking without internet on both smartphones and basic phone. It is restricted to the smartphone only. It requires separate USDT code for each bank. It replaced the need for any ATM transaction. USDT based UPI, USDT 2.0 based UPI. Everyone, please answer this question. Everyone, please answer this question. The correct answer is what? USDT 2.0 based on UPI. It allows mobile banking without internet on both smartphones and basic phones. Perfectly correct statement. So A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Done? Good. Next question. Next question is under the Reserve Bank of India Integrated Ombudsman Scheme 2021, non-scheduled primary cooperative banks are included if their deposit size is 10 crore and above, 25 crore and above, 50 crore and above, or 100 crore and above. Very simple. Simple question, but important question because limits are always important. Okay, tell me the correct answer, everyone. Hmm. Tell me the correct answer, everyone. Limits are always very important. Tell me the correct answer. Everyone start answering the question. The correct answer for this question is what? Okay. A. 10 crore and above. Devendra A. Okay. Under the Reserve Bank of India Integrated Ombudsman Scheme 2021, non-scheduled primary cooperative banks are included if their deposit size is 10 crores and above, 25 crore and above, 50 crores and above, or 100 crore and above. So the correct answer is C. 50 crores and above is the correct answer. C is the correct answer, everyone. 50 crores and above, not A. It is 50 crores and above. Now, this is very important for you, everyone. This is very important, okay? All the limits are very important, you guys. All the limits. Done. Next question. Which of the following statement regarding the government business conducted by bank is correct? We have to choose the correct statement. Government business conducted by bank is correct. Bank can undertake any government agency business directly once they are nationalized without approval from RBI. Approval from undertaking government agency business must be obtained from CGA or Finance Department of the state government and also from the Department of Government and Bank Accounts RBI. Only public sector's banks are eligible to conduct government business on behalf of RBI. Government business handled by the bank is limited to the collection of tax only, not payment such as pensions or treasury operation. We have to choose the correct option, everyone. Everyone, please answer this question. Very easy question. Now we have to answer this question. Kiran is saying B is the correct answer, and everyone else. Government business conducted by the bank is correct. Which of the following is correct? Everyone, whoever are watching this video, kindly please like the video. Kindly please like the video, guys. Whoever are watching this session, kindly please like the video. Everyone. Okay. Krishna is saying B. Double X is saying B. Krishnakant is saying C. So banks can undertake any government business directly once they are nationalized. No, Even if they are nationalized, they need to have approval from RBI. Second, approval from undertaking, yes, that is compulsory. Only public sector bank, no, public sector bank as well as 19 private sector banks are allowed to undertake the government business. Fourth, government business handled by the bank is limited to the cash collection. No, it is not limited to the cash collection. Pensions and treasury operations, revenues collection, these are all the part of the government business which are conducted by Reserve Bank of India. So the correct answer is B, everyone. Done? Correct answer is B. Done, guys, everyone. Run. Next question. A bank manager of XYZ Bank received three separate requests for information about the customer account. A handwritten note from a local police officer inspecting the detail of Mr. Rohan Bank's transaction for last 6 months. A certified court summoned from a district court requiring production of certified copies of Mr. Rohan's loan account. A written notice under Section 133 of Income Tax Act. Okay, which of the following requests can the bank legally comply with and under what conditions? What conditions? You just leave this. Which of the following requests can the bank comply with? Everyone. Which of the following reasons or legal application the bank can just follow this? Everyone, please answer this question. The correct answer is what? The correct answer is what? Simple question, everyone. Yes. See, handwritten note from a local police inspector. The bank is not illegally complied with actually following the request of this local police officer. So obviously first is wrong. A certified court summoned from a district, yes, that is allowed. This is also allowed. So only second and third means B and C. B is the correct answer. Good, guys, everyone. Next question. Consider the following statement about BCSPI, Banking Code and Standard Board of India. BCSPI, established in 2006, ensures that the bank delivers service to the customer in line with the codes and standard, such as the Code of Bank Commitment to the Customers and MSE. The BCSPI was dissolved in 2019 and its function was transferred to the Customer Education and Protection Department. However, the code issued by BCSPI continue to remain in force. We have to choose the incorrect statement here. Incorrect statement, you guys, everyone. Just choose out the incorrect statement, everyone. BCI, BCSBI, Banking Code and Standard Board of India. We have to choose the incorrect statement, everyone. So the correct answer is we have to choose the incorrect statement. Okay. Second only is the incorrect statement. Okay. Why? What is wrong in the second statement? We have to choose the incorrect statement. What is wrong in the second statement? Everyone, tell me. What is wrong in the second statement? Hmm. BCI established in 2006. This is correct. BCI was dissolved in 2019 and transferred to the Customer Education and Protection Department, which issued the Charter of Customer Right. Okay, however, some codes are still valid or remain in force. Both are the correct statement. There is nothing wrong in both the statement. Neither one nor two is the correct answer because both are the correct statement. What is wrong in the second statement, everyone? Both are the correct statement. Indra Ramesh, actually, okay, just after the class, I will upload this particular PDF in the YT section of the Oliveboard. Okay, so you can just download the app. You go in the app YT classes. There, I will upload this particular PDF. Okay, as soon as I will finish the class, I will upload it. You can download it from there. Okay, done. So D is the correct answer. Both are the correct statement. There is nothing wrong in the both statement, everyone. Clear? Done? Okay, next question. Under the whistleblower policy for the public sector bank scheme, which of the following statement is correct? Anonymous and pseudonymous complaint are entertained under the scheme if they are backed by the strong evidence. Complaint can only be launched by the employees of the bank, and stakeholder, customer, and NGOs are excluded. The identity of the complainant is kept secret except in the cases where the complainant is found to be vexatious and frivolous, and action need to be taken against the complainant. The final action taken by RBI on a complaint is confidential and will not be communicated to the complainant. Please tell me the correct answer, everyone. Please tell me the correct answer here. Which of the following statement is correct regarding the whistleblower policy of the public sector bank? Which of the following statement is correct regarding the public sector policy of the bank, everyone? The correct answer is what? Public sector's bank policy, everyone. Okay. So Kiran is saying D. Bernard is saying C. Hmm. First of all, these complaints are not entertained. Okay, complainants can only launch by the employee name. Stakeholders, customer, NGOs, employees, anyone can file the complaint. Identity is kept secret. That is correct statement. Final action is taken by RBI is confidential. No, it actually is communicated to the complainant. The financial action, whichever is taken by Reserve Bank of India, this final action is communicated to the complainant. So the correct answer for this question is C. Yes, C is the correct answer. Next question. Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of trusteeship emphasized that capitalists should act as a trustee of wealth because wealth is the solely the producer of capitalist individual effort, and they are entitled to enjoy it. Capitalists should donate a small percentage of their wealth to charity, but continue enjoying the remainder. Wealth should be distributed among all individuals, regardless of their contribution. Capitalist has a moral obligation to preserve and increase wealth for the benefit of society without expecting personal enjoyment. Everyone, please answer this question. Read out the question carefully na, फिर answer करो. Read out the question carefully and then you have to answer, please. Read out the question carefully and then you need to answer. Everyone. Okay? Arun is saying, see, wealth should be distributed equally among the individual regardless of their contribution. Acha. Arun, read out the question carefully. Everyone. See for the previous one. I think see for the previous one. Okay, so the correct answer. Acha, tell me, this Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of trusteeship has its origin from where? This philosophy of trusteeship has its origin from where? Yes, this is very easy. It is actually capitalist has a moral obligation to preserve and increase the wealth for the benefit of society without expecting personal enjoyment. That is correct. Okay. So tell me, Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of trusteeship has its origin from where? Everyone, please answer this question. Has its origin from where? Bhagavad Gita. Very good. The correct answer is B. Done? Clear. Done, everyone. Very good. Next question. What is the classification of loan account exceeding 500 million that are reported to the Acrylic data platform? Everyone, please answer this question. Acrylic data platform. So the correct answer for this question is what? Everyone, start answering this question, guys. Yes, it is considered as the red flagged account. Good. Next question. A network system that monitors and control incoming and outgoing traffic based on a predetermined security rules are called as. Easy question. Very simple. This is easy question. Tell me the correct answer. Sometimes these one word questions are important. Hmm. Yes, that is fireball. Correct. The correct answer is fireball. Next question. Which of the following is not one of the key vision of Digital India program? Not one of the key vision of Digital India program, everyone. Which of the following is not one of the key vision of Digital India program? Everyone, please answer. Which of the following is not one of the key vision of Digital India program? Everyone. Digital India program, not a key vision of Digital India program. First, digital infrastructure as a basic utility. Yes. Governance and service on demand. Yes. Digital empowerment of the citizen. Yes. Promoting cash transaction. No. So this is not a key vision of Digital India program. Digital India initiative. All the important information is written here. We have to achieve the digitally empowered society by the year 2030. Now, there are three key vision area: digital infrastructure as a basic utility to each and every citizen, governance and service on demand, and digital empowerment of the citizens. So these are the three key vision area. Everyone done? Okay, good. Next question. Which of the following payment system is not managed by NPCI? Simple question. Not managed by NPCI, NFS, NACH, Visa card, or IMPS. Everyone, tell me the correct answer. Now it's easy question. Not managed by National Payment Corporation of India. Which of the following product is not managed by National Payment Corporation of India? National Financial Switch, NACH, Visa card, or immediate payment services? So the correct answer for this question is yes, immediate Visa card. These are actually managed by the issuer companies. These are not managed by Reserve Bank of India. So obviously C is the correct answer. Good, everyone. Done. Good. Next question. Consider the following statement about 2007-8 global financial crisis and identify combination accurately represent the core ethical and systematic failure involved. The crisis was significantly triggered by subprime mortgage default, yet ethical failure in the securitization and credit assessment played a deeper role. Then presence of a moral hazard due to the implicit government guarantee incentive financial institution to take excessive risk without facing proportional consequences. Rating agencies operating under a performance based incentive system provide objective and conservative credit rating. Securitization of loan transferred risk from originator to investor, which eliminated all the responsibility of the originator and thus ethically absolved them of the consequences. You have to correctly represent and identify the core and ethical system failure which happens in the global financial crisis of 2007 and 8. Regarding that, which of the following statement is correct here? Everyone, which of the following statement are correct? Everyone, please answer this question. Swarna, Double X, Arun, Benhar, Krishna, everyone start answering this question. So the correct answer is what? The statement first, second, and third are correct. First, crisis significantly triggered. Yes, that is correct. Presence of the moral hazard. That is also correct. Rating agencies provide objective and conservating credit policy. Biased ratings are provided by the credit rating agencies. Securitization of the loan transfer risk from the originator to the investors. No. Actually, the risk was transferred, but the originator was ethically responsible for all of the global financial crisis consequences. So statement second, first and second, these are actually correct, and third and fourth are incorrect because of the ethical conflict and flawed assumption. So the perfect statement for this question is D, everyone. I have told you that the global financial crisis, it started from USA because of the conditions like the credit rating agencies provide the biased rating to different securities as well as the company. Then there was a very unethical lendings which was done, right? And it started from USA and spread in all over the part of the world. And India also has a very difficult and bad effect of the global financial crisis of 2007 and 8. Okay, good. Now next question. What does a debt service coverage ratio, DSCR, greater than 1 indicate about the financial health of a company? The company has insufficient cash flow to cover its debt obligation. The company is at risk of defaulting on its loan. The company has excessive debt compared to its cash flow. The company generates sufficient cash flow to comfortably cover its debt obligations. We have to choose the correct answer, everyone. Please answer this question, guys. Debt service coverage ratio, DSCR. If you have DSCR greater than 1, then what it represent about the company's financial health? Everyone. Anu, Swarna, Double X, Arun, Binhar, Krishna. Everyone start answering this question. What does a debt service coverage ratio, DSCR, greater than 1 indicates about the company's financial health? Start answering this question, guys. Everyone, start answering this question. The company has excessive debt compared to its cash flow. The company generates sufficient cash flow to comfortably cover over its debt obligation. So, more answers are coming for D and less answers are coming for C. Everyone, answer this question. Yes. See, if we talk about the debt service coverage ratio, what is this? It actually measures a company's ability to generate enough cash to cover its debt payment. Debt payment means both the interest and principal. So, whether a company has enough cash to cover its debt payment or not, this is measured by debt service coverage ratio. If it is greater than 1, means it has enough or sufficient cash to cover its debt obligation. And if it is less than 1, then it suggests the company may struggle to meet its debt payment for the potential lenders. Okay, so if we talk about greater than 1, means it is generating enough cash to comfortably covers its debt obligation. So if we talk about the correct answer, D is the correct answer. Maximum of you are correct. Okay. Next question. Okay. Now, now this is already the previous class question. Tell me the correct answer, everyone. Quickly. Quickly tell me the correct answer. This is the previous class question. Repeated question. Quickly just tell me what is the correct answer. Read out and quickly tell me what is the correct answer. Krishna. Answer. Quickly read out and answer this question. I want the correct answer, everyone. This is the previous class question, huh? Pavitran is saying C and everyone else. Quickly answer this question. Hmm. The power of attorney is invalid because it cannot be both general and specific. So obviously C is the correct answer. Good. Next question. Correct. Choose the correct statement. NISTNet was set up in 1976 by National Informatics Center, a government of India organization. NISTNet is a satellite-based nationwide communication network. That is a type of local area network. Third, NIC facilitate electronic delivery of service to the government only. So it is G to G only. Which of the following is the correct statement here? Everyone, Nesnet, which of the following is the correct statement here? Everyone, please answer this question. Which of the following is the correct statement here? Very simple question. You can all answer this question. Okay. Only second is the correct statement. D. Kiran. Krishnakant saying S. Ab S pata nahi kahan hai. I don't know where is S. Krishnakant is saying A. Only one is the correct answer. Anu is saying A. Only one is the correct answer. Okay. Benhar is saying A. Only one is the correct answer. Okay. So let's talk about the correct answer. We have to choose the correct statement here. NESNet was set up in 1976 by the National Informatics Center, a government of India organization. That is perfectly correct statement. NESNet is a satellite-based nationwide communication network that is a type of local area network. False. It is actually a WAN, wide area network, guys, and it delivers only G to G false. So if we talk about the correct answer, only one is the correct statement. Only one is the correct statement. Rest second and third are wrong because it help in the delivery of services from G to G, G to B, G to C, G to E. Okay. It is a type of wide area network. In fact, it is the largest wide area network. NISNet is the largest wide area network, and it has been set up in 1976 by NIC, National Informatics Center. Okay, so the correct answer for this question is one only is the correct answer. Clear? Done. Can we move to the next question, guys? Everyone. Can we move to the next question? Okay. A farmer has taken a loan for a long duration crop with a crop season longer than 1 year. The installment of the principal or interest is overdue for 2 crop season. What will be the status of the loan? The loan will be treated as NPA as per the overdue duration for a long duration crops. The loan will not be treated as NPA because it is overdue for more than 1 crop season. The loan will be treated as NPA after 1 crop season has passed. The loan will be treated as NPA only after 3 crop season are overdue. Everyone start answering this question. Easy, you all answer this question, can. A farmer has taken a loan for a long duration crop with a crop season longer than 1 year. The installment of the principal or the interest is overdue for 2 crop season. Okay, long duration crop, 2 crop season. What is the correct status of this loan? The loan will be treated as NPA as per the duration of long duration crop. False. The loan will not be treated as NPA because it is overdue for more than 1 crop season. False. The loan will be treated as NPA after 1 crop season has passed. Perfectly correct statement. So C is the correct answer. No, no, no. For a long duration crop, everyone, for a long duration crop, 1 crop season, if you have missed, it become the NPA. Okay. And for a short duration crop, if, for example, 2 crop season you have missed, you have missed, then it is considered as what? It is considered as a short duration crop. Clear? NPA, non-performing asset. Clear? Next question. Consider the following statement regarding the garnishee order as applicable to the bank. Important question. Okay. A garnishee order attach only those funds which are due or accruing to the customer at the time of the order is served on the bank. Subsequent credits to the account after the receipt of order are also attachable. If the garnishee order is issued in the name of one joint account holder, say husband, it automatically attaches the entire balance in the joint account operated as either or survivor. When a lien is marked on FD, such amount cannot be attached under a garnishee order, but any excess over the lien amount can be attached. When a garnishee order is received, the bank should immediately stop payment from the concerned account and preferably transfer the attached amount to a suspend account until further court direction. Which of the following is correct statement? Read out the question carefully about the garnishee order and then you have to answer, everyone. Hmm. Everyone, answer this question. Karna is saying C, first, third, and fourth only. Correct statement regarding the garnishee order. Krishna is saying second and fourth only. Okay, read out the question carefully and then you have to answer. It is regarding the garnishee order, everyone. Kiran, Anu, Krishna, K, Swarna, Benhar, Anu, Krishnakant. Okay. A garnishee order attach only those funds which are due or accruing to the customer at the time of the order is served on the bank. Subsequent credit to the account after the receipt of the order were are also attachable. That is not correct. Subsequent credits. This first half is correct. Now, subsequent credits to the account after the receipt of the order are also attachable. That is not allowed. Okay, subsequent credits are not attached. Okay, now if the garnishee order is issued in the name of one joint account holder, say husband, it automatically attach the entire balance. No, not at all. See, if a garnishee order is in the name of anyone, it does not attach to a joint account unless it specifies all the joint account holder. So if it specifies all the joint account holder, then obviously the garnishee order will hold, or garnishee, the bank will hold the complete joint account funds. But if it is issued only in the name of husband or only in one, so it will not be attached to the entire joint account. So second is also wrong. Third, when a lien is marked on an FD, such amount cannot be attached to a garnishee order. That is perfectly correct statement. Now, a garnishee order is received when the bank immediately stop payment from the concerned account. Yes, and it can transfer to a suspense account. Perfectly correct statement. Third, first is wrong, second is wrong, third is correct, and fourth is correct. So, if we talk about the correct answer, B is the correct answer. None of you are correct here. B is the correct answer. Clear, everyone? Any doubt in this question? If you have any doubt, kindly ask. No doubt, give me a thumbs up, every one of you. If you have a doubt, ask. If you don't have any doubt, give me a thumbs up. Good. Next question is what? A company, StarTech Limited, enters into an agreement with an individual, Aman, who is 16-year-old, design a website. Aman complete the work, but the company refused to pay him, claiming the contract is invalid. Based on the Indian Contract Act 1872, which of the following is a legally correct statement here? The contract is valid since Aman performed the work and deserved the compensation. The contract is voidable because Aman is a minor and can choose to cancel it. The contract is void ab initio because Aman is not competent to contract. The company must pay Aman since unjust enrichment is not allowed by law. Which of the following is the correct statement? Kiran is saying C. Krishnakant is saying C. Pavitran is saying C. And everyone else. So the correct answer is what? Yes. See, we have to choose the legally correct statement here, okay? So, legally correct statement is the contract is considered as void ab initio because Aman is not competent to contract because Aman is a minor individual. Because Amar is what? A minor individual, right? So, if we talk about the correct answer, C is the correct answer, everyone. Done. C is the correct answer, everyone. Done. Okay, next question. Consider the following statement about forming the self-help groups. Okay, normally members in a group shouldn't exceed 30. Otherwise, registration become compulsory. Generally, all the members should belong to the family below poverty line. If necessary, maximum 20. Exceptionally, 30% are allowed marginally above the poverty line. Third, self-help group has more than one member from same family. We have to choose the correct answer, everyone. Choose out the correct answer, everyone. So you have to answer this question, guys. Everyone, answer this question, guys. Everyone, start answering this question. Okay, it's simple. It's very simple. It's very easy. Normally, members in a group should not exceed 30, otherwise registration become compulsory force. Normally, the member shouldn't be exceed 20. Generally, all members should belong to the family BPL and if necessary maximum sorry, that is correct. Third, self-help group has more than one member from the same family, not allowed. Only second is correct. C is the correct answer. Okay. Next question. Company discovered. Okay, this is an easy question. Okay, quickly read out the question and answer. Just quickly read out the question and answer. I think I have taken this question in the previous class. Quickly read out this question and then you have to answer quickly. Very easy. Quickly just read out the question and then answer. Everyone start answering this question, guys. So the correct answer is what? Quickly. So the correct answer is what? Just quickly read out the question and answer. This is very easy question, very simple question. Yes. See, the correct no. Now let's take this question. A company discovered that one of its supplier is using unethical labor practice such as child labor. The management is concerned about the potential impact on their brand reputation. What should the company prioritize for holding its commitment to the business ethics? Now we need to choose the correct one. Continuing working with the supplier to maintain, not at all. Sever ties with the supplier sources from a more ethical provider accepting higher cost. Obviously, you have to sever ties with the supplier. Ignore the issue and focus. No. Conduct a thorough investigation and publicly disclose the finding, keeping the. See, now if we talk about first half of this is correct. Okay. While keeping the supplier temporarily, that is wrong. Okay. If we talk about the correct answer, B is the correct answer. Everyone, B is the correct answer. Anu, Krishna and Arun, these are correct. Okay. Next question. What is mobile money identifier MMID used for? What is mobile money identifier MMID used for? Everyone, very simple. MMID, it is a P by P, previous year paper question. MMID, everyone. MMID, it is simple. It is a previous year paper question, everyone. Mobile money identifier used for. It is a previous year paper question. So the correct answer is what? So yes, it is a 7-digit code used for IMPS transaction. That is perfectly correct statement. So A is the correct answer. Yes, all of you are correct. Next, bank offer various non-fund services such as safe custody, escrow, and trusteeship. Considered the statement about these services. So these are the statements regarding these services. We have to choose the incorrect statement here. Okay. In a safe custody, the bank becomes the bailey when the customer remains the owner of the deposited item. In a trusteeship services, the bank manage assets or fund for the benefit of other but retain no beneficial interest in them. An escrow account involve a bank holding fund or documents conditionally until specific contractual obligations are fulfilled. Under safe deposit locker service, the bank guarantees the safety of the content kept inside the locker. We have to choose which of the following is the incorrect statement here. We have to choose which of the following is the incorrect statement here, guys. We have to choose the incorrect statement. We need to just read out all the questions and choose the incorrect statement, everyone. Everyone, the correct answer is what? Now you are saying A, first, second, and third. We have to choose incorrect statement, guys. We have to choose the incorrect statement. Now I am telling we have to choose the incorrect statement, guys. Incorrect. So the correct answer is we have to choose the incorrect statement here. Okay, so in a safe custody, the bank becomes bailey. Of course, the bank becomes bailey and the customer becomes the bailer, and the customer remains the owner of the deposited item. Of course, correct. Trusteeship, the bank manages assets for the benefit of other. Correct. And escrow account involve a fund holdings conditionally until specific contractual and obligations are fulfilled. True. Under safe deposit locker service, the bank guarantees the safety of the content kept inside the locker. Not at all correct. So if we talk about the correct answer, we have to choose the incorrect statement. Fourth only is the incorrect statement. Fourth only is the incorrect statement, guys. Done. Fourth only is the incorrect statement. Done. Okay, next question. Mr. Ramesh maintained two accounts with the ABC Bank, a saving account jointly with his wife, operation clause either or survivor, and a FD account in his single name with a lien marked against a loan. The court issued a garnishee order in the name of Mr. Ramesh attaching all the funds belonging to him in the ABC Bank. At the time of order received, the joint account has the balance of 2,50,000. The FD is of 5 lakh with a lien of 3 lakh, and a check of rupees 50,000 issued by Ramesh from his joint account is presented for clearing after the bank received the order. Which of the following action by the bank would be corrected as per the rules of garnishee order? Attach both the joint account and an entire FD of 5 lakh. Return the check unpaid and attach only 2 lakh excess over lien from the FD. Allow the check to be cleared since it was already issued before the order. Attach only the joint account balance and ignore the FD as it is under the lien. Just read out the question carefully, everyone. Now, already I have explained it by statement wise question. Now, this is a case study based question. You need to answer this question. Everyone, everyone. So the correct answer is what? Okay. Okay. Now you are saying C is the correct answer. B is the C. Mr. Ramesh owned two accounts with ABC Bank, right? A saving account jointly with his wife, okay? And an FD account in his single name. Okay. Now court issue a garnishee order. Now the joint account has a balance of 2,50,000, whereas an FD of rupees 5 lakh with a lien of 3 lakh. A check of 50,000 is issued. Now what is the action taken? First of all, attach both the, I have already told you that first of all, lien should not be attached with the garnishee order, plus the joint account. If it is the name of single, you cannot attach the joint account fund to that particular garnishee, right? So if we talk about A cannot be the answer. Return the check and paid and attach only 2 lakh, which is in excess of lien from the FD. That is perfectly correct statement. You cannot attach this balance to the garnishee. Yes, the FD you can attach, but in excess of 3 lakh, because 3 lakh is the lien. So this is actually the bank's property now. Okay, so only 2 lakh. So if we talk about the correct answer, B is the correct answer, because the check is issued after the bank receives the order. So you have to return the check unpaid. Okay, done. B is the correct answer, everyone. Any doubt in this question, guys? If you have any doubt in this question, you are joined. You are all allowed to ask your doubt, everyone. No doubt. Now, next question. ABC Manufacturing Limited has a total borrowings exposure of rupees 50 crore from three banks. X 30 crore, Y 16 crore, Z 4 crore. ABC request Bank Z to open a current account from operational convenience. As per Reserve Bank of India's guidelines on current account and cash credit and overdraft facility, which of the following action is correct? Bank Z cannot open the current accounts in ABC is an existing borrower. Bank Z can open the account only with the approval from the lead bank. Bank Z cannot open the current account. Bank Z may open the current account if the total exposure is below 5 crore. Very simple. You have to answer this question. Very simple. You have to answer this question. Very simple. You have to answer this question now. This is again a good question. Everyone can kindly like and share the video to the maximum you can. Whoever are watching this session, you have to at least like and share the video to the maximum you can. Everyone. Okay. Now tell me the correct answer, everyone. B. Bank Z can open the account only with the prior approval from the lead bank. Again, just look out the question carefully. Very good question. Just look out the question carefully. I have told you that if you have the aggregate exposure of 50 crores and above, you have the restrictions of opening the current account. And the restriction is you can open the current account only in the banks where you have the exposure or where you have the loan facility. Second, that bank should have given at least 10% of the exposure. Okay, at least 10% of the exposure should be given by that bank. So you are allowed to open the account, current account, only in that bank who has given or which has given at least 10% of the exposure. Now from 50 crores, at least 10% is 5 crore. Means if the bank has given 5 crore above exposure to all of you, then you are allowed to open the current account in that bank. You is this ABC manufacturing is allowed to open the current account in bank X. This ABC is allowed to open the current account in bank Y. But because bank Z has only given 4 crore rupees, so this bank is not allowed to give the exposure to this ABC bank. So if we talk about the correct answer, bank Z cannot open the current account because the minimum criteria is not met. C is the correct answer. No, no, no. C is the correct answer. Now it is correct, everyone. Any doubt? If you have any doubt, ask. If you don't have any doubt, please give me a thumbs up, everyone. Clear? Remember this particular thing which I have asked you, right? Good, guys. Now, which of the following best reflect the ethical principle of treating others as you wish to be treated? Very easy question. Now tell me the correct answer, everyone. Very easy question. Tell me the correct answer, everyone. Very easy question. Tell me the correct answer, everyone. Start answering this question. Which of the following best reflects the principle of treating others as you wish to be treated? You should act in a way that should be comfortable having others act towards you. B is the correct answer. Good. Next question. Aisha takes a loan from XYZ Bank and offers her valuable artwork as a collateral under the pledge. Later, she defaults on the loan and the bank takes the possession. During this time, Aisha also asks the bank to hold her antique furniture for safekeeping, but this is not a part of any formal agreement. Which of the following statement is true regarding the bank right? The bank can sell the artwork to recover the loan amount but has no right over the furniture since it was not pledged. The bank can automatically claim the furniture as well since they have a banker's lien on all the item held in their possession. The bank cannot sell the artwork until Aisha repays the loan in full. The bank has the right to sell both artwork and furniture to recover the loan amount. Very simple question. Everyone, please answer this question. It's very simple and easy. You have to answer this question. Very simple question. Read out the question carefully. I don't want this answer wrong, everyone. I don't want this answer wrong, please. I don't want this answer wrong. Krishna, Kiran, double X, Tanya. Now, pledging agreement is only for her valuable artwork. So if Aisha defaults on loan, the bank has the right to sell the valuable artwork, but not the furniture. Okay, because the furniture is for safekeeping, it is for the bailment. Okay, now under the bailment, you have no right to sell. Okay, so bank can sell the artwork to recover the loan amount, but has no right over the furniture since it was not pledged. So obviously, A is the correct answer, everyone. Obviously, A is the correct answer. Done. Next question. E-rupee cannot be issued for dash category. P2P, B2C, B2B, or none of the above. E-rupee cannot be issued for which of the following category? E-rupee cannot be issued for which of the following category? Everyone. E-rupee cannot be issued for which of the following category? P2P, B2C, B2B, or none of the above. So if we talk about the correct answer is it is issued in the category P2P and B2C. It is not issued for B2B. C is the correct answer, everyone. This is so simple question. And you have all given the wrong answer. This is so simple question and you have all given the correct wrong answer. It is not issued for C. It is not issued for C, B2B category. Okay, done. Next question. Features of the cash recycler machine are: cash recycler can accept cash from the customer and dispense it as well. They ensure the genuineness of the currency. Cash deposit is made with a debit or a credit card, and cardless transaction up to rupees 50,000 per day is allowed. Features of the cash deposit machine, everyone. Features of a cash deposit machine. Everyone, please answer this question. Features of a cash deposit machine. Everyone answer this question. Okay, cash recycler can accept cash from the customer and dispense it as well. Correct. They ensure the genuineness of the currency. Correct. Cash deposit is made with a debit or a credit card. No, it can be made with only a debit card, not a credit card. Cardless transaction of rupees 50,000 per day. No, it is for rupees 20,000 per day. So it is wrong. First and second is the correct answer. So B is the correct statement. Clear? Done? Everyone kindly just please like the video, guys. Whoever are watching this session, at least just please like the video, guys. Everyone. At least just please like the video, guys. Now, next question. Which of the following correctly describe the condition from a NBFC, non-banking financial companies, microfinance institution? Minimum net own fund of 5 crore or 2 crore if you are registered in the northeastern region with not less than 75% of net asset as qualifying. Minimum net own fund of 3 crore with at least 70% of the net asset as a qualifying. No minimum net own requirement but have a 90% of the net asset as a qualifying asset. Minimum net own fund of 10 crore with at least 80% of the net asset as a qualifying asset. Very simple. Correctly define the NBFCs, non-banking financial company, microfinance institution. Everyone, please answer this question. You can all answer this question. So easy. It's so simple. You can all answer this question. Okay. Which of the following statement correctly describe the condition for a non-banking financial company's microfinance institution? It's very simple question. Yes, of course, A is the correct answer. You should have a minimum net earned fund of 5 crore and 2 crore if you are registered in the northeastern region with not less than 75% as the qualifying asset. Perfectly correct statement. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Okay. Done. Yes or no, guys, everyone? Good. Next question. Choose the correct statement. The Enhanced Access and Service Excellence Program is driven by Indian Banking Association. Second, it stresses on data analytics, automation, digitization, foster in the private banks to improve profitability, access, asset quality, customer service, digital capabilities. Everyone, please answer this question. Very simple. It's a very simple question. Okay. Now tell me the correct answer. Yes. Enhanced Access and Service Excellence program is driven by IBA. True. It stresses on data analytics for a public sector bank. It is introduced for a public sector bank. Okay. Second is wrong. So only one is the correct statement. Okay. Done, you guys? Okay. So now let's take a 5 minute break, everyone. Let's take a 5 minute break, everyone, and then we will continue the rest of the questions. Okay. Let's take a 5 minute break, guys, and then we will continue the rest of the questions. Thank you, everyone. Let's take a break, everyone. Okay. Okay. Okay, everyone. Now I'm audible to everyone. Yes. Am I audible to everyone? Everything is clear. Can we start doing the questions, further questions? Okay, everyone. Okay, let's quickly jump to the next question. A court served an order nisi on XYZ Bank at 11:45 a.m. for the accounts of Miss Bright Trader having 3 lakh balance. A check of 75,000 was presented at 11:30 a.m. but not yet paid in cash. Later, 1,50,000 is deposited at 1 p.m. When the court issue order absolute, the bank should allow the check payment and attach 4,50,000 including later deposit, stop all the withdrawal, refuse the check and remit 3 lakh after order absolute, attach only 1,50,000 received after the order, allow all transaction till order absolute is received. Now we have to choose the correct answer, everyone. Everyone start answering this question. So the correct answer for this question is what, you guys? Everyone start answering this question. Everyone start answering this question. So it's easy question. All you have to do is to focus and then answer, everyone, huh? All you have to do is to focus and then you need to answer. Okay. Kiran, Swarna, Anu, Pavitran, Benhar, everyone start answering this question. See, court or serve an order Nisi at 11:45 and having 3 lakh balance, bright art that time. 75,000 check present but not paid in cash. Later 1,50,000 deposit at 1 p.m. Okay. So it was deposit later. It was deposit after the order Nisi has been received. Now when the court order absolute, the bank should do what? The bank should stop all the withdrawals, refuse the check, and remit 3 lakh after the order absolute, because for this amount, for 1,50,000, the garnishee order is not valid. Okay, for the future, whatever the future transaction, it is for not valid. Garnishee order is not for that future deposits. Okay, it is only be served at the time whatever the account balance it's presented. So at this time 3 lakh is presented. Okay, so you have to stop the withdrawal, refuse the check, remit 3 lakh after the. Okay, done. Yes, B is the correct answer. Good, everyone. Next, XYZ is a successful manufacturing company that have been operating for over a decade. Recently, some of its shareholders sold their shares to new investor while others decided to retire from their role. Which of the following statement best describe the XYZ in relation to its existence? The company may cease to exist if a significant number of shareholders leave. Changes in membership doesn't affect the company's identity or existence. The company will need to re-register if there is a change in its shareholder structure. A company's existence is dependent on the active participants of its shareholder. We need to answer this question, everyone. Very easy, very simple. Everyone start answering this question, guys. Okay, now start answering this question. Very simple question. Now start answering this question, guys. So the correct answer is what? Kiran, Anu, Double X, Pavitra, and everyone start answering this question. Okay. Now, all of you are saying B. Okay. Changes in membership doesn't affect the company's identity. Only legal dissolution can end his profession. Bilkul correct, perfectly correct statement. Okay. Next, a small business owner Arjun applies for a loan of rupees 30 lakh to expand his manufacturing operation. He has a good credit rating of 750 and The purpose of the loan aligned with the bank credit policy. However, during the evaluation process, the lender discovered that approve this loan put would would actually exceed, not just tell me this, would actually exceed the bank's concentration limit for exposure in the manufacturing industry. What should a bank do in this case? Approve the loan immediately since Arjun has a good credit score and the purpose is valid. Request additional document from Arjun to justify the loan amount. Deny the loan application on the potential breach of concentration limit regardless of Arjun's credit worthiness, or none of the above. Everyone answer this question. I have told you that approving this particular loan will exceed the concentration limit for exposure in the manufacturing industry of that particular bank. So in this condition, what need to be done by the bank? Everyone, what need to be done by the bank? Everyone start answering. Okay. So Krishna is saying C is the correct answer, and everyone else now start answering this question. And everyone kindly please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Whoever are watching this session, please like and share the video to the maximum you can. Everyone, like and share the video, guys, to the maximum you can. So the correct answer for this question is what? Okay, yes. See, Arjun has a good credit score. Good thing. Second, purpose is also valid, but if the bank decide to lend to Arjun, it will breach the concentration limit of that particular manufacturing industry, which is actually one of the biggest reason why the bank should reject this loan, even if Arjun has a good credit score, even if the bank's purpose is aligned with the particular loan purpose, but exceeding this concentration limit, they cannot afford it. So if we talk about the correct answer, C is the correct answer. Deny the loan application based on the potential breach of concentration limit. Okay. Next, evaluate the following statement about digital currencies and cryptocurrencies. Digital currencies provide complete transaction anonymity, while cryptocurrencies require users' identification for all transactions. Cryptocurrencies operate on a decentralized network, allowing public visibility of all transactions, whereas digital currencies are typically managed by a centralized authority. Which of the following option is correct here? Now tell me which of the following option is correct here, everyone. Digital currencies and cryptocurrencies. Everyone, please answer this question. Everyone, please answer this question. Everyone start answering this question. A is correct. Both the statement are true. Everyone else kindly answer this question. Okay. Krishna is saying B, statement 1 is false and second is true, and everyone else. See, when we are talking about the difference between digital currencies and cryptocurrencies, okay? See this. Digital currency. Now, I have already underlined this most important part of difference between digital and cryptocurrencies. Digital currencies are centralized and a group of people regulate the state of transaction in the network, while cryptocurrencies are decentralized. Okay. In digital currencies require the users to be identified, while cryptocurrencies are partially anonymous, protecting their identity. Digital currencies are not transparent, and cryptocurrencies are very transparent because everyone can see the transactions. Already I have explained you in detail in the batch, in the class itself. Okay. Now, first, digital currencies provide complete transaction anonymity, while cryptocurrencies, no, not at all. Digital currency, the user needs the identification. User identification is needed for the transaction, while in cryptocurrencies it provides the complete transaction anonymity, because cryptocurrencies, these are traded on a public ledger platform. These are very transparent. Okay. Now, cryptocurrencies are decentralized network, that is correct, while digital currencies are the centralized authority managed by Reserve Bank of India or central government. True. So, if we talk about the correct answer, only the second statement is true and first is false. D is the correct answer. Yes, everyone, D is the correct answer. Done. Good. Next question is what? For anti-money laundering, the punishment would be rigorous for not less than how many years? Simple question. For not less than how many years? Very simple question, everyone. For not less than how many years? So the correct answer is for anti-money laundering, the punishment would be rigorous imprisonment for not less than how many years? For not less than how many years? It is for 3 to 7 years. In some cases, it can be extended to 10 years. So, not less than 7 years. D is the correct answer. Okay. Not less than 7 years. Okay. Next. Which of the following statement regarding the demand promissory note is true? A demand promissory note require a fixed repayment time period. DPN must comply with Section 4 of Negotiable Instrument Act. DPN doesn't require any stamp duty. A DPN can be signed by the borrowers before being filled and stamped. Everyone, answer this question. Easy. Start answering this question. Demand promissory note. Very simple question. Demand promissory note. Everyone. Very simple question. Okay. So demand promissory note is issued when the repayment time period is not fixed. Means that particular borrower says that whenever the borrower demand, whenever the lender demand, you need to repay the amount. Okay. And that's why a DPN must comply with Section 4 of Negotiable Instrument Act. That is perfectly correct statement. Rest all are the wrong statement. Okay. Good. Next question. Now, next question is which of the following best describe a charge card? Which of the following best describe a charge card? Charge card allows the cardholder to carry a balance from month to month and incur interest with a low annual fee. Charge card requires the cardholder to pay the balance in full every month, usually without interest, and come with a high annual fee. A charge card allows the cardholder to accumulate a balance and pay a partial amount over time with interest charge on the remaining balance. A charge card is a type of credit card where the cardholder can make purchases but must pay off the balance immediately after each transaction. Everyone. What is a charge card? Already, I have explained to all of you. Charge card, yes, it requires the cardholder to pay the balance in full every month, and it comes with a high annual fee. Yes, B is the correct answer. And regarding the charge card, the holder is given 25 to 50 days to credit his account, and if there is a insufficient fund at the time of debit, right? So this is regarding the charge card, all the important information. Okay, next question. Ravi open a account. Okay, OTP based Aadhaar KYC means non face to face account. Okay, his account balance reaches 1.2 lakh. He has received credit of 1.5 lakh. He applies for a loan of 50,000. By April next year, he haven't submit the officially valid document. Which of the following action the bank must take as per the RBI regulation? Allow only the term loan but restrict further credit in the saving account. Make the deposit account non-operational but continue the term loan. Close the deposit account and disallow further dispersal of the term loan. Only freeze the excess 20,000 from the deposit account and seek declaration again. Everyone. Easy question. Easy question now. This is an easy question. Tell me the correct answer, everyone. Tell me the correct answer. Very easy, simple question. Already I have told you. Very easy, very simple question. Everyone, start answering this question. Okay. So first of all, his account balance reaches 1.2 lakh. Balance exceed. So they have to submit the officially valid document immediately. Okay, else the account will become non-operational because the account balance exceed the limit of 1 lakh. He has received a credit of 1.5 lakh. Okay, then he applies for a loan of 50,000, which is within the limit because term loan of 60,000 is allowed. But see, by April next year, he hasn't submitted any official valid document because his account balance exceed the limit of 1 lakh. He has to immediately submit the officially valid document, right? But by 1 year, he hasn't submitted any officially valid document. So in this case, the bank need to close the deposit account and disallow any further dispersal, right? So if we talk about the correct answer, yes, C is the correct answer, everyone. C is the correct answer. Done, you guys? Next question. Meenal Gem is a exporter, eligible exporter under the FTP. Okay, this is again the PYP. Okay, operate a diamond dollar account with an authorized dealer. Evaluate the following transactions: credit proceed in USD from a local sale of rough diamonds. Request a dollar loan for pre-shipment finance. Proceed to be credited to DDA. Request interest payout to the DDA balance on maintaining a minimum monthly average balance of $25,000. Use DDA for making the payment for the purchasing of precious metal. Transfer the fund from DDA to INR current account. So, as per the guidelines of Reserve Bank of India, which of the following transactions are allowed? Which of the following transactions are allowed as per the guidelines of Reserve Bank of India? Everyone, which are allowed? Everyone, please answer this question. Which of the followings are allowed? Everyone, start answering this question. Okay, tell me the correct answer, everyone. Very easy question. All you have to do is to tell the answer, everyone, you guys. Okay, no, you are saying A, B, and E. A is the correct answer, okay? Credit proceeds in dollar from a local sale of rough diamond allowed. Request from a dollar loan allowed. Request interest payout no, because it is a current account. In current account, no interest is allowed. DDA for making the payment of precious metal not allowed. Transfer dollar from DDA to NIR account allowed. A, D, and E. A, B, and E. Correct. A is the correct answer. Very good. Very good, you guys. Good. Next question. Nisha purchased a new electric kettle for a online store. Upon receiving it, she noticed that the kettle was damaged and has exposed wire. Concerned about her safety, she immediately contacted the seller to report the issue. The seller assured her that the kettle was safe to use and offered no solution for a return or replacement. Later, Nisha discovered that the kettle has been recalled due to the safety issues, and then many consumers have been hurt. What is the customer right which is violated in this situation? Right to safety, right to choose, right to knowledge, or right to compensation? Very simple. Everyone, which is actually compromised here? Everyone, which is compromised here? Everyone, What is compromised here in this case? Read out the statement carefully. Yes, Krishna is saying A, Pavitran is saying A, Kiran is also saying A, right? So, if we talk about in this particular case study, yes, the right to safety has been compromised. Good. Yes, right to safety has been compromised because in this case, the product has been pulled off from the market because of the safety issues. So, right to safety has been compromised here. Right to safety. Okay. Which of the following best describe the fund based credit facility? Everyone, read out the question and answer. Fund based credit facility. Read out the question and then answer. Which of the following best describe the fund based credit facility? Everyone start answering this question. So the correct answer is fund based credit facility provided by bank and financial institution. Everyone. Fund based credit facility. Very simple. This involves the extension of credit in the form of guarantee or letter of credit. No, this is non fund based facility. This is non fund based. Okay. Now, they refer to the financial arrangements where actual funds are lent directly to the borrower for a specific purpose. Yes, true. B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Done. Yes, B is the correct answer. Good. Next question. Which of the following statement about DigiLocker is true? Everyone. DigiLocker. Which of the following statement about DigiLocker is true? Very simple, easy question. DigiLocker. Which of the following statement about DigiLocker is true? Everyone. Very simple, right? DigiLocker allows user to create, share, and validate important documents in a cloud-based environment. Of course, B is the correct answer, right? Yes, B is the correct answer. So if we talk about the correct answer, B is the correct answer. Done. Good. Next question. ABC Bank offer a portfolio management services to its net worth client. Okay. 1 crore is deposit requesting the bank to invest in the short term call money. Okay. The bank assure the minimum return of 8%. Later, the bank decide to transfer some securities from its own investments to Mr. Verma PMS account at face value. Based on Reserve Bank of India guideline on portfolio management service, identify which of the following action by the bank violate the regulatory provision. We have to choose which of the following is violating the regulatory provision. First, investing in the client's PMS fund in the call money market for short term return, guaranteeing a minimum 8% return, transferring securities from the bank investment book to the client, charging a performance based fee instead of a fixed management fee. We have to choose which of the following violate the regulatory provision. Which of the following violate the regulatory provision? Everyone. So the correct answer is we have to choose the correct answer. Everyone. Start answering the question. Which of the following choose the correct answer? Choose the correct answer. Right. Regulatory provision. Only B, C, and D. Krishna is saying only B, C, and D. And everyone else? Answer this question. It's very easy, simple. Just you need to look out the question and it is very important as well. It is also very important for all of you, everyone. Now start answering this question, everyone. Okay. So, first of all, If the bank is accepting a fund under a portfolio management services, that should be for minimum 1 year. So you cannot invest in the short term money market instrument. So first is not allowed. They are violating the regulatory province. You cannot, as a bank, you cannot guarantee the annual return. You cannot transfer your investment to the client's account. You cannot charge a performance based fees. You should only charge a fixed management fee. So all of these are actually violating the regulatory provisions, because these are all not allowed under the portfolio management service. So if we talk about the correct answer, all of the above. All of the above is the correct answer. All of the above is the correct answer. C is the correct answer, guys. All of the above. Okay. Done. Okay. Next question. Frequency of the loan review depends upon dash loan amount, activity of the borrower, constitution of the borrower, or risk level of the account. Everyone. Frequency of the loan review depends upon what? Frequency of the loan review depends upon what? Loan amount, activity of the borrower, constitution of the borrower, or risk level of the account. Everyone. Yes, risk level of the account. Easy question. Okay. Yes, easy. Next question. Sita run a small business and projects her annual turnover to be 50 crore for the upcoming year. If Sita secures the bank working capital finance, how much of her own fund does she effectively need to use to meet the working capital requirement after accounting for her margin contribution? Simple question. How much of her own fund does she effectively need to use to meet the working capital requirement? Own fund. Calculate and answer. Calculate and answer. Very simple. Calculate and answer. Everyone, please answer this question. So the correct answer is what? Okay, Krishna is saying A is the correct answer, and everyone else. Kiran is saying A is the correct answer, and everyone else. Very simple and easy question. Hmm. Simple question. 50 crore is the projected annual turnover. Okay. Now you know that 25% is the what? 25% of the 50 crore is total working capital required. It is 12.5, right? Now bank finance, it is 20% of 50 crore, means it is 10 crore. And if own contribution is concerned, it is rest, means 2.5 is the own contribution. So A is the correct answer. Okay, this is the total one. This is the bank finance. Okay, and this is own contribution. Now in the bank finance, we need to see this, that 5 crore is the limit, because it is a small entrepreneur, they have a small business, so the limit is only 5 crore. So here it cannot be 10 crore, it is only limited to 5 crore. This is important. This is, I have already explained to you, right? Remember? Good. Next question. As per KYC guideline, which of the following documents do not require to open an account for a company? Which of the following documents doesn't require for opening the account for a company? Everyone. Doesn't required. Everyone. Doesn't required. Please answer this question. Answer this question. Which of the following document that does not require to open an account for a company? All of the above are required. Certificate of incorporation, memorandum, and resolution of the board of director. These are all required. All of the above are required. Everyone does not require. Do the bank require? Sorry, do the bank require? So all the requirements, all are required. Okay. D. All of the above are required. Everyone. Done. Next question. John deposit 1 lakh rupees in his saving account. In this scenario, he believe he is simply saving his money. Later, he take out a loan of 50,000 from the same bank. Considering the definition of debtor and creditor in both the situation, which of the following statement is true? John is a creditor to XYZ bank, but he deposit. When he deposit money, and he'll become a debtor only when he takes out the loan. Very simple. John is a debtor and a creditor to XYZ bank at the same time as he deposit and create a loan. John is solely the creditor and none of the above. Very simple question. Very simple question. You can all answer this question. Very simple question. You can all answer this question. So easy. Yes, John is both a debtor and creditor to XYZ at the same time because when he deposit the money, he is a creditor. When he withdraw or take out the loan, then he become the debtor. Okay. When he deposit the money, he is actually the creditor. And he become the creditor only when he take out the loan. So A is the correct answer, I think. No, 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 no. So A is the correct answer, guys. John is a creditor to XYZ when he deposit the money, but he become a debtor only when he take out the loan. Obviously, A is the correct answer, not B, everyone. A is the correct answer. Done. A is the correct answer. Sorry, not B, it's A is the correct answer. Okay. Now, next question. Now, this is the last question, everyone. There is a power of attorney which was given on January 31st, 2022 by A to B. B has issued a check dated on 12th of Feb, but later on 28th Feb, the power of attorney is cancelled. A refused to pay the check signed by B. A is not liable as B's authority has been cancelled. A shall be liable if B is still alive. A is liable for the check as the check was signed when the authority was available to B or any of the above. Answer this question. Now it's very easy and simple question. You all have to answer this question, guys. Everyone, start answering this question. It's simple, it's easy question. Now it's the last question to everyone. Start answering this question. Power of attorney was given on 31st January and cancelled on 28th Feb. The check is drawn in 12th. So obviously is liable for the check as the check was signed when the authority was available to be. So C is the correct answer, everyone. Done? Clear? We are starting with the module C. So module C, essentials of banking computerization. This is unit 42. So let's start discussing this topic. First of all, if we talk about the bank computerization, so bank computerization, it was started in year 1983. Bank computerization, the concept that the bank should have a computer or the banking system should be done through the computerization or there are stages and possibilities that you have to involve computerization in the banking system and you have to prepare guidelines for the same. So for the introduction of C in year 1983, Dr. C. Rangarajan committee has actually represented the possibilities and stages to involve bank computerization and prepare guidelines for the same. Clear? Now, if we talk about the report that is submitted by the committee in year 1984, and this committee report was known as the first Rangarajan committee report on banking mechanization, right? So this committee has actually introduced the concept of computerization system in India. So another committee, it was constituted in year 1988 and it was the Dr. C. Rangarajan committee again, and it actually draw a perspective plan that how to introduce the computerization in the banking system for a 5-year period, and that is from 1990 to 1994. Clear? So if we're talking about banking computerization, first of all, Dr. C. Rangarajan Committee. Which committee is responsible for introducing banking computerization? It was Dr. C. Rangarajan Committee. It was in the year 1983 that started the banking computerization phase, okay, or that recommended the stages that how you should involve banking computerization in the banking system. 1984, the committee has been established, and according to 1984, the first Rangarajan Committee report has been published on banking mechanization. Now, another committee, it was constituted in year 1988 under the chairmanship of Dr. C. Rangarajan, and that drew a perspective plan on the computerization of banks for a 5-year period, that is from 1990 to 1994. Now, the four major objective of banking computerization. What are the main objective? Why there was the discussion to involve computer in the banking system, how this computerization actually helps the banking system? So if we talk about the four major objective of the banking computerization, first of all, it is for improving the customer service. The very first thing is it has to improve the customer services, right? Second, the decision making. Okay, for the better decision making, banking computerization has been introduced. For housekeeping and for productivity and profitability. So for all these purposes, banking computerization has been introduced. So these are the four major objectives of the banking computerization, right? Very important that which committee is responsible for the banking computerization. It was Dr. C. Rangarajan committee which was responsible for the banking computerization. Clear? Now next, if we talk about the next thing, then computerization can have the two parts. There is the standalone computer system and there are multi-user systems also. A standalone computer system, this is the system that is defined for single user operation. So if you are a single user, so for a single user operation, the system that has been designed is known as the standalone computer system, and particularly it is for data processing, analysis, task analysis, etc. Okay, it is not suitable for the multi-users environment. So it is actually suitable for a single user environment. It is not suitable for the multi-user environment. Second, could be connected to a larger system to access shared information, right? The major advantages of a single user system is, first of all, there is a low equipment cost. Second, less complicated software. Third, easy operational training of the bank, the staff, and better security control. Second, if we talk about the single user system, these have some limitations also, like slow processing speed, because it is meant for the single user, right? So it has a slow processing speed. It has the low data storage capacity. Okay, and whereas advantages of the single user system is that they have a low equipment cost, they have less complicated software, they have easy operational training of the bank staff, they have better security and control. So these are some of the advantages and disadvantages of the standalone computer system. Clear? Now, if we talk about the multi-user system, so multi-user system, first of all, it allows simultaneous access to multi-users. Okay, simultaneous access to multi-user. Second, if we talk about the this multi-user system, these have a centralized processing on high-capacity server. Centralized processing. There is a centralized processing on high-capacity server. Third, it is ideal for online applications and centralized data processing. The branches services can also be provided through alternate delivery channels, like there are ATMs, internet banking, and the mobile apps. So these are the multi-user system. So standalone computer, it is meant for the single user operation, whereas multi-user system, it allows simultaneous access to the multi-user. Right? Now, next, if we talk about the branch level virtualization or computerization. So, in the very first phase, when there was a talk that we have to introduce computerization in the banking system, bank has adopted the branch level mechanization. Okay, where stand-alone systems were used at the very first stage. Okay, Now, these systems, these are known as ALM, sorry, ALPFs, means automatic ledger posting machines, right? Now, what are the advantages of the branch level computerization system? So, if the computerization has been introduced in the branching level, okay, these automatic ledger posting machines, these are not interconnected with each other. Okay, so these are the standalone systems. So they have, you are a single users, and for you single access is allowed. Okay, now if we talk about the advantages are, first of all, it provides better and speedy customer services. Is provide what? Better and speedy customer service. Second, it helps to improve the housekeeping. It helps to improve what? It helps to improve the housekeeping. Third, it analyzes the branch level data for decision making. Fourth, it generates the various reports. So these are the advantages of the branch level computerization. So it's provide better and speedy customer service. It improves the housekeeping. It analyzes the branch level data for decision making, or it generates various reports. These are the advantages of the branch level computerization. Now, total branch automation, it is in mid 90s. Okay, so first of all, there was a multi-user computer system. Second, it was fully computerized banking function. Third, there was instant, secure, and integrated transaction. Single window concept. In single window concept, customers are actually allowed to transact the complete transaction at a single counter. So you don't have to move from different to different windows for executing your financial transaction. The concept of single window concept is actually given for the enhancement of the customer quality, right? For the enhancement of the customer service. So there is a single window concept where the customer can transact and complete all their transaction at a single counter. To handle the transaction of specific products, like there is a saving and currents and loan account, so all can be done under one roof. So this is the total branch automation which was introduced in mid 90s, right? Now, then there was at the branch level computerization, then there was total branches automation, then the computerization which has been introduced in the regional, circle, or zonal office, right? So the what is the function of the computerization that has been introduced in the regional, circle, or zonal office? First of all, it oversees the branch operation. It oversees what? The branch operation. It collects and consolidates data for the head office. Common tasks are, it helps in managing the branch profiles, it helps in credit monitoring and personal data. So these are the branches computerization at the regional, circle, and zonal offices. Now, lastly, the computers has been introduced at the head office level also. Now, the head office, it is responsible for all the major things of the bank. You all know everything is controlled by the head office, right? So for the head office, if we talk about the head office, it is responsible for bank level planning, control, functions, policy decisions, etc. If we talk about the head office activities, these are divided into different functional area, right? Now, there was operations and plannings and personnels and international business and services. These are all the functional areas of the head office. So obviously, introducing computer at the head office, it's actually a very good way of improving the planning structure of the complete organization, or you can say bank, right? So the head office, these are divided into these five functional areas. You have to learn this. There is operation, there is planning, there is personal, there is international business, and there are services. Clear? Now next, if we talk about the networking technologies, the very important thing is the networking technologies in bank. What are the networking technologies in the bank? So there are different type of networking technologies. There is a LAN, there is a WAN. Okay. So if we talk about LAN, first of all, local area network, LAN. Okay. When you connect the computer and network devices and the peripherals, when you connect all the computers and network devices and all the peripherals within a localized area, okay, say within a building, then it is known as LAN. Then it is known as what? LAN, local area network. right? So in LAN, there are each independent system which is known as a node. There are each independent system which are known as what? Which are known as node. And such nodes are interconnected. It is known as what? It is known as LAN. Usually there will be one central node which is known as server, providing the control of the whole network services. Okay. So if we talk about the think of the LAN. LAN is you are connecting the computers and network devices and peripherals, and you are connected it within a localized area, or you can say within a building or within a localized area. Then it is known as LAN, local area network. So in a LAN, if we talk about the LAN, each independent system is actually called as node. So there are each independent system. If you are seeing this diagram, each independent system, these are known as nodes, and nodes are interconnected with each other, and then they formed an area which is known as LAN. Now, each is connected to a central node which is known as server. So there is a central node which is known as server, which is connected and which control all the complete clear. So this is the local area network. Clear? If we talk about the so network topologies are different types. So under a LAN, there are different type of arrangements. So there is a local area network, and for local area network, there are different type of arrangements, which is known as topology. Topology is what? Topology is actually the physical and logical arrangement of nodes and connections, right? So the physical and the logical arrangement of nodes and connections are called as network topology, right? So if we talk about nodes, nodes include switches, nodes includes routers, nodes includes softwares, okay? Nodes includes each and everything, okay? Now, if we talk about the network topology, network topologies has different layouts, like there are star topology, there is a bus topology, and there is a ring topology. So if we talk about the star, bus, and ring topology, so just see the figure in detail. I'm just giving you the details of each and every topology. First of all, there is a you can say star topology. So star topology, you know that there is a central node. In star topology, you will see there is a central node, right? And all the devices, right? All the devices are connected with this central nodes, right? Now, in the star topology, this central node is actually called as the master node, which is actually serving as a master node, and all the other nodes are connected to this master node with a separate medium or cable. Okay, with a separate medium or cable. So this is known as star topology. Now, in this topology, if one nodes fail, okay, it will not affect the entire network, because each is connected via several cable or different medium to a central node. So if there is a failure of any one node, it is not affecting the other nodes. So it is known as the star topology. Now next talk about the bus topology. Now see, bus topology, all the devices are connected with a single continuous network. So there are different type of devices, and all these devices are connected with a single continuous network, or you can say single continuous cable. Okay, now transmission here from any of the workstation travels the entire cable in both the direction and received by all the workstation. So if there is a transmission of any one information, it is received by all the devices and it flow in both the direction, right? In bus topology. If we talk about the bus topology, again, if one workstation fails, it will not affect the entire network. If one fails, it will not affect the entire network. Clear? Now, third is the ring topology. Now, ring topology, all devices are connected. See, all devices are connected in a closed loop. See, it is connected in a closed loop in a rings, right? Now, here, whatever the data transmission is there, it is possible only in one direction. So as the packet circulate, the destination recognizes its address and copies the packet content onto it. And break it down here, breakdown of any of the one server if actually affect the entire network. So here the breakdown doesn't affect the entire network. Here the breakdown again doesn't affect the entire network, but here the breakdown affects the whole network, right? So this is the networking topology, the most important networking topologies. Clear? So it is the bus topology, it is the ring topology, and it is what? It is the star topology. Now, if you have any doubt in the whole topology system, you can ask your doubt, everyone. If you have any doubt, please feel free to ask your doubt. No doubt? Okay. Now you just read it out. Very simple. Bus topology. It is connected to a single continuous network. So devices are connected to what? A single continuous network. Now, there are easy setup. Failure in any one workstation, it doesn't affect the others workstation. Now, it limits the geographical spread and flexibility. Second, there is a ring topology. Devices, these are connected and form a closed loop. And there is a unidirectional data transmission. Unidirectional means in both the ways data is transmitted. Now, star topology, there is a central node which is acting as a master node, and all the other nodes are connected separately. Easy changes, failure of one node doesn't affect the entire network. May struggle with the high traffic due to reliance on any one central node. Clear? Reliance on any one central node. Clear? Now, tree topology. If we talk about the tree topology, in tree topology, there is one root node, one intermediate node, and one leaf node. Okay, then there is a root node which is known as the head node of this structure. The leaf nodes are the last node and do not have any of the child node. It is constructed in a hierarchical form, and any node can have any number of child nodes, right? So these are the networking technologies in the banking system. These are networking technologies in banking system. Now, if we talk about the network protocols, what is network protocols? Network protocols are actually the sets of the rules and procedures for transferring data between electronic devices, right? So if one computer, you have to transfer any data from one computer to another, you have to transmit any data from one electronic device to another. So there are certain rules and procedures, set of rules and procedures that guidelines the transmission of data from one to another. That is known as network protocols. Okay, so protocols are different set of rules of communication that are similar module of processes, right? The network protocols depend upon the adapters. Okay, and there are different type of adapters like Ethernet and token net. Like Ethernet, it is a technology used for connecting device in LAN or WAN. Okay, it enables the device to communicate with each other with a set of rules or a common network language. Whereas a token ring, this sends data in one direction by using a. Okay, so network protocol is important thing. It is a set of the rules and procedures that help in transmitting data between the electronic devices, right? Now, there are some advantages of LAN and disadvantages of LAN. LAN. Advantages are single window concept becomes reality. It actually allows the sharing of resources, like you can share printers, scanners, and storage devices. The information stored on a central node is available to all the other devices so there is no need for duplication of the data, right? And since all machines are intelligent, the processing load shares in the machine and there is no overload on any single machine, right? So these are some of the advantages of the LAN, local area network. Now, what are the disadvantages of LAN? First, there are complicated softwares, right? Second, security risks are what? Security risks are higher. And third, maintenance cost is very high. Okay, so these are some of the advantages and these are some of the disadvantages of LAN, local area network, right? Now, next, if we talk about the WAN, wide area network. So if you connect the computer and devices in a geographical area, sizable geographical area, then it is known as WAN, wide area network. So LAN is actually connecting your computer and devices within a localized area, means you can say building or house. But when you are connecting the computers and devices across a sizable geographical area, then it is known as WAN, wide area network. Now, while WAN is used to generally interconnect branches to the regional zonal offices and to the head offices, right? Now, if we talk about the speed, the transmission speed in actually WAN is actually low if we compared it to LAN. Right, there are separate and dedicated data lines that are used to connect in the WANs. You can use the lease line network, you can use the satellite link, microwave link, dial-up networks. These are all the different type of networks which can be used for connecting two or more computers under a wide area network. And you can use a combination of all these methods also. Clear? Discuss about this PPB module C, that is operational aspects of core banking system environment. This is unit 43. So operational aspects of CBS environment, unit 43, module C, PPB. We are going to discuss this chapter today, the most important thing related to this chapter. First of all, let's start with the core banking introduction. Core banking solution. If we talk about the introduction, what is the core banking solution? What is the important thing related to the core banking solution? Okay, so core solution, first of all, is a platform where communication technology and IT meet. Actually, it is an environment where communication technology and information technology, they merge together and they suit the core banking needs. Information technology is all about how computer works, while communication technology is how about communication between the people. It is actually facilitating the communication between the people, right? So the core banking solutions actually is a combination of two things. It is a combination of communication technology plus it is a combination of information technology. Now, if we talk about information technology, it is all about what is computer, how the computer works. It is all about how the computer works. Whereas communication technology is all about how people communicate with each other, then it is known as communication technology. When we are talking about the communication technology, in communication technology, it doesn't only includes the computer, but it also include all the telephones and radios and faxes and other devices, right? So all the you can say all the computers, telephones, radios and faxes and other devices, these are all included in what? These are all included in communication technology. If we talk about the core banking functions, core banking function depends upon the specific type of bank. Under the core banking solution, client software is installed at different branches of the bank. So in this core banking solution, the thing is, the client software is actually installed at different branches of the bank, and they connect the central server for accessing and updating the customer information and their transactions. So core banking functions like core banking solution, all the things, all the branches are connected to client software. So there is a there is a specified and central server, right? And all the branches are actually connected with this central server. Okay, and it's do what? It actually help in accessing and updating the information. It actually does what? It actually helps and update the information, right? So if we talk about the branches are connected to the central server through lease line and other networking technologies. So example of core banking solution, so there are different example of core banking solution like Finacle invoices. There is TCS is using DANCS Bansys. Invoices is using Finacle. FlexCube is used by Oracles. Clear? Done? Okay, done. So this is the core banking solution. So in core banking solution, core banking functions always depends upon the specific type of bank, right? So it have a client software installed at different branches, which is connected to a main central server. Whenever there is any customer who wants to what who wants to update the customer information, there is any changes in the customer bank account or anything, that update is directly done to the central server and it's reached to each and every and different branches, right? Okay, done. Now, core banking solution. So, if we talk about the functions that are performed by the core banking solution, so what are the functions that are performed by the core banking solution? So, there are different functions that has been performed by the core banking solution. So, if we talk about the different function, there is customer account management, there is office account management, loan disbursement and management, cash deposits and withdrawal. There are transaction management, inputs and output clearing process, calculation of interest on advance and deposit, charges and fees applications. So these are different type of functions which are performed by the core banking solution. They help in the application of minimum balance charges, transaction charges, checks, books charges, etc. The assets classification and income recognition, the non-performing assets management, the customer relationship management, the interface with the payment system. There are interfaces with the alternate delivery channel. There are generations of report, multi-currencies, balance sheet, profit and loss account statement, right? So if we talk about the thing, common banking, the core banking solution, there are different functions that has been provided or performed by the core banking solution. What are the different functions? These are the specific different functions which are performed by the core banking solution. Now, if we talk about the flow of transactions in a core banking solution, so there are different flow of transactions in the core banking solution. So there are three main type of transactions. If we talk about the core banking solution, there are three main type of transaction in the core banking solution. We have the cash, we have clearing, and we have transfer, right? So in any core banking solution, there are three specific types of transaction. This is cash, clearing, and transfer, right? So if we talk about the branches has to use the login system, and there is a user ID and password with the biometric authentication at the core banking solution terminal. Because see, every data, this is actually the data gold, yeah, digital gold, you can say. All the data is actually in the core banking solution, is actually in the central server. So for accessing that central server, every one need to have a specific user id and a password, and along with the biometric authentication, so that there cannot be any uninterpreted or unwanted interference in the central server of the banking system. Customer login through various delivery channels using their credentials. So how the customers can log in? They can use the various delivery channels for and use their credentials. Now, transactions also includes what? If we talk about the transaction, this also include various type of non-financial transactions. So there are various type of non-financial transaction in the core banking solution. What are the various type of non-banking solution? Like there is an dated account parameters, there is stock management register, there is balance inquiry, there is alert, right? So these are all the transactions which are included in the non-financial transaction. Updating account parameters, stock maintenance register, the balance inquiry alert, right? These are all in the core banking solution. So once the transaction hits the central database, the system will be validating the transaction and debit or credit a particular amount, and the message is sent back to the user at the branch. So when there is any transaction that hits the central database, so all the branches, these are connected with what? All the branches, these are connected with a central database. Yes, so once there is any transaction which is done in the central database, the system first of all validate the transaction. First of all, the system accept the transaction and then debit or credit the particular account. Then if, for example, there is some credit, there is debit and credit in the particular account, right? Then there is a message that is sent back to the user branches as to others whether the transaction is completed or not completed. So this is the flow of transaction in the core core banking solution. Now, in a core banking solution, when we are talking about this, there are some transaction which is known as end of the day transaction, and there is some beginning of the day transaction. So as the word says, beginning of the day means you have to do this transaction before starting the day, and end of the day when you have to do this certain transaction at the end of the day. So beginning of the day operation, first of all, beginning of the day processes a new transactions for the bank, right? So if you are starting the new transactional day for the bank, then you have to what? You have to process this beginning of the day operations, right? So for beginning of the day operation, if we are talking about the beginning of the day operation, there are different type of transaction which you need to have in the beginning of the day transactions. Now, if end of the day transaction for the previous day is not completed, so first you have to complete the end of the day transaction, and then only you can begin the beginning of the day transaction, right? So there are some functions in the beginning of the day operations. If we talk about some functions, there are some functions in the beginning of the day operations, like first of all, you have to start a new day. The very first thing is what? The very first thing is you have to start a new day, right? Second, time deposit processing related to interest and maturity. So there are some time processes which are related to interest and maturity. Then there are some standing instruction execution. If you have some pending instruction which you have to execute, you have to execute that also. Then you value the date of processing of the checks, right? Then you have the salary processing. If you have to process any salary, you have to process at the beginning of the day, right? Then you have to check any overdraft limit expiry. So if there is expiry of any overdraft limit, please you can check that, right? So these are all the beginning of the day transaction. But one thing is very important, that first you have to complete the end of the day transaction. First you have to complete this EOD, and then only you start the beginning of the day operations. So these are all the functions of the beginning of the day operations. You have to start a new day. You have to no, see whether there is a time deposit, and if there is any matter which is related to the interest and deposit of the time deposit, you have to follow out the complete or standing instruction. You have to value date processing of the checks. Then there is a salary processing. Then you have to expire, or you have to see the overdraft limit. If there is any expiry of the overdraft limit, you have to see that also. Clear? Now, end of the day operation. So these are some of the activities which you have to do when you are ending a new day. Okay, so if you are ending the day, what are the transactions that you have to do at the end of the day? First of all, day end activities carried out by the authorized personnel, and there should be an authorized personnel which who are properly documented and monitored through a checklist, right? So end of the trade transaction, so there should be an authorized personnel first of all, and the document should be properly monitored and documented through a checklist. Second, minimum balances are calculated. Whatever minimum balances they have, they should be calculated. Product are calculated for the current account. Then mandatory reports are generated. Fallback procedures activated. Day end backup is taken. You have to record the entries in the backup register. You have to record entries in logbooks. You have to fill the report. You have to shut down the computers. Complete computer system. The data backups are taken properly and documented, and they are kept in the safe custody. Server room should be properly locked, and the keys are kept only with the authorized person. There are some generated documents which include the access logs, supplementary reports, and audit trails. These you have to do at the end of the operations. So beginning of the day operations and end of the day operations, these are important. Okay, next, basic controls. So password control, basic control. So you have the basic, if we are talking about the basic control, there are four things which you have to do under the management of the bank. The basic control says first you have to segregate the duties of each and every individual. So each and every individual should not engage in every type of activities. This is not beneficial for a working environment, right? So you have to segregate the duties. First, as a bank manager or as a bank management, you have to segregate the duty of each and every individuals who are involved. Okay, Then 4 eye principle. 4 eye principle means everything which is done by one is checked by 4 eyes. Means you have to check. If you have checked something, it is checked by some another person also. Because it is bank, you are doing all the things which are related to money. Okay, there's no chances of errors and fault here. So 4 eye principle means everything should be rechecked by 2%, rotations and the ownership. So these are the basic controls, right? Now, if we talk about the passwords control, so obviously these are the different instructions that has been given, that how you can create a very strong password in the banking environment. So how you can create a very strong password in the banking environment? First of all, minimum length of the password should be 8 characters. Okay, the more the better. Okay, so if it is more, it is better, right? But minimum should be 8. It should contain both upper and lower cases always. It should be a mix of letters and numbers. The password should include one special character, right? Dictionary word you have to avoid. Prevent using of previous passwords. Okay, enforce periodical changes of the password. Passwords are disabled to the employees when they are on the absence, right? So when you are on the leave, as an employee, you are on a leave, then password for you should be disabled. Right, this is very important point. Okay, for certain critical modules, there are multi-users and multi-factors authentications also, and password should be stored in a system in the encrypted form only. So these are the instruction that has been given, that how you should have a strong password and a strong system control in the core banking system. Now, there is a parameter file or the master file, which is also known as the master file in the core banking system. Master file means all the relevant information which are related to a particular account should be fed and stored, all the particular statements. So if there is any information, so any information of a particular account, like what is the rate of interest for this particular account, what is the overdraft limit, what is the operational limit, what is the commission charge, nature of the account, it is single or joint, everything related to a particular account is stored in the form of the parameter or the master file, right? And when you are giving the access of the master file to anyone, it should be in the form of red only. It should be in the form of what? Red only. So if we talk about the master file for the core banking solution, there are different master files for the core banking solution that you have to create. First, you have to create a master data for accounts, which contain the information of each and every customer, the complete information, right? For there is a general purpose parameter file. There is an account type and structure for the general ledger. There are advanced interest rate applicable for various schemes. There are deposit interest rate, list of holidays, authorization right for exceptional transactions, and the type of users and their work class. So these are the parameters or the master files which you have to create when you are working in the core banking solution. These are the master files. Clear? Done? Now, obviously, there are some logical access control of this. There are some instruction that has been given that you have to manage these parameters or these files in a very logical way. Like, for example, the security police, first of all, address the specific capabilities of operating and ensure that the features are implemented. There should be a chief information security officers which implement all the security feature. You have to grant the access level. You have to, the user's access should be minimum, right? User access should be restricted to the specific application. So if you are assigned to a particular application, your access should be limited to all. Okay, so limited to that particular thing. Also, file maintenance should be separate, access privilege, the password should be encrypted, methods to detect security violations, right? Modern passwords should be changed periodically. So these are all the logical access control in the core banking solutions, right? Now, if we talk about the role and responsibilities of the bank under the core banking solution, so there are different role and responsibilities of the bank. Like you have to address the cyber threats. Okay, you have to establish a good IT policies. You have to maintain an accurate accounting records. You have to record the IT challenges. Also, you have to conduct system by the chartered accountants. Okay, so these are the roles and responsibilities of a bank in a core banking solution. Clear? To discuss unit 45 This is Data Communication Network and EFT system. This is Unit 45. So let's start this system. EFT is Electronic Fund Transfer System and Data Communication Network, right? So first of all, Data Communication Network. So Data Communication Network helps bank drastically cut the cost which involve in transferring data from point of origin to the computer and information from the computer to the point of use. So when the data transfer is concerned, so data transfer is actually in early days is was a very expensive process for the bank, right? So data communication network, it is actually helping bank to cut the cost and time which is involved in transferring of data from the point of origin to the computer and from the computer to the point of origin. Okay, now data communication provides connection to the computer that may be located in geographically dispersed location. You are sitting here, okay, and you want to send any data to USA, right? So for sending these data earlier, it was an expensive thing, but data, because of the data communication network, now you can connect easily, okay, yeah, and you can transfer data very easily and in a very minimum cost, even if your computers are located in a geographically dispersed area, right? Now, this connectivity, this actually allows the seamless transfer of data. This help in the email communication, file sharing, online collaboration, and access to the cloud-based services. Right? Now, next, if we talk about the mode of transmission, so when the transmission modes is defined as the direction of the signal flow between two connected devices. So if there are two connected devices, the direction of the signal flow, it is actually known as the transmission mode, and the transmission modes are classified into three parts. The transmission modes are classified into three parts. First is the simplex, then is the half duplex, and then is the full duplex. These are the three transition or transmission modes: simplex, half duplex, and full duplex. Simplex transmission, in which you can transmit data in only one direction. When you are transmitting the data only in one direction, then it is known as simplex transmission. The sender cannot receive and the receiver cannot send. Commercial radio broadcast is the best example of the simplex transmission. So in radio, when you are listening the radio, you just only receive the data from the other side. You cannot send it back, right? So there is the transmission of data only in one direction. Okay, then it is known as simplex. Okay, half duplex is what? Half duplex means when the transmission or movement of data is allowed in both the direction but only one direction at one time. If you have seen the walkie talkie, right, you are talking in a walkie talkie. If two devices are connected, two walkie talkies are connected, first you have sent the information which is received by the other party. Now you have to disconnect the connection, then you have to again connect the connection, and then that party will send you the data. So the transmission is allowed in both the direction. It is not like a regular telephone line. You cannot receive and speak together. You just have to wait. Okay, first you receive the data, and if you want to revert it back, you wanted to establish another connection, then you revert it back. This is known as the half duplex. And full duplex means, a full duplex means when the communication is done simultaneously two ways, right? Like the telephone lines. Telephone lines, you just receive and give information at the same time. This is known as the full duplex. This is known as what? Full duplex. So there is a simplex, there is half duplex, and there is full duplex, right? Now, If we talk about the major network scenarios in India, so there are major network scenarios in India when we are talking about the committee on the communication network. So it committee that was established in 1987, and the committee was established under the chairmanship of T.N. Anantram Iyer. TN Anandram Iyer has just what introduced this 1987 committee. Okay, now it is commissioned. Now this committee has commissioned BankNet in 1991, which is a packet switch X.25 based network node in Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, and Kolkata, and they have switching centers at Nagpur with mesh technology. Bangalore and Hyderabad are also connected to Chennai. Now, BankNet is actually use and collect transmission logic which is provided by the message transfer utility in the system. In the meantime, the second Rangarajan committee recommended the interconnectivity of the branches and interfacing them with the public data network. So BankNet is actually used by the bank, which is X.25 based network, and the main nodes are in Mumbai and Delhi and Kolkata and Chennai, and Chennai is also connected to Bangalore and Hyderabad, and they have the switching center in the Nagpur. And this helped to collect and transmission of the logic which has been provided by the message transfer utility in the system. Clear? No. There is NISTnet also, like BankNet. There is NISTnet also. NISTnet is National Information Center Network. NISTnet is National Information Center Network, which has been established in year 1976, and it has been established by the National Information or Informatic Center. NISTnet is actually a satellite-based nationwide communication network, and this is a wide area network. Wide area network means WAN, right? Now it is the largest wide area network. So if the question is asked which is the widest largest area network, so NISTnet is the widest large area network. Now NISTnet facilitate electronic delivery of services to the government, G2G, and business G2B, and citizen G2C, and government employees G2E. It has institutional linkage with all the ministries and department of the central government, state government, union territories, and about 720 plus district administrations of India. Now, there is a SWIFT also, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Communication. So, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, it was founded in 1973 by 239 banks. It was founded in 1973 by 239 bank with headquarter in Brussels, and it is a cooperative non-profit organization which is established under the Belgian law. Now, it is a financial message platform. It actually is a financial messaging platform that bring together approximately more than 11,000 financial institutions and corporations across 215 countries. So, SWIFT operates on a financial messaging platform, and they bring together approximately more than 11,000 financial institutions and corporations across 250 countries. If we talk about the network and its members, they exchange more than 22 million payments, securities, trade, finance, and treasury messages, and it helps in the highly reliable, secure, and resilient manner transfer. And it is wholly owned by its member bank and financial institution. It is basically a message transmission system. It is what? It is just basically a message transmission system. Now, what is the main feature of Swift? If we talk about the Swift, it works and functions throughout the year 24 hours a day. You can immediately transfer message to any part of the world. All the messages are in encrypted form, so you don't have to worry about the securities. All the messages are acknowledged, means either accepted or rejected, and it is very confidential and protected. And there are different keys of securities in the Swift, like there are key authentication mechanism, which actually is an automated and improved version of telegraphic test keys, which traditionally used to authentic and what confirm amount in messages uh, between banks. Encryption is a security control to ensure data confidentiality. right? It is done on the Swift network and it is available to the user. Checksum, it is a security control that prevent automatic changes during transmission. So these are the security features under the Swift: key authentication mechanism, encryption, and checksum, right? And there are some electronic payment system that have been introduced in India. So these are some of the electronic payment system that have been introduced in India, like the electronic fund transfer. The definition is given and launch date is 1997. Operator is Reserve Bank of India. RTGS 2004. Operator is Reserve Bank of India. NEFT November 2005. Operator is RBI. NECS October 2008. Operator is RBI. Credit and debit cards, November 2009, banks are the operators, right? PPI, prepaid payment instrument, 2009, PPI operators are the regulators. IMPS, immediate payment services, November 2010, NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. NACH, 2011, it is again by NPCI. Check Translation System, 2008, again by NPCI. Aadhaar Enabled Payment System 2016, again by NPCI. UPI 2016, NPCI. National Electronic Toll Collection 2016, NPCI. Bharat Bill Payment System 2017, NPCI. So these are the electronic payment systems in India. We are going to discuss Unit 46 of PPB Module C. We have to discuss digital payment systems that are regulated or that are under or that are operated by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. So we are going to discuss about digital payment system, National Payment Corporation of India in today's chapter. Very important chapter, yet it is a very easy chapter because see, in this chapter we are going to discuss all that thing which you have already know, which already you are practicing on your daily life, like what are QR code, what is UPI, what is the debit card systems and credit card systems. So these are all the things that you already know. Just I have to give you a little bit explanation of this complete chapter, that is digital payment system. So let's start discussing about this topic. The very first thing is National Payment Corporation of India, NPCI. First, we are going to discuss about NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. First of all, it is a pioneer organization and it is for the retail payment systems in India. So it is a pioneer organization which has been set up for the retail payment systems in India. It was established in 2008. NPCI, it is a non-profit organization which is established by Reserve Bank of India and Indian Banking Association. So IBA, Indian Banking Association, and Reserve Bank of India, they both together established this National Payment Corporation of India, which is a non-profit organization which has been established in December 2008. Currently, if we talk about NPCI presently have 10 core promoter banks. So presently there are 10 members in a National Payment Corporation of India. So what are then 10 core promoter banks? So there is State Bank of India, there is Punjab National Bank, there is Canara Bank, there is Bank of Baroda, there is Union Bank of India, there is Bank of India, there is ICICI Bank, there is HDFC Bank, there is City Bank, and there is HSBC Bank. So these are current 10 promoters of the what National Payment Corporation of India, right? If we talk about the vision, NPCI has been established with the vision of what? It has been established with the vision to provide citizens on our country anytime, anywhere payment services. So it has been established for the anytime, where payment facility, right? Which are very simple to use, easy to use, safe, secure, fast, and also cost effective. National Payment Corporation of India's aim is to operate for the benefit of all the member bank as well as the common bank man in a large. So whatever promoter banks are there in the National Payment Corporation of India, NPCI aims to promote the National Payment Corporate National Payment Corporation of India helps in the promotion of all the members bank, plus at large it helps in the promotion of the common bank or common man also, right? This is NPCI. Now let's talk about some of the payment system that has been managed by NPCI. So this is very important. So these are some of the important payment system or projects that has been managed by National Payment Corporation of India. Now, what are these payment system? First of all, National Financial Switch (NFS), NACH, National Automated Clearing House, Rupee card, immediate payment service IMPS, Aadhaar enabled payment system AEPS, there is Bharat interface for money, there is unified payment interface, there is Bharat bill payment services, there is Bharat QR, there is National Common Mobility Card NCMC, there is National Electronic Toll Collection NETC. So these are all the payment corporations, or these are all the product that has been managed by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. Clear? Now next, if we talk about the National Financial Suite, now let's talk about one by one the most important things related, or most important products which are related or which are managed or which are regulated by National Payment Corporation of India. So the very first thing, it is the largest network of the shared ATM in India. So, if we talk about the largest network of the shared ATM in India, so the largest network for the shared ATM in India is actually the National Financial Suite. It has been developed by IDRBT. So IDRBT is Indian Development, sorry, ID Institute for Development and Regulation in Banking Technology. So it has been developed and deployed by Institute for Development and Regulation in Banking Technology in 2004, and the main aim is for interconnecting ATMs in the country and facilitating the convenience banking. National Financial Switch, if we talk about, it has been taken over by National Payment Corporation of India on December 14, 2009. Okay. Now, NFS, this also offers value added services, okay, on ATMs and CDMs to cardholder of participating member bank, like interoperable cash deposit. So it helps a national financial switch. These provide some value added services on the ATMs, right? And these provide the value added services to the participating member banks. Like, what are the value added services? First of all, they help in the interoperable cash deposit. They help in the banking, mobile banking registration. They help in the card to card fund transfer. They help in check books request. They help in the statement request. They help in the Aadhaar seeding, Aadhaar number seeding. So these are all the value added services which has been given by National Financial Switch on ATMs. Okay. Next, if we talk about the National Automated Clearing House, NACH. Okay, this is a financial product which has been operated by National Payment Corporation of India, NPCI. Okay, so National Automated Clearing Houses was implemented by NPCI for banks. It was implemented for whom? It was implemented for banks, for financial institutions, for corporates, for governments, as a web solution to facilitate interbank high volume electronic transaction that are repetitive and periodic in nature. That are what? Very repetitive and periodic in nature, right? So National Automated Clearing House, that has been implemented by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India, for different banks and financial institutions and corporates and governments as a web-based solution to facilitate interbank high volume electronic transactions that are very repetitive and periodic in nature. When we are talking about NACH, National Automated Clearing House System, it is used for making bulk transactions towards the distribution of different things. Like, if you want to distribute subsidies, if you want to distribute dividend and interest and salary, pensions, etc., and also for bulk transaction towards the collection and payment of the telephones and electricity, water, loans, investments, mutual fund, insurance premium, etc. So all, for all these transactions, there is a National Automated Clearing House. Clear? Now, if we talk about NACH Aadhaar Payment Bridge System, it has been developed by NPCI. Okay, so NHCH, it is the Aadhaar payment bridge system which has been developed by National Payment Corporation of India, has been helping the government and government agencies in making the direct benefit transfer scheme a success. So that is National Automatic Clearing House. Now, next is IMPS, Immediate Payment Services. Okay, so IMPS, Instant Payment Interbank Robust Electronic Funds Transfer System in India. So if you want to have a immediate instant payment system, if you want to have a electronic fund system in India, the immediate fund system in India, that is for IMPS, immediate payment system. IMPS offers an interbank electronic fund transfer that could be accessed on a multiple channels, and this can be accessed on the mobile and internet and ATMs and SMS, right? So IMPS offers an interbank electronic fund transfer services that can be accessed on a multiple service channel, right? Now, if we talk about the service that is available for IMPS, that is available for 24/7, okay, and it includes the bank holidays also. It means even on bank holiday, you can use this IMPS system. It has been managed by whom? It has been managed by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. The eligible banks who can participate in this immediate payment services is that entity who should have a valid banking or prepaid instrument license. So if you are a bank and you want to participate in this IMPS network, you should have a valid banking license or a prepaid payment instrument license from Reserve Bank of India to participate in the immediate payment services, right? Now, if we talk about the IMPS immediate payment services, it provides a robust and real-time fund transfer. It provides a robust and a real-time fund transfer that offers an instant 24/7 interbank electronic fund services that can be accessed on a multiple channels like mobile and internet and ATM and SPS and branch and USD, right? So IMPS is what? IMPS provide you a 24/7 interbank electronic fund transfer that can be accessed on a multiple channels, and this can be done by using the mobile internet or ATM or SMS or branch, or even by calling on this USDD number, that is *99#. Okay, it allows you to transfer the fund instantly within the bank. So if you want to transfer the fund instantly, then instant transfer is given by IMPS, immediate payment services. It is a channel independent. It is channel independent and can be initiated from any branch and mobile or internet or ATM or channels, right? On successful transaction, sender as well as the receiver both will receive a confirmation through the SMS. So this is the immediate payment services, right? Now, next is the UPI, Unified Payment Interface. Very easy. UPI, we are all using UPI on a daily basis, right? UPI has been used by us on a daily basis. There is no new thing in the Unified Payment Interface, right? It is a system that actually connects multiple bank accounts into a single mobile application, right? So, if you want to connect the multiple bank account into a simple mobile application. Okay, so converting your different multiple bank accounts into a single mobile application that actually merge for several banking functions. These actually has been merged for several banking features, like there is a seamless fund routing, there is a merchant payments into one host. So for this, there is a unified payment interface. Also cater to the peer-to-peer connected request, which can be scheduled as per the requirement and convenience. UPI enables immediate money transfer through mobile devices round the clock, which is 24/7 and 365 days. The main stakeholders and participant of the UPI system. Who are the main participant? Who are the main stakeholders in the UPI? So these are the bank account holders and merchants and payment service providers and banks and NPCIs. So these are all the main stakeholders and participants in the UPI. Okay. Now, UPI supports various type of financial and non-financial services. Financial services like you can pay or collect the request of the payment, or non-financial transaction like you can do the mobile banking registration, you can create a one-time password, you can set and change the pin, you can check the transaction status, you can raise the dispute, you can raise the inquiries, anything. So these are all the things that are done by the unified payment interface. If we talk about the UPI PIN, yes, UPI personal identification number is actually a 4 to 6 digit passcode that are created during the first time registration within the app. UPI PIN is mandatory to authorize all the bank transactions. So this is the UPI unified payment interface. Second is the Bharat Interface for Money, BHIM. BHIM is again an app. Bharat Interface for Money is an application that enables the user to make simple, easy, and quick payment transaction using your UPI. So if you having a UPI, you can register yourself in an app which is the Bharat Interface for Money app that enables to make simple, easy, and quick payment transactions, right? Now, what are the features of the BHIM? If we talk about the features, you can send money, you can request for money, you can scan and pay, you can check your transaction history. Okay, so you can see the user's bank account that are linked with this Beam app. It is supported by 20 regional languages. You can block the users as well. You can have a privacy. You can have a payment reminders. You can split the bill in this Beam app, and you can use UPI auto pay also if it is in this bank. And if we talk about the transaction limit, a user can send up the transaction up to rupees 1 lakh per transaction. So you can per transaction send or receive the payment of rupees 1 lakh with a maximum of rupees 1 lakh per day from one bank account. This limit is available as per the bank account which are linked on the Bheem app, right? Next there is a Bharat Bill Payment System. BBPS, Bharat Bill Payment System. Okay. Now, what is a Bharat Bill Payment System? It is a Reserve Bank of India conceptualized system which is driven by NPCI. So, it has been conceptualized by whom? It has been conceptualized by Reserve Bank of India, but it is the concept which is driven by whom? It is a concept which has been driven by National Payment Corporation of India. It is a one-stop ecosystem for what? It is the ecosystem for interoperable and accessible anytime, anywhere bill payment service facility to all the customers. Bharat Bill Pay, these have a multiple mode of payments and provide instant confirmation of payment via SMS or receipts. Right? If we talk about the Bharat Bill payment transactions, this can be done through various payment channels in different mode. The key participant, who are the key participant in BBS? Those key participants are Bharat Bill Payment Central Unit, Bharat Bill Payment Operating Unit, agent institutions, agents, billers, and utility companies. So these are all the key participant in Bharat Bill Payment System. Clear? Done. So Bharat Bill Payment System conceptualized by Reserve Bank of India but driven by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. It is a one-stop ecosystem for the payments of all bill, and it can be accessed anywhere at any time, and it is done for using the instant confirmation. Okay. Now last is the QR code. QR code, you all know. It consists of the black square arranged in a square grid on a white background, which can be read by an imaging device such as camera. Okay, it contains the information about the item which is attached to it. Bharat QR is a person to merchant mobile payment system which is manually driven among NPCI, Visa, MasterCard payment system. User can pay the utility bill by using this Bharat QR code. It is a quick payment method of payment, right? Bharat QR works as an alternate channel of payment where the card holder has to download his or her bank's QR enabled mobile banking app. The user has to scan this code at the merchant store and select a card to make the payment. Once the payment is successful, both the card holder and merchant receive the notification from the mobile application for the successful transaction. So this is what? This is the Bharat QR. We are going to discuss about the impact of technology adoption and trends in the banking technology. Okay. So what are the different type of trends that has been introduced in the banking technology, plus what is the impact of technology adoption in the banking environment? Okay, so this is PPB module C unit 47. So we are going to discuss about this chapter today. So everyone who is in the session, just please comment once about the audio and video of the class. Is everything is working good, working fine for all of you? Hi guys, hello everyone. So audio, video, everything is clear? Audio, video, everything is working fine? Everything is clear? Good. Okay. So let's start discussing this chapter, impact of technology, adoption and trends in the banking technology. So first of all, if we talk about the data and message transferring, right? So there is a electronic data interchange. So electronic data interchange is actually inter-organizational exchange of business documentation which is processed by the computer. So if sorry so if by using the computers you have to exchange any type of business documentation, so for exchanging the business documentation, inter-organizational exchange of the business documentation which can be processed by the computer, it is known as the electronic data interchange, right? It takes the form of interchange of a standard formatted data between the computer's application system of the trading partner with minimum manual intervention. So it in this particular electronic data interchange EDI system, there is inter-organizational exchange of business documentation but without the use of manual power, right? So it is with actually the very minimum use of manual intervention, with the very minimum manual intervention when the computers are exchanging the formatted data, standard formatted data, okay, and which is inter-organizational, then it is known as EDI system. Bank has using this electronic data interchange in the form of Swift messages. So Swift we have already discussed. It is the messaging app, you can say, which is used by the bank for transferring of the financial messages from one bank to another, okay, over the globe network. So in EDI, if we talk about the electronic data interchange, bank have been using this EDI in the form of Swift messages, right? Now next, if we talk about the electronic data interchange for the administration of commerce and transport, EDIFACT. So first of all, the full form is very important, okay? The full form of EDIFACT is electronic data interchange for the administration of commerce and transport. This is the universal set of standards and guidelines that has been communication by or communicated by EDI. So this actually covers what? This actually covers the documents which can be communicated electronically. Means what are the type of documents that can be communicated electronically, right? Plus the information that should be included in each electronic document. So what are the different type of information that can be included in each electronic document? The sequence in which the information should follow, and for the meaning of individual piece of information. So these are the different guidelines and covers the standard guidelines and cover for the electronic data interchange. Okay, so EDIFACT is what? First of all, the full form is electronic data interchange for administration of commerce and transport. It is actually a universal set of standard and guidelines that are used for communication by EDI, electronic data interchange, right? So EDI covers what? EDI covers documents that can be communicated electronically. EDI covers the information that should be included in each electronic documents, sequence in which the information should follow, and the meaning of each and every individual piece of information. Clear? Now, next, the role and use of the technology in this, we are using the emails, electronic mails also. You all know what is email, right? You all know what is email. Email actually provide instant communication between the users. So if you want to have an instant communication between the users, the instant communication between the users are done by electronic mail, or you can say email, regardless of the system that they are using at their location. For any type of information, email has made the concept of paperless office a reality, and many offices are now using it extensively for inter-office and intra-office correspondence. So emails, you all know that for transferring of any documentation, for communication, formally emails are used for inter-organizational as well as for intra-office reasons, right? So there are corporate websites also. These websites are actually new avenues for bank to market their own products. So if there is a website for the bank which have to market their own product and services, these are the corporate websites. Many banks have their own websites on the internet as a platform for the service delivery. Banker uses this website for what? Dissemination of information. What is dissemination? It is actually the wide spread of the information, right? So for dissemination of the information, financial advice, a note for commerce, selling financial product and account services. So for all these purpose, the corporate websites has been used, right? Management information system, MIS. Management information system refers to the use of information system and technology to support and enhance the management and organizational decision making. So management information system is what? Management information is actually the use of information system and technology, and for what? For the purpose of supporting and enhancing the management and organizational decision making, then it is known as MIS system, right? Now, if we talk about the MIS system, Management Information System, it actually involves the collection, processing, storage, and dissemination of the information, which is very crucial for the effective management. So, there are two types of information that is available. First, there is a computer-based information. See, computerized system has the advantage of very fast and accurate processing of the data, and here the data can be controlled and processed easily. Now, under the computerized based information system, the data is consistent. Okay, hence the processed information is very accurate and relevant for the decision making. We always prefer the data which is in the computer rather than the manual data because of the accuracy and the relevancy of this data. So this actually is very helpful. The data is very accurate and relevant for the decision making, right? Now next, if we talk about the data redundancy, so in data redundancy, it is minimized, reducing a lot of labor in data reporting. The computer based information system are very flexible and can be suitably modified with ease to match the changing requirement. Clear? Now, decision support system. If we talk about the decision support system, DSS, these are easy to use, flexible and interactive computer based system that are designed to decision making, to help in the decision making or to facilitate the decision making. These system actually allows the creation of simultaneous or simultations which are under various circumstances and conditions, which helps in analyzing the situation under different conditions. So this is the decision support system, and this is the computer based information system. Okay, now what are the global trends in the banking system? So if we are talking about the global trends in the banking system, okay, so bank are now installing more and more ATMs for the banking transactions. You all know that. See, for avoiding the unnecessary queues and lines and hassles and unnecessary crowd in the banking or in the bank, in the premises of the bank are now using more and more ATMs for the banking transaction. So more and more and more ATMs are used for the banking transaction. Customers are provided more choices to collect their cash, okay, like non branches such as supermarkets and video kiosks. So the customers, they are actually provided with more choices. And why they are provided with more choices? To collect their cash, like non branches such as supermarkets and video kiosks, right? There are mobile bankings, okay, there are debit cards, there are credit cards, there are smart cards. These are all used in the banking system. Internet bankings are nowadays used very much, right? Banks are tapping new source of revenues and finding ways to differentiate themselves from the other banks because of the increasing competition, right? So because there is a lot of competition between the banks, public and private sectors bank, so banks are now searching new ways for finding revenues as well as new ways to differentiate themselves from the other banks so that their customer service and their customer area can be enhanced, right? Now banks are involved in different type of services, like banks are involved in the marketing of insurance and annuity sales. Banks are involved in the financial planning system. Banks are involved in the mutual fund system. Banks are involved in a trusteeship business. So these are the different type of business in which nowadays banks are involved with themselves so as to better earn the revenue, okay, from the different sources. Okay, next. Now, when we have adapted the technology in the banking environment, what are the impacts of the technology adoption in the banking environment? Okay. So there are obviously some positive as well as some negative impact of the adoption of what information or IT in the banking environment. So obviously there are some positive and negative changes. Let's talk about some changes. First of all, changes in the organizational structure and orientation. So if we talk about the information technology, when IT has been introduced in the banking environment, it actually helps in establishing a direct liaison, means direct relationship or direct communication between the top management and the field workers or field functionaries. So whoever are working in the field, they are connected directly with the top management, right? And how they are connected with the top management? They are connected with the top management for what, like for example, they are how they are connected with the top management. So they are actually connected with the top management because of the use of IT in the banking environment, right? Now the organizational changes, this can facilitate the increased involvement of information system mainstream product offerings in the banking and financial sector. In addition of these technical and organizational changes, a psychological repositioning of the information technology take place. Improved productivity and efficiency, it helps in increase or enhance productivity or efficiency. Now, on the service quality, what is the effect of IT in the service quality? You know that there is a very positive effect of the IT in the service technology or service quality. Why? Because technology is actually helping bank, irrespective of their size, to have a level playing field for the pricing of their product. So it actually helped to place their pricing of the product at a very competitive price so that the customer can have the product at a very good and the competitive price. And this technology is forcing the bank to develop new strategies for online delivery system so as to broaden their area of customer relationship and to retain the loyal customer with themselves, right? But again, there is one of the negative impacts of the IT in the service is the depersonalization. So when you are giving everything online and when you are giving ATMs and internet bankings and everything, the interaction between the customer and the management is actually very less, which actually is like the depersonalization. When you are going regularly to the bank, it is like a personal touch that has been given by the bank to to their own customer. But when we are depending more and more on ITs, then obviously there is some sort of depersonalization, okay, which can have a negative impact on the relationship banking. Okay. Now, there has been a program which has been introduced that is known as EASE, which is especially introduced for enhancing the customer experience in the banking environment. So, EASE program means Enhanced Access and Service Excellence Program. These has many phases. We have discussed this EASE program in very detail, and it is actually for the public sector banks. EASE has been introduced for what? It has been introduced for the public sector banks. And why this has been introduced to improve the profitability, to improve the asset quality, to improve the service quality, to improve the digital capabilities. If we talk about the ease 5.0 version, it has been launched in 2022, and public sector banks will have a new strategies for the evolving customer need, help in the competition and the technological improvement. And this 5.0 version actually prioritizes digital customer experience. Clear? Now, when there is the introduction of IT in the banking environment, that also changes the customer aspirations also. How it changes the customer aspiration? Because customers are demanding fast and accurate and reliable services, right? The observation of the technology becomes inevitable for the bank to enable them to respond to the customer needs at all time and at a very competitive price. Clear? Now, the last thing are there are different type of emerging technologies in the banking environment. Different type of emerging technologies in the banking environment. So, if we talk about the different type of emerging technologies in the banking environment, first there is a virtual reality and augmented reality. Virtual reality, when everything means the normal environment or the real surroundings has been blocked out, and you have been experiencing what is shown in your computer. Okay, so you are actually seeing what is shown in your computer. Okay, so you actually blocked out your real surroundings. Okay, and this is blocked out by using the VR sets, and there are different things which are used. Okay, so virtual reality and augmented reality. In virtual reality, the outside environment is actually blocked, and you are completely immersed into the digital environment. Whereas in the augmented reality, it does not replace the real world. Actually, just add on the digital elements to it. For example, you are looking into the screen, you are having that 3D glasses, you are experiencing everything in that 3D, right? But you are not blocked out from the external environment. That is known as augmented reality. But you are completely immersed in the digital environment. Your ears are blocked, your eyes are blocked, and you are just experience what is shown in the screen. Then it is known as virtual reality. Clear? So these are some of the emerging technologies trend in the banking, and we are going to discuss Unit 48 of PPB Module C, that is Securities Consideration and Mitigation Measures in Bank, right? So this is the topic Unit 48. So we are about to complete the syllabus, approximately 5 to 6 chapters more, and then we are finishing with the syllabus, right? So security consideration and mitigation measures in the bank. First of all, risk concerning areas. So, what are the risk concerning areas? If we talk about the risk concerning areas, a typical computerized environment, they have three independent but separate components, like there are software, data, and hardware. So, these are the three what? These are the three interdependent and separate component in the computerized environment. These are separate as well as these are interdependent, right? So this can be a software, data, and a hardware, right? If we talk about the computer operators, programmers, customer, and even the public continuously uses all the three components. So these three components, the software, data, and hardware, these are used by everyone. Every public, customer, programmer, operator, everyone has the use of the software, data, and hardware. And so there are chances of frauds and omissions and errors and risk and vulnerable, because these are very sensitive areas. Okay, so these risks are not specific to banking. If we are using the computerization system in the banking environment, the risk is not only limited to the banking environment, it is actually limited to spread to each and every business activities. Every business activities who are using this software, data, hardware, every business activity are exposed to these type of risks. Like there are risk of errors and omissions and fraud while using this software, data, and hardware, right? Now, The risk leads to what? So if there is a risky involvement, if there is a risk, then this risk leads to what? So first of all, this risk leads to the incorrect decision making, which lead to a setback to the business, right? So incorrect decision making are there. So if there are risk of omissions or errors, or there are any frauds which are specifically in the business environment, you can take incorrect decision. There are incorrect decision making which can be taken from this particular uh, product, right? There are interruption in activities. Yes, obviously there are a lot of interruption in the activities due to the loss of data, hardware, software, peopleware, right? So there are interruptions in the activities also. There are violation in the privacy also, plus there can be a direct financial loss due to the computer fraud. So there is a direct financial loss due to the computer fraud. There can be a violation of privacy. There can be interruption in different activities, right? There can be an incorrect decision making. So these are the risk concerning areas. In what? These are the risk concerning areas in the banking environment, right? Or in any environment where this software, data, and hardware are used. Clear? Now, if we talk about data and software, so data is actually very critical source of or a source for any of the organization. So if you are in the banking industry, you are in any of the business activity, data is actually what is all about, right? Data is the most important resource for you all, right? So data is actually very critical for an organization's continuing operation. A lack of control over data, it can lead to different type of activities or different type of frauds, right? Or inadequate control over data is one of the largest factor which actually promote the fraud. So you have to protect your data very importantly. There should be a securities layers upon that data so that the data is protected, because it is the most critical, most necessary source of organization approach operation, right? So if you have data, you are operating. If you are lost all the data, or your data has been leaked, then obviously there is a lot of problems coming up, right? So these data and software, this is a very critical resource which is necessary for an organization's continuing operation, right? Next, if we talk about the infrastructure, equipments are required to be in the proper condition for efficient utilization of IT for banking operation. So equipments, whatever equipments are there, okay, whatever you are using in any business environment or banking environment, it is what? It is for the efficient utilization of IT, information technology, which is used for banking operation, right? Now, if these equipments, these are not maintained regularly, if these are not maintained regularly, then they are prone to malfunctioning, interruption in services, loss of assets and data, anything, right? So these are the infrastructure. So infrastructure, what? Infrastructure equipments are required to be in the proper condition, and it is very helpful for the efficient utilization of information technology for banking operation. So if these equipments are not maintained in a proper and regular manner, these are prone to malfunctioning, which may lead to interruption in services or loss of data, right? Third is the peopleware. Peopleware, it is refers to the role which is played by a group of person, and this can be directly or indirectly involved in managing and running the computerized system. So, for example, I'm sitting in a desk, I'm using the computer, I'm using the data, whatever is there in that computer. So, that is known as the peopleware. Peopleware are actually the group of persons which directly or indirectly involved in managing and running the computerized system. That is known as the peopleware. Now, the risk that are associated with the peopleware, yes, first of all, whoever is sitting in that desk, first of all, there can be an stagnation in knowledge. If you are not permanently upgrading your knowledge, if you are not enhancing your knowledge, if you are permanently not upgrading your knowledge, then obviously there is an stagnation. Stagnation means there is stillness in the knowledge and skill level. okay, which actually reduce your productivity and efficiency in the organization. Second, higher turnover due to attrition. It means that when there are people who are leaving your organization to another organization for better opportunities or better salary or better working environment, then obviously when the people are leaving, they are going with a lot of backups from your organization. They can use these data for the competitor organization, right, or whoever they are joining. So obviously these are the two main concerns which are regarding to the peopleware. So infrastructure, data, software, and peopleware, these are all the risk concerning areas, okay. And especially these risk concerning areas are not limited only in the banking sector. These are actually spread to each and every business activities. When the people are there, then obviously the risk of leaving the organization is very high. There is stagnation of knowledge is very high. The equipment should be maintained properly so that to avoid the loss of data or any asset, data and software. Okay, so these are risk concerning area for each and every, you can say, organization who are using this, right? Next, if we talk about the different type of threats, what are the different type of threat? First of all, vulnerable to the human failure, right? So accidental damages are there which are due to the human failure, okay. It can be any type of machine failure, it can be any type of process development, system designs, anything, natural disaster, as well as the environment disasters, like there is an unstabilized power supply due to which you lose data, there is some fire outbreak due to which the system has been finished, right? So accidental damage, it is due to the human failure, either due to the human failure or due to the natural disaster or due to the environmental hazards, right? Now there are different type of damage which is known as malicious damage. Malicious damage, these are caused by disgruntled employee means those who are not satisfied with the working environment. So if there is an employee who is not satisfied with the working environment, especially in their working environments, they can take a different type of steps which can harm the environment, yes or no? Obviously, see, when I am working in any environment and I am not satisfied with the working environment, okay. For example, my manager is just looking out at me every time. He's just poking me in each and every situation. Then obviously, if I am not satisfied, I am not happily working in that environment. It may lead to reduce in efficiency and productivity of my work. Yes, obviously. See, your mental health is directly related to your productivity. See, whenever you are happy, okay, see, when you are happy and you are internally satisfied, you are doing things with a lot of concentration, lot of happiness, and this leads to productivity and efficiency. Even for you all bankers, okay, when you are sitting, some days you bankers are not in a very good mood, right? This happens to all humans, right? Someday you are not in a very happy mood, you are just sitting in the counter and you are just um uh, you are just irritated on each and every small thing. Why? Because you are not internally happy. Maybe there is something wrong which happens in the home, or something damage, or something you are not happy with the environment. So this all affect your productivity, efficiency, and how you deal with the customer, right? So these can be the malicious damage. If the employee is not happy, okay, they can just cause damage to your customer also. Okay, customer has a bad experience with that employee. Okay, so these are the type of malicious damages that can be happen in a working environment. Plus obviously frauds can happen. Fraud transaction means unauthorized changes. For example, there is a file, there is an unauthorized changes, there can be a file manipulation, right? There can be intercepting data. So these are the different type of frauds that can be happen in a working environment. So frauds can happen, malicious damage can happen, accidental damages can happen, which are the different type of threats which we see in the different environment. Different environment, you can say, in the banking environment as well as in the normal environment. So these are all the different type of threats we are seeing in the environment, right? Done. Okay, next. Now, next thing. If we talk about the control mechanism, So obviously we need to control each and everything. Okay, implementation of an effective control mechanism, it is actually required for the successful management of risk which are associated with the use of information technology tools. Okay, so if you are successfully, if you are what, if you are successfully managing, okay, you have a effective control mechanism, right? You are successfully managing, then obviously with the use of this IT tool, okay, you are just doing what, you are just maintaining, or you are just managing the management successfully, right? So there are physical controls, there are logical controls also. If we talk about the physical controls, first of all, critical access control to the computer rooms and components. So everyone should not have the access of the computer rooms and components. There should be a very critical and important, and those who are authorized for that working is only allowed to have the access of that computer rooms and components, first of all. So there is a critical access control to the computer rooms and components. Second, protection against unauthorized access. So obviously you need to have a protection against any type of unauthorized access. Okay, and attempts, you should have an attempt by for using the passwords and pins and biometric authentications, right? So unauthorized access obviously should be protected, and this can be protected by using the passwords, by using the pins, by using the biometric verification, so that no one can have a easy access over. Third, control over hard copies of reports and regular checks for fire protection. Obviously, there are hard copies also. So everything is stored digitally, but sometimes there are things which are stored in the hard copies also, right? So whatever the hard copies you have, first of all, you should have a control over that hard copies, plus your regular check for the fire protection against that hard copies, right? Now, logical control, these are the physical, these can be physically controlled. Okay, so these are the steps which you are taking physically to control over these, right? Now there are some logical controls also. Now what are the logical control? So first of all, there are two types of logical access control, namely authentication and authorization. So two type of logical access control: authentication and authorization. Authentication allows only authorized users to access the system. I am authorized to use this system. I should have to enter my biometric authentication to use this system. This is known as authentication. Whereas authorization just allows minimum access, means you are authorized to have the access of these files directly. Authorization limit the access, whereas authentications allows only those who are authorized to access the system. And these both are managed to what, in an operating environment, to have a better and good administration system. So these are the physicals and logical control, and these are the control mechanism, right? Now there can be an internal controls also. Internal controls can be of two types. First of all, the accounting control and administrative control. If we talk about the accounting control, yes, dual controls and authorizations are there, validation checks on data are there, and numerical sequencings are there. So accounting control, if we talk about the accounting control, yes, dual controls and authorization. There can be a validation checks on data, there can be numerical sequencings, etc. So these are all the accounting control. Whereas administrative control means all defined line of responsibilities and formal policies and procedure. So whatever the formal policies and procedures are there, you should have a well defined lines of formal policies and procedures, right? Now, operational control. If we talk about the operational control, embedded in software for data integrity, consistency, and processing. Okay, so operation control, these are in what? These are embedded in the software, and these are for, first of all, data integrity, these are for consistency, and these are for processing. Now examples for this are includes checksum. Example for this includes data is encryption, audit trails, data masking for all the sensitive information. So control mechanism, this includes physical, logical, internal, as well as the operational control. Now, if we talk about the computer audit, yes. So, what is computer audit? So, generic organizational functions aim at safeguarding the assets, data integrity, system effectiveness, and efficiency. And this is known as computer audit. Means you are regularly checking the computer for the safeguarding of the data, for the system effectiveness and efficiency. This is system, this generic organizational function. This system checking is actually called as what? This system checking is called as the computer audit. Clear? This is called as what? Computer audit. Now, if we talk about the scope of the computer audit, so computer audit covers these scopes. First of all, they review the operations. Review the operation means they should see that whatever the established policies and standards and procedures are there, these all are followed in the computer or not. So first of all, you have to review the operation. Okay, review the operation, it means to establish that if there is all the compliance to the established policies, standards and procedures. Second, you have to review the qualities also. Review the quality means you have to acknowledge the formal policies, standards and procedures and efficiency, everything. Third, integrity review on fraud and prevention. So these are the scope of the computer audit. Now, likewise, the computer audit, there is information system audit also, IS audit. Now, information system audit is what? It is a process of collecting and evaluating evidence to determine whether a computer system could safeguard its assets or not. So, what are the assets of the computer system? Like hardware and software and data. So, IS audit is actually the process of collecting and evaluating the evidence that determine the efficiency of the computer system, that whether they are able to safeguard its assets by adopting the adequate securities and control measures or not. So this is known as the IS audit, means the information system audit. Right now, the information system audit is carried out through the IT systems with the help of computer aided audit tools and techniques. Yes, okay. So IS audit is carried out through the IT system, and it is with the help of computer aided audit tools and techniques. Right now, control is a system that prevents, detects and corrects the undesirable events. Control is what? Control is defined as a system that prevents, protects, and control the undesirable event. Now, undesirable event is an incident that arises if there is an authorized, unauthorized, inaccurate, incomplete, ineffective, or inefficient inputs that enter into a system. Right? So, this is the information system audit. Clear? Now, if we talk about modus operandi of online fraud, yes. What are the method of operation for these frauds? Okay, how these method of operations of these frauds are there? So the modus operandi, how this method of online frauds are there. So first of all, they just look out for the area where they can the compromise can be happen. The loophole, the weak points. Okay, then they obtain the credential. First of all, they find that okay, this is the area which is vulnerable, which is risky, which where can there can be any fraud that can happen. Right, they just identify that area. Second, they obtain the credentials for that. Then they send you the fraudulent message, and then they hide and cover up the incident. So these are all the steps which are involved in the modus operandi model. Right now, if we talk about the modus operandi of cyber attack, now there are different type in which the cyber attacks can happen. Now they can, ATM card skimming can done, phishing, wishing, smishing, payment frauds can done, lottery fraud, fake prices. Okay, there can be any fraud due to the unknown or unverified mobile apps, account takeover frauds, online market frauds, card frauds, sim swapping. So these are the different types of fraud which the method which the cyber attackers are using for just stealing your data or your money from you. Okay, so these are the modus operandi. Right now, if we talk about the disaster, okay, so What is disaster? Disaster means any event that result in the direct denial or stoppage of any essential functions for a considerate period of time. So if there is any event happen due to which there is a stoppage of the regular business operation for some particular period of time, then this is defined as what? This is defined as the disaster. For example, there is the uh, electricity failure, and due to which there is 2 hours interruption in the business activities, right? Then this is known as what? Disaster. Now, there are some steps in the disaster recovery planning. Like, you should be aware of how the disasters is working. You should be prepared for that. You should be testing, and then if anything happens, how you recover from that. Okay, these are the steps which are taken, or these are the planning which are taken for, or which are done for the disaster recovery. So there you should be aware, you should be prepared, you should be testing, and there should be a proper recovery. Clear? Done. Now next, last thing is the digital signature. Now digital signature is actually not the replica of your manual signature. It is just an additional safety which is added electronically in the account. So it is like a critical features. To satisfy some critical features, there is an electronic signature which is added to any type of documents. Okay, this is known as the digital signature. You have to understand that digital signature is not the replica, okay, of your physical signature. It is not the replica, it is just the additional thing which is added, digitally signed and included in the area, right? Now last thing is G Gopal Krishna committee report. So Gopal Krishna committee report, it was commissioned by Reserve Bank of India, right? And this Gopal Krishna committee report has 9 chapters in it. So these are the 9 chapters. Chapter 1 is IT governance, 2 is information security, operations, outsourcing, audit, cyber fraud, business continuity planning, customer education, and the legal issues. These are the G. Gopal Krishna Committee. We are going to discuss PPB Module C, that is operational aspects of cybercrime, fraud, risk management in cybertech. This is Unit 49. This is PPP Module C. So let's start discussing this topic. The very first thing is the fraud versus crime, right? So fraud, it is a type of crime committed for the purpose of gaining financial gains, right? So, for the purpose of gaining financial gains, when there is any crime that is committed, it is known as fraud. Fraud is actually defined as international use of deceptions or to acquire fair advantages over other individual, and this is most typically in the form of money. Now, what is cybercrime? Cybercrime is defined as a criminal activity that involve use of computers or networks, right? So when you are using computers for executing any type of fraud, then it is known as cybercrime. And fraud can be conducted against individual, as it can be conducted against corporation also. So this is the fraud. Fraud is to take the unnecessary gaining financial gains, or you to take unnecessary advantages of the financial gains. And if we talk about the cyber crimes is actually the use of computers and networks, right? So next, if we talk about the risk for the banks from cyber attack, so yes, there are the different type of risk that can be arise from the cyber attacks, right? What is cyber risk? Co- Continuously, if we talk about the present situation, yes, cyber risk continues to be a top concern for the banks and regulators, right? So these are the top concern for the banks and regulators. And if we talk about the risk in the cyber attacks, there are type of risk, different type of risk, like you can have a financial loss, you can have a data critical or critical data loss, you can have a loss of productivity, you have to incur the cost of investigation, you have to give compensation to the customer. Your reputational damage can happen. Your regulatory penalties can be imposed on you. You should can have a cost of recovering from the disruption. There can be investment loss and anything. So these are the different type of losses that can be arise from the cyber attack. Clear? Now next, if we talk about who are the threat actors. Okay, so threat actor is an individual or group of people that take participation in malicious act. So if you are an individual or a group of person that are taking participation to cause any damage to the counterparty, and you are intending to cause harm, financial loss to the counterparty by using any of the IT asset, including computers and devices and systems and networks, then you are all classified as the threat actors, right? Now, under the threat actor, if we talk about, there are cyber criminals. Cyber criminals means those individual or group of individual who can have a malicious cyber attacks on the business. There can be criminals who can gain financial gains or informations, right? There can be business competitors. Your competitors can be a threat actor for you, your current or former employees. So these all can act as a threat actor. So threat actor is an individual or group of a person that take participation in any of the malicious acts for what, for causing harm to you, and they just use your IT assets and computer and devices and network to impose threat on you. That is known as cyber actors. Now cyber actors can include cyber criminals, this can include criminals, that can include business competitors, this can include current or former employees, right? Now, if we talk about the various type of cyber threats, there are different type of cyber threats also, like there are identity theft, data breach, hacking, malware, virus, ransomware, phishing, smishing or farming, denial distributed of service, and cyber quarting, bullying, and warfare. These are the different type of cyber threats, right? For example, I'm just giving you the information. When we are talking about the virus, everyone knows what is virus and how it can harm to your computer. Distributed denial of services, it means that, for example, there is a normal cafe. Normal cafe is receiving 100 requests daily for the orders, right? But in some day, there is unnecessary traffic in the order system, and there is approximately 1,000 orders on that day for that cafe, which is actually all done by those individual which don't have the actual orders. Okay, so there is unnecessary attack on the system. Due to this unnecessary attack, the traffic is overloaded, and those who actually want to order from that cafe has actually not reached to the cafe. The genuine request is not reached to the cafe, whereas the unnecessary requests are there in that cafe. And this results in the denial of services to those who actually want the services. This is known as distributed denial of the services. Ransomware means someone is asking you money to give, okay, to be paid, so that they can just not publish the victim's data. So if you are a victim, for example, your any data is there with that person, they are demanding some ransom, okay, to avoid or to just avoid publishing that victim data, right? So this is known as ransomware. Malware, malware means the special programmers are just uh, crafting the duplicate software so that you can just what you can just trust that software and found it as an original one, and you enter your detail and your money will be lost. Okay, for example, there is a link which is sent to your mobile, and by opening that link you will are seeing the perfectly crafted software which seems to be original. Now you have done payment, okay, and that is the point where you lose your money because of the malware. Phishing, phishing means obtaining your sensitive information like user ID, passwords, or credit card details by an electronic communication, by phone, by messages. Okay, so This is actually obtaining your sensitive information by just using the electronic communication. That is known as phishing. Now, wishing is making you fool over the data or voice or calls, right? So this is known as phishing. Phishing is the illegal access of data over the internet protocol, right? Phishing is IP's telephonic version of phishing, right? Voice messages is given to steal your identities and financial resources. This is known as a phishing. Okay, so there is virus, there is distributed denial of services, ransomware, malware, phishing. These are the different type of cyber threats you are all seeing across, right? So nowadays also you are seeing in news very much about these type of different type of cyber threats, right? Now, if we talk about the cyber risk mitigating strategies, yes, there are application whitelisting. Application whitelisting is there to control the execution of unauthorized software. There is patching application, which is to remedy the security vulnerabilities. There is Microsoft Office to block untrusted macros. Application hardening is to protect against vulnerable functionality. Restricting administrative privileges is to limit the powerful access. Patching operating system is to remediate known security vulnerabilities. Multi-factors authentication is to protect you against activities. Daily backups is actually to maintain the availability of uninfected critical data. Clear? So these are the important things. Last thing, there is network behavior anomaly detection. Okay, to spot your unusual and suspicious activity. It is actually you are behaving different from the other. For example, there is a party and you are just trying to behave differently from the other person, which actually detect that okay, there is something wrong with you. That is known as network behavior anomaly detection. Circumstances, I know that I open my computer, it will take 1 minute to open my computer, then I have to open this, the computer look like this. It's someday I've started my computer. First of all, the computer has taken 10 minutes to open. Then there are different type of unnecessary activities which is going on my computer, which actually make me aware that maybe there is something wrong in it. That is known as network behavior anomaly detection. Provides an approach to the network security threat detection. Okay, it is a way to spot unusual and suspicious activities in the network by watching how the things behave, right? This is known as network behavior anomaly. We are going to discuss unit 50, that is the last unit for module C. PPB module C, the technology trends in the banking. E-rupee, fintech, regtech, supertech, hashtag banking, etc. So we are going to discuss about these in today's session, right? So let's start discussing this. First of all, we are talking about the e-rupee. First of all, e-rupee is what? So e-rupee is actually launched on 2nd of August 2021 by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India. So NPCI, they are actually managing this e-rupee, okay, which was launched on 2nd October 2021. E-rupee is actually an innovative digital solution and it is a seamless one-time payment mechanism. When we are talking about e-rupee, e-rupee is a QR code or SMS string based e-voucher that is delivered to beneficiaries mobile. So as a beneficiary, you don't necessary to have a net or Wi-Fi or any application to use this e-rupee QR code, because this code is actually scanned by the merchant, right? So e-rupee is like a QR code or SMS string based e-voucher which is actually delivered to beneficiaries mobile, right? When we are talking about the users of e-voucher, they can redeem the voucher at the merchants who are actually accepting the e-voucher without the digital payment app, card or internet banking. So if we talk about the users of e-voucher, they can redeem the voucher at the merchant accepting e-rupee without using any digital payment app, card or internet banking. When we are talking about e-rupee, e-rupee should be shared by organization or government to their beneficiaries for the specific purpose or activity, and it is shared through SMS or QR code. For example, I am working in a Oliveboard, right? Now this company wants to send some gift voucher to the employees. For example, they have sent some e-based or e-voucher on my mobile number. I am the beneficiary. I have received that e-rupee, right? Now, I can just go to any, for example, wellness center and just redeem that e-voucher and obtain the services. Then the issuer's bank, okay, is directly crediting the money to the voucher or to the merchant's bank account, right? So I don't have to use anything. Don't have to do anything. It is only a e-voucher which I have to present, and then I can avail the services against the value which is based on this e-rupee. E-rupee is a contactless, easy, safe, secure, okay, where all the details of the beneficiaries are kept confident or confidential, right? Who are there in the e-rupee ecosystem? So e-rupee can be issued in two core categories. When we are talking about e-rupee, they can be issued in two category: person to person category and business to consumer category. So if we talk about the e-rupee system, they can be issued in two category. They can be issued in P2P, they can be issued in business to consumer, right, everyone? So now what are or who are involved in E2P transaction? Just give me 1 minute. Okay, so when we are talking about who are the major stakeholders in e-rupee, who are present in the e-rupee environment. So first of all, there is a issuer bank who are present. Okay, so issuer bank, they actually initiate the request to create the e-rupee. Okay, so there is a issuer bank. Issuer bank is the bank which actually received the request of issuing e-rupee. There is a sponsor. The sponsor can be any corporate or union government or state government. Like for example, in my example, Oliveboard is the sponsor. Then there is a beneficiary who is entitled to receive the free services against this e-rupee, right? There is a designated merchant to whom this e-rupee is scanned or accepted, and there is an acquiring bank. Acquiring bank means who has given that designated merchant the things to accept the e-rupee, right? So issuer bank is there, then there is an sponsor, then there is beneficiary, then there is a designated merchant, and then there is an acquired bank, that is known as e-rupee. If we talk about e-rupee, e-rupee can be issued only by banks through authorized and which are authorized by Reserve Bank of India. So e-rupee is not issued by everyone. E-rupees are issued by only those who are authorized by Reserve Bank of India to issue prepaid payment instrument and who are eligible to participate in the payment service provider in the UPI ecosystem, right? If we talk about e-rupee, e-rupee shall be authorized for redemption only to purchase goods and services from a designated merchant. When we are talking about e-rupee, e-rupee cannot used for cash out or cash back on redemption. It is actually stored up to rupees 10,000 per voucher. No charges are payable by the beneficiaries. Plus, it is distributed only in a digital format. Okay. Now, what is the difference between e-rupee and UPI? So, obviously, there is a difference between e-rupee and UPI. When we are talking about the e-rupee is what it e-rupee is one time cashless contactless payment mechanism, whereas UPI is actually a application for receiving a payment of the money. E-rupee is an e-voucher. UPI is actually an application. Reserve Bank of India operates e-rupee, NPCI operates UPI. When we are talking about e-rupee voucher, it can be redeemed at service provider counter, whereas UPI is received or used for receiving and payment of the money, right? So this is the e-rupee and UPI. Now, there can be a hashtag banking. So hashtag bankings nowadays are used to increase the reach in the social medias, right? So there are certain bank words that has been used, and to increase the reach of that word, hashtag is used. For example, hashtag banking services, hashtag credit card services, hashtag fast tag services, hashtag loan services, hashtag FD services, hashtag block unblock cards. So these are different hashtags which are used in the banking to increase what? To increase the scope, or to reach the scope, or to just increase the customers' accountability in the particular post, which is done by the bank on social media sites and Twitters to actually engage people in the banking environment, right? Last is the account aggregator. Account aggregator is actually a RBI regulated entity that individually secured and digital access and share information from one financial institution to another financial institution, but within that account aggregated network. So within that account aggregated network, okay, there is the sharing of the information which is done, okay, from one financial institution and other financial institution, but that should be within the AA network. Then this is known as account aggregator, and it is regulated by whom? It is regulated by Reserve Bank of India. Now